today on Divorce Court.
Trevor has a really bad anger problem. He's like 0 to 100 in about 5 seconds.
I feel like she's always looking for male attention, and I guess mine isn't enough.
I feel like his jealousy has gotten out of hand because he's had me download GPS apps to my phone to follow me.
Andrea, you need to quit dressing like an escort. You're a mom. Grow up.
I don't feel like it's an issue, the money I spend when it's my money, because it's my money.
Andrea, we don't have $1,000 to spend on hair. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I love him more than anything in the world, but if he can't stay sober and be an equal partner with me in the relationship, then I can't continue trying.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Andrea Ketterling and Trevor Ketterling. Mr. and Mrs. Ketterling, you have been married for 9 months, but you've been together for 2.5 years. You're already in trouble. You've come here to see if I could get a second set of eyes on it. You have no children together, but each of you have some children from previous relationships. Mrs. Ketterling, I'm going to start with you. Tell me what's gone wrong in this 9 months.
Well, we've had a lot of different issues. There's been substance abuse, financial matters, a lot of trust and jealousy issues and anger issues. In my background, I used to be an escort. Mm-hmm. It was before him and I had gotten together.
Right.
But our community kind of knows about it. Mm-hmm. It happened to be on the news.
Right.
So... Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, most don't. And that's unfortunate. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was embarrassing. So a lot of his friends know about it and have said things to him, which I can see how that can make it a little harder for him to trust me. But yeah, so I can't really, if I ever leave the house without him, it's, what are you doing? Where are you at? I have to video call him from wherever I am just to prove where I am.
Every time?
About every time, yeah. It's hard.
Tell me the most outrageous jealousy story that you have when he got the most upset about something that wasn't really going on.
He was being really paranoid, so he had me download a GPS tracker app to my phone so he could, watch my every movement. It would even tell him, if my phone was charged. It would notify him if I was at school or at home.
He got notifications.
Yeah.
As to your... Mr. Ketterling, is that accurate?
That is accurate, Your Honor. It was completely a voluntary thing. I did ask if we could do that. This was after a series of events. There was a reason that there wasn't trust there.
Tell me what the reason was. What was the event? Messages
to other guys that had been found, pictures that were sent to people. There was, and on top of that, obviously, the stuff I had heard from people around town that's known. But there was reasons, and on top of that, her jealousy is intense. It became where I feel like I started to be jealous because she was. So, for instance, I had to live under such strict rule of what I was doing. If I walked in a store and I saw a girl sitting there, if I wasn't looking at the floor, I was flirting.
You're in trouble.
Yeah. And I feel like she was just jealous like that because I think she was the one being shady.
Given her history that she was engaged in being an escort, does that inform your jealousy at all? Do you throw it up at her? Do you still wonder about it? Does it make you angry?
We tried to, start with a clean slate. I knew about it and said, you know what, I can work with this. I've had my set of issues too. I don't want to judge you by what's happened in the past. But yeah, there's always that still looming in your head. It definitely is a thought that I have.
Mrs. Ketterling, does he ever bring that up when you're having arguments or discussion about other things? Does your past come up as a weapon?
Yeah. If I'm not telling him what I'm doing, he'll text me a million times, just calling me a bunch of names.
Like what kind of names?
The B word, the W word, the C word, just any word, really.
Any word that's denigrating to a woman he uses. Now, Mr. Ketterling, you say that's not true? I mean,
I'm not going to say I'm perfect. I have called her names before. I do not send her messages ever calling her the W or anything like that. I've used the B a lot. W has came up in heated fights. I don't just send her messages because she's not there about that. If I said it, there was at least a reason, and that doesn't justify the language. I'm just saying I wouldn't just text her because I didn't know where she was right then, call her names like that.
Does it bother you when your friends talk to you about her past?
Absolutely. And most of the time, I think they're doing it with good intentions, and unfortunately, we live in a small enough community.
What good intentions? What are they trying to do?
I mean good intentions in the way of not saying that kind of stuff. Sometimes they won't even say it directly. I'll bring up that that's who I'm with, and they're all, oh, and you can see the look like we know what she's about, or that was.
When that happens, what do you do?
You know, if it's not them being disrespectful, I take it for what it is. You know, it just depends, I guess, on the level they're talking to me about.
What it is.
What do you think he does?
He just sits there. He never defends me in it. He just sits there.
See, Mr. Kettler, let me tell you something. If you take it for what it is, it means you haven't put a period on it in your mind.
Right.
And because if you like, this is my woman, and I don't care what she did, hey, I'll talk about who she was. That's who you defend, and that means you're really good with it. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, I know she's a bit of a hoe. Yeah, you know what I mean. That means you're still working with it and cowering to it. But if you're beyond it, it's like that was her past. That was who she was. You defend her. You know what I mean? I can see that. When you say she's outrageously jealous, tell me the worst thing that she's ever done. You said about, you can't look around in a store.
I got an example, Your Honor. There was a time, okay, for instance, we were at a drive-through restaurant, okay? We're ordering something. There was a comment made about, let's say, the color of a taco and how that could relate to a woman's anatomy. It was a kind of inappropriate joke that somehow started that they said to me through the speaker, and I kind of laughed. We joked about it, whatever. As we're pulling up, she's like, why don't you get her number? You know, like I was flirting through a speaker with something I didn't know who was. You know, I didn't know who I was talking to. It was a girl's voice, so I was cheating. She said, get her number. Or if I walk into a grocery store, and I'm not staring at the floor, I'm in trouble. Like, you're staring at her, why don't you just go get her number? Excessive jealousy, and I've always felt like if I have to live under such intense, jealous rules, so do you. And that's where my crazy, I think, kind of came from and stuff. Okay.
Ms. Ketterling, are you overly jealous? Do you put those kind of restrictions on him?
Yes, I do.
And where does that come from?
It's embarrassing to me if we're ordering food and he's sitting there talking about pink tacos to the speaker with some girl in the drive-thru. Like, that's embarrassing to me.
Your Honor, I didn't initiate that.
We're ordering food. Why do you need to talk like that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask you this. If she was ordering some hot dogs, the other guy on the things would start having a conversation with double entendres about that hot dog. That'd bother you, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
So it's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. I don't know why nobody ever figures that out. But it's the same thing. I understand that jealousy isn't the only issue. We've got issues of sobriety, anger, and drinking, and that's what I want to turn to now.
He'll take anything I say, like, out of context and freak out. Like, he's the Hulk in 0 to 100, just, like, fast. And there's nothing I can do to diffuse the situation.
Mrs. Ketterling, you say Mr. Ketterling drinks a lot, and that is affecting your relationship. Why don't you tell me why that is?
It's not that he drinks a lot, it's that when he drinks, he gets angry.
Okay. Mr. Ketterling, are you a grumpy drunk?
Your Honor, I am guilty of that at times, yeah. I do have short patience when I'm drinking. Not like violent kind of anger, but yeah, I can be mean, I can be more make rude jokes or yeah. I come off in ways that I guess I don't realize I'm doing if I'm drinking.
Tell me what is the most distressing story you have that demonstrates his anger while drinking.
He'll take anything I say, like, out of context and freak out. Like, he's the Hulk in 0 to 100, just, like, fast. And there's nothing I can do to diffuse the situation besides, you're right, I'm sorry. It's just, I mean, he gets mad and throws stuff, breaks stuff.
Mr. Ketterling, do you find that distressing that you engage in that kind of conduct when you're drunk?
Your Honor, it does. So I've been sober for 6 months. I just want to bring up, for starters, there's a long history of progression from high school and on, and it led to a lot heavier things than just drinking even. I admittedly have had a lot of substance abuse and drinking problems, and so I would prefer. I guess I don't feel like it's fair that it still gets thrown in my face because I know that I'm not the greatest person when I'm drinking any of that. I'm not the same person I even am right now. Right. And so I don't feel like now that's relevant to our relationship.
Okay. I got you. Has he been sober for 6 months?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been exuberant about that?
I try to be happy. It's just in the past there's been so many times that it's...
Yeah, no, I know because it's difficult to live with an addict. Addicts are they're wholly different people. When someone does a run at sobriety, you cheer like you've lost your mind. because the risk of relapse is always there. If you live in the fear of it instead of in the hope and the joy of it, then you're going to exacerbate the opportunity to relapse. You with me? You know, sober again today, baby, loving that. You know, just whatever you got to do you've got to be, and he got to bring joy to his life while he's sober. So sober is happy. You know what I mean? You can't, and I understand you've had a lot happen to you, and you got your defenses up, and you got to understand that about a lot has happened. And you know, when a woman has been into escorting or prostitution or wherever she's been in, that label, that scarlet A sticks to her. And people never forgive her. Once you've gone down that road, a lot of times girls don't just say, hey, let me go be a prostitute. Stuff happens to people, and they do that as a last resort. You don't get mad at the Johns, you're still mad at her. You don't get mad at the person who did whatever to her that sent her in that direction, and that happened, right? You get mad at her because she fell. She's the most vulnerable person in the situation, and you stay mad about it, because that defines her. It's a societal thing. I know I've gone off track, but I don't care. You want her to applaud your 6 months of sobriety? You need to applaud her how many years of she hasn't been an escort anymore, and defend her to her friends and be about who she is and not the victim that she used to be. You with me on that one? So now let's talk about money.
There was a time that we were broke. We had like nothing, and she was getting hair extensions. And after the fact, I was told that she spent $300 or $400 on it, and come to find out she'd lied and paid $1,000
for hair.
And we couldn't eat the next week. I mean, we weren't surviving.
Who wants to tell me about your financial circumstances and why it's a problem?
Your Honor, I got a problem we can talk about. It's been the biggest problem we've had is just irresponsible spending. You know, for instance, we got like $1,500 to live off of. She could spend $1,200 of it in beauty stuff. There was a time that we were broke. We had like nothing, and she was getting hair extensions, and I got a bogus story. After the fact, I was told that she spent $300 or $400 on it, and come to find out she'd lied and paid $1,000 for hair. And we couldn't eat the next week. I mean, we weren't surviving. You know, but she had hair.
Yeah.
You know.
So yeah,
it's good.
You're starving, but you're looking good while you're doing it.
Right.
Mrs. Ketterling, do you spend money on your cosmetic situation before the basic bills are handled?
Okay, so during this time, I had my own money, and I paid what bills we had. While he was off running and gunning, do whatever he wanted to do, I still had to sit at home and make sure everything was taken care of. So yeah, I had my own money from school, and I got myself hair extensions. Yes, I lied to him about how much it cost because I didn't want to sit there and fight about it. And why should I when it's my money?
Yeah, and I get that it's your money, but were your household bills covered before you went out and did that with your money?
At that time, yes.
Are you sure?
There's been plenty of other times when no, but at that time, when I spent that big amount, yes.
Yeah.
The next month, we didn't have money to pay for your car. Okay, we couldn't pay for your car because you had hair.
That was the next month. I wasn't worried.
Well, it was within a month, regardless. You would have had your car payment paid. That's still in the same period. You know.
Yeah. You know, that was the next month. That's frightening to me, Mrs. Ketterling.
I know.
That, if you're okay for that month, you can just blow the rest of your money and worry about next month. That's not a road to security. You know, I know that the world has told you your value is in what you look like. I understand that. I get the world tends to tell that to women a lot, but that ain't it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I ain't got no hair, but you should see my bank account. You want to talk about power? You want to talk about owning your own and being respected? Get enough money. Won't nobody say nothing to you. Right. You with me?
Yes.
If you could get me to get him to do one thing that you think would save this marriage, what would it be?
Just to be equal with me in the marriage.
When you say equal, what do you mean?
Pay the bills with me, take care of the kids with me.
Take responsibility for Mr. Ketterling. What do you say about that?
I want to ask you, since I've been sober, have I not the
He
best I
has.
could
He
financially
has been
take care
working.
of everything?
He's come up, okay, I could say that he's been working harder in the past 6 months than he has our entire relationship.
I got
and the
you.
most important thing is, I think, for him staying sober, obviously.
Let me tell you what I think you need to do. It ain't about the fall, it's about the comeback. You know what I mean? It's never been about the fall. Anybody can fall. I've fallen, you know, in different ways. Shows for everybody falls. It's about the comeback. You two are in the comeback period, still tagging each other for the fall. And I want you to stop that. You know, you can't say in the past, if he's doing now in the 6th month, you celebrate that. You paid your dues. You stayed with an addict. Now that he's cleaned up, cash that check. You know? Don't say in the past he did. You're doing this now, and I love this about you now, and this is so wonderful, and I am so happy, and this is so fantastic. You feed the good and don't keep bringing up the negative. You know, revel in what is instead of lamenting what was. You need to take your position in between her and the world that would judge her and say, no more. Because it's not that. She was a victim of that. But that's not who she was. That wasn't her character. That wasn't her value. If she thinks you think she's the most fantastic thing in the world, the extensions won't be as necessary. If she thinks that you think that she is good and kind and loving and trustworthy, she won't worry about how she looks and what she is, because she's had to worry about that all along. Let's take that off of her. You be the hero in her life. You be Superman that has come in and said, baby, I've taken you away from all that. I know that's not who you are. I know that's where you've been. That's what other people have done to you. But I know you're better than that. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Y'all need to get passionate and excited about the turn that you've made in your life. People will wallow in what was, but most people can't step out of the past that you have. But you did. You've done the hard work. Spike the ball. Celebrate you know what I mean? You've done fantastic things. And I think the extent that the world does not acknowledge and recognize you, to heck with them. To heck with them. You celebrate one another. Your boys come to you with that nonsense. Hey, don't talk about my wife like that. You don't know her. Back up off that stuff. You know what I mean? Treat her like the queen that she is. Treat him like the new king that he is. Be happy together. Love one another and tell the world they can, well, you know. This matter is adjourned.
What I learned in court today, what I'm going to start doing different is I'm going to actually defend her when people bring stuff up about her. You know, I'm going to always support her in everything, and I'm going to keep staying away from the wrong people and keep doing the right thing.
To all the women out there that have been through what I've been through, I've been through, you know, abuse, molest, I've been an escort, domestic relationships, pretty much all of the above. I guess some advice I can give to you guys is just stay strong, and you're worth way more than what you're being put through, and just realize it. Realize it and embrace it.
Today on Divorce Court.
My wife, Kayla, is an immature, spoiled brat.
I made a lot of mistakes in the past, but I'm just here to fix it.
She doesn't want to take on responsibility, she doesn't want to pay bills, and she doesn't want to work full time.
She thinks that she's right all the time.
I'm starting to feel more like her parent rather than her partner.
Lachey needs to fix her attitude.
Kayla lies way too much. She even lied when she proposed to me.
Deep down inside, she's really petty.
Our lease is up in 3 months. If things don't change by then, I'm gonna go my way and she's gonna go back to her family.
I don't want to lose her, and it's scary. It really is.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Lachey Wallace and Kayla Clyburn. The two of you have been together for 2 years, married for 1. Ms. Wallace, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here today? Because I understand that even from the beginning, at the proposal, there was problems.
Well, that'll be correct. After we reconnected, everything was good. Like, we were hanging out every day. We spent a lot of time together. And, you know, we talked about getting married. So she had said, I need to save for a ring or whatever. And I'm like, I don't really need a ring. You know, it's just the fact of we're making a commitment. So I'm over her house one day, and I see a ring near her room. So I'm like, whose ring is this? You know, you wanted to propose, just do it. So she's like, I don't know whose ring it is, basically, but we could use it. So I'm like, cool, just do it, because I didn't think she was gonna do it anyway. But she proposed to me, and I accepted it, and we were good ever since. 5 months later, we got married and moved into the house or whatever, and there was a laptop that she bought from her house when she moved. So I'm on the laptop, I'm about to clear it out, just making sure there's no important files on there. I see pictures of her and her ex. So I'm going through the pictures, you know, being nosy. I come up on a picture of the ring, but it's not my hand. So I'm looking at the laptop, and I'm looking at my finger, looking at the laptop, looking at my finger like, this is the same ring.
Whose finger was it on? Was it on her finger or her ex's finger?
Basically, she knew that this was her ex's ring, but when I asked her, did you know who ring it was, she lied.
Ms. Clyburn, what'd you lie about that for? Not really a big deal, is it?
I lied because I wanted to marry her. I knew that when you get married or when you propose, you have a ring, and I didn't have enough money for a ring. So I thought of the idea of, I knew it was wrong. I knew it was wrong when I did it, or I knew it was wrong when I thought about doing it. But I wanted to marry her, and this is my way. I knew she was coming over. Let me just put this ring right here. And I knew it was wrong, but it worked.
Right.
And that's the problem. She set up the whole thing.
Right.
Like, I thought it was just a coincidence. Oh, it's a ring right here, but she plotted. And
I don't think that's a plot.
That is a plot.
No, I think that was a romantic plan, a gesture. She was trying to, you know, she couldn't get a ring. She used somebody else's. Why does that bother you so?
It was her ex's ring.
I get that.
You not only did you lie about it, but you knew that was your ex's ring, your ex's ring. Like,
was it nice?
I liked it a lot, but I had to throw it in the trash just because of the simple fact.
You had to throw it in
yes.
the trash? That's just foolish.
I got up and I threw it in the trash, and now it's in some.
Sell it.
No.
You sell it.
That hurts her even more. If she spent money on the ring and she gave it to me, now it's in the trash.
Yeah, that's paying the stupid tax. You know what I mean? Money is money is money. But anyway, Ms. Wallace, tell me about the dating app. To me, I would have broken out with that one, but go ahead.
So she's in the shower one day, and I just keep hearing notification after notification, and there's a different type of sound. You know, usually a text message is like a bing, but this is like another type of notification. Right. So I look over, and it's like this lesbian dating app, and I'm like, when did we start doing this? I thought we was trying to like repair.
Was this before you got married or after?
This is after.
After.
This is like a couple months ago.
Ms. Clyburn, what were you doing on a dating app?
Well, since she skipped the part where we separated, Lachey basically told me she didn't want me physically, emotionally, none of that. So I was hurt by it. Yes, I did say I didn't want to be in this relationship anymore. But hearing her say that she's done with me, it broke my heart. And for me to get over somebody, I have to talk to somebody else. I know that's not the smart and mature way to go about it, but that's what I did. But I don't, Lachey also
did you skip the part that you had told her you were done with her, over, emotionally, physically, in every way possible?
I don't think I necessarily skipped that part. The thing is.
No. You and I aren't on the same page. Did you say that stuff to her? That you were done? That you were over? So when you tell somebody you're done, they can date other people. That's how it works.
We're married. So if we were just like dating, that's fine. But we're married and we live together.
That's true, but and you got a good point there. You don't rush and do it. But if you say you're done, that's to me saying I want to divorce you.
It may, but.
Well, what did you want her to take away from that conversation?
I wanted her to take away, oh no, I'm about to lose this person. Let me do better, not let me go and get on a dating app.
That never works out that way. When you hurt somebody to their core, it doesn't make, oh, I better do better. It just makes them want to hurt you.
Clearly.
Which is what she did. I'm just letting you know. I mean, it don't mean you were right.
Yeah, I know I was wrong.
It don't mean you're right. But my understanding is you have some dating apps on your phone as well. Is that accurate?
Of course, after I seen all the cheating activity she was doing, I was like,
cheated.
okay. And I purposely put an app on my phone so she could see it. I never leave my phone in the living room. So I downloaded a dating app.
You know, when did relationships stop involving two people? You know, it's like, you know, this, so I'm going to go over here and do this over here because she hurt me over there. It's never a conversation or a discussion between the two of you. It's always you got to reach out and grab a third party and pull them in through dating apps or social media. That's why don't nothing work out. Because you're conducting your business on the World Wide Web, and it don't work. I understand there's a whole lot going wrong, money problems, family problems, so I'm going to move off of this issue and move on to the next. You don't think her family approves of your marriage. Is that accurate?
Those who do know are fine with it, but I feel like her family, they're pretty much, they think it's a phase for her.
Are you worried about some of your family members finding out? Because they're going to find out now, but, you know, finding out that you're married? Ms. Wallace, you say you have concerns about Ms. Clyburn's maturity and her ability to contribute in a meaningful manner to the household. What's the breakdown, you know, percentage-wise? How much are you handling? How much is she handling?
This is nice.
So Kayla's portion, what does that say, Joe?
$345.
$345. And what's the next thing? I don't have my glasses on. I can't
Family
see
support, $300.
Your family help support?
Yes.
They give you $300 a month?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Do they wonder when you're going to be on your own?
I'm sure that they feel that way. I have supportive family. If anybody in our family needs help, we're going to help each other. That's how my family is.
Let me ask you this. Why are you only working part-time? You know she's stressed about money. Why don't you just say, oh, okay, I'll kick it up a notch?
When I am at work, if she says something about the hours that I'm working, I will go to my manager and I will talk to her and say, hey, I need to pay rent. Can I have more hours? So it's not like I'm not trying. Lachey doesn't see that I'm trying, which I am, you know, stepping up as a wife, which is something I need to work on, which is something I am working on.
No, see, I don't believe in working on that. Either you get more hours or you don't. You get a full-time job or you don't. There's nothing working on it.
Okay.
It's not like I work on losing weight, yes. I work on, you know, finishing something, but you don't work on working on, you just get a full-time job. Yeah. You just, you know, I'm working on it. You do it or you don't.
Yeah.
You don't think her family approves of your marriage. Is that accurate?
Those who do know are fine with it, but I feel like her family, they're pretty much, they think it's a phase for her. So I feel like the marriage portion is the confirmation that it's not a phase, like this is forever. Right. And I don't think they like that.
Right. Now, you know that's not her fault though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't blame her for it. Mm-mm. No. Does she fail to tell certain members of her family for fear that they will reject her?
It's not necessarily fear. It's just we both tell who we're comfortable with telling. It's not a thing of like being fearful. It's just a thing of, okay, I'll tell who I want to know.
Yeah. Are you worried about some of your family members finding out? Because they're going to find out now, but, you know, finding out that you're married?
Yes, I am. Mainly because they don't understand this whole lesbian, gay thing. They don't get it. So whenever I try to explain it, it doesn't click. It's like, you're going to hell. Oh, this is not what God wants you to do. I don't have time to hear that. I know what I want. I've never been with a man ever. I know that this is what I want. This is not a phase for me. It's never been a phase. So to prevent hearing this, I don't say anything. Which I probably, you know, should now.
Yeah, well, I'd go home and mention it if I were you. You say that Ms. Wallace isn't romantic. What do you mean by that?
Well, she can be romantic, but me, I'm the type that's like, oh, come here, baby, give me a hug, give me a kiss, give me the, like, hold me, touch me. And she's like, no, like, leave me alone. Like, I'm here, at least I'm here. Like, I just want to chill. I don't want to do all of that. With the whole sex, intimate thing, I love sex. I love having sex with her. When I have sex, it's great. But she's the type that's like, we're not having sex unless I want to have sex. So basically, I have to wait until she wants to have sex in order to have sex.
Okay.
So
now we're gonna be gentle. Tell me about the romance. Is she more demonstrative than you are? Are you uncomfortable with showing affection?
It's not that I'm uncomfortable. I do it when I feel like doing it, but...
Did you see the face she made when she said, I do? I mean, it was like you were picking up dog poop or something. It was like, I do it.
It's not even like that. Like, I work a full-time job. I'm into, like, bettering myself, so I'm always basically in school. I have, like, an online business. I'm doing a lot because I have to pay bills while she's thinking about sex and spending her money on wigs. So I have to, like, I have more stress than she does. She has the luxury of thinking about sex all day and her nails and hair.
But that still don't...
I got you. Let me help you with that one.
I would do anything to fix this marriage, so I'm willing to do whatever it takes.
If I could wave my magic gavel and pow, put a thought into her head, what would it be? What do you want from Ms. Clyburn?
I wanted to take on more...
If I could just wave my gavel and bing, throw a thought in her head and she will pursue it when she leaves, what would that thought be?
I would like her to take on more responsibility, work a full-time job, and work on contributing more to the household.
So, in bottom line, she wants you to get a full-time job.
Yeah.
All of that speaks to, I need her to get... And you can do that.
Right,
You go home
I know
and do
I
that
can.
right away.
I know.
Now, are you not going to do that?
No, I'm going to do it because, for one, I need some more money. Two, I'm trying to save this marriage. I would do anything to fix this marriage. So I'm willing to do whatever it takes.
So I'm going to ask you the same question. If I could wave my magic gavel and pow, put a thought into her head, what would it be?
Trust me.
Why do you feel like she doesn't trust you?
I know that I lied in the beginning. I feel like the whole ring incident just messed her mind up. And I get accused of lying a lot. I want that to change. Another thing, I want to be held. I want you to tell me that you love me. I want to feel loved. I don't want to have to...
Are you hanging on to that ring nonsense?
No.
Because that's some nonsense.
I feel like sex and affection is a prize. Like, how can you expect to have sex all day when I've been asking you to do the same stuff for months? Same stuff every day. You ain't implement nothing.
I did. You just don't see it.
That's how I feel.
Let me do this, Ms. Wallace. She needs to know you love her. Give me 30 seconds of your best professional love.
Okay.
Look at her, don't look at me.
All right. I love you because, like, you have a very positive and upbeat spirit. You're like a breath of fresh air. You motivate me and you believe in me, and that's a great thing. Like, you're like something I never had.
Oh, that was lovely.
That was really...
That's one of the best I've ever heard. It really was. That was wonderful. And you were embarrassed. You didn't feel like doing it, but you bellied up to the bar and did a good job. Did you feel that?
Yes, I really did. I felt.
I'm glad that you felt that. I'm not going to ask you to do the same thing because I think you bubble up with it all the time.
I do.
I really do. I really think that you're very open with it. Am I right with that? She's always coming forth with it, and I know what's wrong and I know how to fix it. I love situations like this because I got two good people doing the right thing, loving one another, that are getting tripped up by the little stuff. And you can fix the little stuff. Now, what she needs from you is for you to be responsible, to wonder about what the bills are, to engage in affirmative efforts to make sure everything is all right. So you need to get a full-time job, and you need to sit down and have discussions with her about money and tell her, look, babe, I'm gonna take this and this and this. You ain't got to worry about it, because I got you like that. That's what you need to do.
Okay.
You said she was a breath of fresh air. Breathe her in. You are tight. You are just, you know, when I'm this and I'm this. One of the best and easiest and biologically rooted ways to feel less stress is to hold another person. You know, that skin-to-skin contact, it releases oxytocin. It actually makes you feel better. That's what you ought to do. And when you talk about affection, it doesn't take any time. 5 minutes throughout the day, a hug here, a kiss there. It may not be your go-to move. It may not be natural for you, because I don't think it is. But every once in a while, if you feed that, and if you respond to her maturing and stepping up, and she's only 21. She's 2 days past born. She's just a kid. I was a fool when I was 21. I was a fool that had money because I didn't waste it on nothing. But you understand, she's 2 days past born, so you got to give her a little room to grow up. Help her with it. Don't get mad that she doesn't do it. Help her with it, and be honest. Know that you could be a little flighty, be a little more solid. You know, talk to her about where you're going, what you're doing, what's happening, so you can build that trust and comfort that she needs. And every time she does something in your direction, put something on it. Throw a hug in there. Throw a kiss in there. You know what I mean? Little bit every day. Extraordinary change, because you're good people. Just messing up the little stuff. All right?
Yes.
You heard me? This matter is adjourned.
Today I learned a lot from Judge Toler. I think I'm gonna go home and try to be a little more affectionate, a little more understanding, try to listen to her more, and I think it'll work out.
Lachey, I messed up a lot, and I want to do this right. I want you to wear this ring forever, and do not throw it away. Give me your left hand, baby. I love you, and I don't want you to take this off, okay?
All right, got it.
Today on Divorce Court.
Mr. Harris, I am here because I am sick and tired of the cheating, the lies, the mistrust issues that we have between each other, and I want you to know that it has to end now.
I'm tired of you giving your money to other women when you should be taking that and spending it on us, on our family. I'm tired of it. I don't even know if I could trust you again.
You can trust me. I've made mistakes. You made mistakes, but it
I
has
didn't
to stop
cheat on
today.
you with your friend.
The same with you. You weren't supposed to cheat on me.
You forgave me, so now it's an issue.
The first
again?
time I forgave you.
Kelvin,
the second time I forgave you.
Yes, so
How many
it's
times am I
okay for you
supposed
to go
forgive you?
screw my friend. It's okay for you to sleep
you
with
said it
my
was okay.
friends.
You said
and
it was okay.
No, I didn't, Kelvin.
Yes, you did.
We need to do something about this today. It has to finish, and we have to come to a conclusion now.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Kelvin Rhodes and Jaharis Ogando. The two of you have been together for 5 years. You have one child together. You love each other, but you're not quite sure whether or not you're ready to get married. You have some issues you need to resolve. So you brought me your marriage license with permission to tear it up should I find your union ill-advised. You also filled out my compatibility test. And I have some things I would like to say about that. Before we get to there, Mr. Rhodes, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about this relationship, why you love her, but you're not quite sure you're going to walk down the aisle?
Because of the cheating. We've been in a relationship, and 2 years into the relationship, she started cheating on me, and that really just hurt me.
Give me stories about some of the cheats.
Well, I would look through her cell phone, and I would see text messages from other people, other guys wanting to meet up with her, which eventually led to her having an affair with one of her coworkers. Yes.
Now, was it an incident or was it an affair?
It was an affair. It was an affair.
Ms. Ogando, what do you have to say about that?
I did cheat on him, but it was because he wasn't showing me any attention after the 2 years of us being together. He wouldn't sleep with me. I'll throw myself at him, and he will completely ignore it. And what am I supposed to do? We're not intimate for more than 2 weeks, more than 3 weeks. So yes, I got close to a coworker. At first, it wasn't anything like that. We went out.
So was there no intimacy at all, or is it was just infrequent?
It wasn't. It wasn't. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Hang on.
It went to one point. It was one time where we didn't have any intimacy
For
more
how
than
long a
3
period of
weeks,
time?
For almost a month. I would get it, and then we wouldn't even finish. He can't.
Because I was tired. I was working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, every day.
What do you do?
I'm a truck driver.
Oh, okay. So those long haul trucks.
Yes.
You know, a month without happens on occasion, especially when you have somebody has a grueling gig. Did you talk to him about it?
I did.
Did you?
I told him. I said, Kelvin, you're not. I'm throwing it at you. I'm throwing it at you, and it's like you're ducking. You're bobbing and weaving from it. Why are you doing? Oh, I'm tired, baby.
You weren't bobbing and weaving, were you?
Yes, he was.
I was just tired all the time.
All the time.
She wasn't that tired to where when I came home, I caught her in bed with someone else. She wasn't tired then.
He wasn't.
Tell me what happened.
At that time, I had changed jobs and I had started going over the road from state to state.
Right.
So I came home. I told her that I was going to be going somewhere one night, and it brought me through the house, which I went through, but she didn't know that I was coming through the house. So I pull up in the yard in my truck, and I have an 18-wheeler. She's so dead asleep, she doesn't even hear the truck pull up in the yard. And I see her car and another car in the house. I'm like, who in the world is this? So I disarm the alarm, walk in the house, walk in, and catch her and him in the bed together.
Ms. Agando, would you like to respond to that?
I did. By this point, we weren't doing anything, Judge. We weren't doing anything. And if we did, it was one day, and then the next time we did something, it was the next month. So yes, I did. By this time, I was already planning on leaving him. I was tired of it. I'm sure.
Beyond intimacy, was there a lack of affection in general?
Yes.
Because intimacy is one thing, and affection is quite another.
It is. It was lack of intimacy. It was lack of affection. It was lack of everything. And still now, it's still lack of affection today. Still.
Now, Mr. Rhodes, I'm right with you about the driving. I get that, and I get tired, and I get all of that. But, you know, putting an arm around a woman, baby, you look good, then you pass out. It's always available to you. You know, to feed her need probably doesn't take as long as you would think.
But see, what she's not telling you is when I did come home, she would go out with her friend. She would leave me at home with the kids.
He's doing all this. He's saying all this, but he's not telling you. He's so perfect, but he's not telling you he slept with my friend. My friend.
When did that happen?
That just recently happened, a few months ago. What we're talking about happened 2 years ago with me. I stopped. But he's not telling you.
She didn't stop because she was still talking to this guy earlier this year.
I can't help that. So we have to communicate from time to time. He just slept with my friend which it didn't just happen once. It happened multiple times.
3 times.
Multiple times.
Only 3, Joe.
Right.
Only 3.
But Judge, she told me that maybe I should sleep with her friend. When I first met her friend, 2 weeks after meeting her, I told her, Jaharis, this lady's not your friend. She's making hits at me. She's making moves at me.
Before,
2 years.
Okay.
Give me your version of that.
When she was making advances towards him, as he says, I wasn't worried about it. I never would have.
Why weren't you worried about it?
Because I would have never figured of him. You would think that he would cheat on me. He would go for a Beyonce, not for a Precious.
Oh, I said you so bad, you ain't worried about other women.
No, not that I'm so
because
bad.
You're gorgeous. No, you are.
Thank you.
You're absolutely gorgeous.
But
and
you
I
would
get that.
But you would think that he would go above, and I'm cheating. If I'm cheating on him, I'm going to go for something that's better. That's done.
Ms. Ogando,
No.
let me.
No, she didn't.
No. Let me explain something to you about men. Even famous, beautiful women get cheated on. It's not about simply a beauty thing. It's just it's their thing. And your friend is not your friend if she's hitting on your man.
She wasn't, yes.
Yeah, she's not. She can be kind to you, she can be nice to you, she can lend you money, but if she's hitting on your man, she's not your friend.
Okay, Judge.
And you don't leave it there to allow him to be weak with it. Do you know what I'm saying? But anyway, I just won't say before we say anything else, this is a before your vows. Deep. Very, very deep. So we're going to figure out what else is going wrong and then find out why you're still considering getting married anyway.
She would tell me that she's going out with her friends. Oh, we'll be back by 9, 12 at the latest. I'm thinking PM. She shows up in the AM. Then she tells me that she will call me, let me know how everything's doing. Then I won't hear from her again until 11, 12 o'clock the next morning.
Clearly you have trust issues, and for legitimate reasons, because everybody has done their dirt. But you say even now she goes out and is unaccounted for long periods of time. Tell me about that.
She would tell me that she's going out with her friends. Oh, we'll be back by 9, 12 at the latest. I'm thinking PM. She shows up in the AM.
How often does that happen? Is that a rare occurrence or
lately it's been
event?
rare, but at first it used to be all the time. It's like she would go out. I would say, Jaharis, why are you not answering your phone when I call you? Oh, I left my phone in the car, or I cut it off because I didn't want to lose it. I left it at the house or something like that. And I'm like, that's not a good thing to do when you got me here with the kids. What if somebody has to go to the emergency room? You don't know nothing. Then she tells me that she will call me and, let me know how everything's doing. She'll probably call me once around 10 or 11 o'clock at night. Then I won't hear from her again until 11, 12 o'clock the next morning.
Ms. Uganda, what do you want to say about that?
He says now lately it's been real. Lately I haven't been doing it at all. But when I was doing it, I didn't even want to be home. So yes, I would go out with my girlfriends and stay over their house. No, I don't bring my phone out with me when we go to a bar or a lounge or whatever it is because I don't want to lose it. So yes.
Why didn't you want to be home? What was going on there that was so unpleasant?
He always thinks he's right. He's never wrong, ever. For example, yesterday,
Okay. All right.
coming here. We're getting dropped off to the airport, and the person that's dropping us off is telling us, where do I go? I don't know where I'm going. We both say left and right at the same time. I say go right, he says go left. So going right is going to take us the same way where we're going. Going left is going to go all the way around to the highway. I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you? Because you don't know what you're talking about. If you listen to her, she's going to have you in South Africa somewhere.
I was in the front seat.
The point is,
right?
Look, you see?
It was the same thing. It was just
He has
30
to be
seconds
right.
different.
He has to be right.
So why wouldn't you just let her go right?
Because the girl asked me, she said, which way should we go?
And she jumped in.
And she jumped
She
in,
says,
yes.
she didn't ask him, Kelvin, or whatever. She said, okay, so where do I go? She generally stated it, and he has to be right.
I hear this from a lot of women, and I've been trying to articulate it in a manner that might make sense to the guys about whom they say it. The best I've come up with is this. She feels like you tell her she's not right a lot, and that it's really important for you to tell her she's not right. And you can't even let something go because she needs to know she's not right. Do you understand what I'm saying with that?
I understand what you're saying.
Do you think any of that might be going on?
I'm not trying to fire her, but she doesn't want anybody to listen to nobody but her.
That's not true.
I give Jaharis advice. She won't take advice from me, but if Joe or somebody else gives her advice, it's like somebody just turned the light on in the room and she's like, oh, I never knew about that.
That's not true.
I could tell her the exact same thing that you would tell her, and she won't listen to me because it came from me.
It's just sometimes you have to hear it from somebody else.
Right.
Sometimes you have to hear someone else say the same thing that this person that thinks they're always right.
I got
to
you.
get
I'm
a clear understanding.
I think I understand what you're saying.
I would tell her stuff like, we need to work on straightening out our credit and stuff.
Oh,
we need to do this to straighten.
Let's take a moment then, because I do want to switch gears a little bit here and talk about finances, because again, that's another major issue in your relationship, and it's often what trips people up when they actually do get married.
Yes.
He is giving money to a woman left and right every other day. $100, $275 another day. The next day, $15 for smoke.
But she
so
does
you're
the
telling
same thing.
You're telling me that she needed cigarettes, so you gave her $15 because she wanted cigarettes.
Mr. Rhodes, you have concerns with respect to how she spends money. Please share them with me.
Okay.
Man, she has packages coming to the door left and right from online and stuff. I'll be sitting outside and the mailman will come up and he'll be like, oh man, I'm glad this package isn't like the one from a few days ago. I'm like, what package? And he tells me stuff like, A package came here a couple of days ago, 3 boxes, and I had to get help to move it in the house. And packages just, we'll be sitting at the house, I'll open the door, packages sitting on the porch. I'm like, what is this? Did you order this? She was like, I don't remember ordering it. It has your name on the package. It's attached to your credit card. Oh, I ordered this? I don't remember. Open it up, let's see what it is. And then there's something in there, and she's like, oh, I did order it.
Now, Ms. Oganda, are you spending more money than is comfortable with?
Sometimes.
When you consider how much is coming in?
Sometimes I am. But, Judge, it may sound like I'm trying to justify what I'm doing, but he is giving money to a woman left and right every other day. He was giving, this woman would ask him, and this is not the same woman.
Just a friend of his?
So he says, somebody that he's interested in. Speaking of money and trust.
Are you giving money to some other woman?
I have done it before.
Yes.
We were.
Is it one particular woman, or do you give it and dole out money?
And it only lasted for like 2 or 3 weeks.
But I saw it on his app, and I'm scrolling, I'm like, looking, oh my God, what? I needed money this day.
Yeah, well, she got
it. $10, $200, $275 another day. The next day, $15 for smoke.
But she does the same thing.
You're telling me that she needed cigarettes, so you gave her $15 because she wanted cigarettes.
Now, Mr. Rose, what's up with that? You know that's crooked, right? You know that ain't straight.
Judge.
Hang on. You know that ain't straight, right?
Yes, I know.
$700.
What were you trying to accomplish?
She asked me to help her get on her feet.
Oh my God.
And Jaharis took it upon herself to text the lady back as if she were me and ask her when would she pay me back.
Right.
And the lady told her, she said, I told you that once I get on my feet, that I would pay you back.
Okay,
so that's all
it's been a while.
Let me get hey. There is a general rule about loaning money when you're in a relationship.
He gave her money.
Hush.
I'm sorry.
To loan, to give, or otherwise, to take financial strength out of the house and put it in somebody else's house. Everybody got to be on board with it because everybody's living in the same house. I had a friend of my husband call once. You know, I do okay economically. People see that. Someone called, said, I need a down payment of $3,000. Can I borrow it from him? And I said, yeah, you can lend it to him as long as he's got a room for you in that house with him.
Exactly. Yes.
That's because we're defending our gate.
Right.
We're defending our bank. This is our house. So before you either give it to the internet people or you give it to the woman across the street. I don't know if she crossed the street. I just made that up.
Judge Toler,
but
look,
no. You know
I'm
what,
not
Ms.
giving it to another man.
Ms. Ogando, I'm gonna tell you something. If you ever want to be successfully married, you gotta know when to stop talking.
Thank you.
You really do.
And she gets mad.
You really do. I know a thing or two.
She gets mad at me when
you just as
listen.
bad.
No.
You interrupted me while I'm telling her don't interrupt me.
This is the only time I can talk to her.
If you want to be successfully married, you got to know when to stop talking. So I'm going to leave that there. We're going to talk about the compatibility test, and I'm going to give you my best advice.
Okay.
I gave you a compatibility test. And my man over here, when I asked, list 5 things wrong with you, what did you do?
With me?
Yeah. What did you write down?
Nothing.
There you go.
I know I'm not perfect, but...
Not ready to get married. And let me tell you why. When you can't list what's wrong with you, you can't make room for it. You can't make adjustments to it. So what's wrong with you doesn't collapse the marriage. You've got to not only know that you're not perfect, you got to know in what manner you're not perfect and understand how that will wear on a marriage. So until you're there, you're not ready to marry. You've got to be strong, whole way. There's this thing called a married state of mind. A married state of mind is, oh, he's making me unhappy for 30 days. Let me go see what's up. Let me deal with it. Let me find a good book until my mind is right and I can talk to him. It's not let me go sleep with my coworker. That's what a married state of mind is. A married state of mind is I'm willing to be unhappy for a little while and ride this rough road with you as opposed to find my comfort elsewhere. That's a married state of mind. Neither one of you has a married state of mind. It's a zero-sum situation. Either you're winning or she's winning. But there's never a point at which the relationship gets a win. I wouldn't, we're not doing that. We're just not doing that. You have to understand what it is. If you even want to consider getting married, I would go through marriage counseling first. So you get an idea of what it is and how compatible you are with the process, because it's a lot of work and it's a lot of not getting what you want, when you want it, how you want it, and being okay with it and not going outside the marriage to deal with it. And neither one of you is ready to do that. Good luck to the both of you. This matter is adjourned.
I know that I'm not perfect. I know that I've made mistakes. I know that I've done things that I shouldn't have done, and I know how to change those things. I know that Jaharis is a good person. She has flaws, and so do I. And if she's willing, I forgave her. Hopefully she's willing to forgive me.
I believe that I do still want to be with him because aside from the cheating and everything that has stopped, he's a great man. He loves my children that aren't his, as well as the one that is his. He takes care of us, and I take care of him too. Everything stopped.
Today on Divorce Court.
I know that Rashid is cheating on me.
I am not cheating on my wife.
A young lady contacted me on Facebook. I got a little bit of information from her. Obviously, they were in some type of relationship.
I think she's cheating on me, to be honest with you. Trying to do some reverse psychology to blame it on me.
Well, right now, I'm at my wit's end. Sometimes I feel as if it was a mistake to marry him.
I really don't need no woman.
I am ready for a divorce today.
I'm ready to get a divorce if that's what it comes down to.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Melissa Benjamin and Rashid Raming. The two of you have been married for a year and a half, although you've been together for 9 years. You do not have any children together, and this thing is off the rails, and you want my help in getting it back on the rails. So, Ms. Benjamin, I'm going to start with you. What is the major issue facing you and Mr. Raming today?
The major issue is Rashid's lack of motivation and support and security for me and the family.
Explain that.
Rashid really has no goals. He doesn't want to seem like push forward in life. And so with that, he's not really able to support the family and give me the security and the support that I'm looking for.
Is he currently working?
Yeah, he's working odd and end jobs.
Working odds and ends.
Mm-hmm.
How much money would you say he brings in monthly?
I don't know. I'll say about maybe 50, 75.
A month?
Oh, a month?
Yeah.
No. A month, I guess about 300.
300 a month? Mr. Ramin, why don't you tell me what your take on your financial situation is?
My take is I do work. And I do bring, she probably about 3 to 5, 4, somewhere between that range. And I would say there's no financial problem with me as far as with me concerning, but it might be financial problem with her.
Hold up. How could you not have any financial problems, but your wife have financial problems? I don't understand that.
Okay, well, it is a financial problem, but I would say if you're working as a team, you would need to help each other out. I mean, I'm not going to have all the time, but when I have, I've gave.
Yeah, but do you think you're carrying your weight in the, because she feels stressed. She feels that she doesn't have enough economic support from your side, not because you're unable, but simply because you're unwilling. Is that true?
No, it's not because I'm unwilling.
Why are you unable to provide more than that?
Some of the jobs I work, I guess I would be honest with you, is under the table. I do car washing and I do installation. I put in installation.
Yeah.
So those are under table jobs. It depends on the contract and how long those jobs last.
So if those jobs aren't enough, why don't you get another job?
Yes,
You can
ma'am.
always get a couple jobs.
ma'am.
You can always
Yes,
get
ma'am.
one
I'm
9 to
working on
5er.
that. Yes, ma'am. I'm working on that now. I do have an interview as soon as I leave here.
Working on that now. How long have you been? Let me ask you, because you're about to have a heart attack over here. How long have you been asking him to contribute financially in a more substantial and meaningful way?
About as long as we've been together. Rashid does not have.
So for a decade.
Yeah, Rashid does not have his GED. He will not go back and get his GED. So therefore, that leads him to dead-end jobs. He works at fast food and car washes, and therefore that's not bringing in enough money. And then he doesn't even want to stay on those jobs.
At least I work.
I mean, he stays like 3 to 4 months
And then
at the most.
then
on the
he's
job.
done.
And then he's gone.
Yeah. Why won't you get your GED? Because it does help. Because on the application they say, what do you got? And you know, if you don't have even at least GED on there, bam, file 13.
And we can't even fill out the application.
So why won't you get your GED?
Lack of support. My wife.
Okay.
Lack of support.
Now we're
wife
getting
ain't
somewhere.
supporting me.
Now, what kind of support do you need that she's failing to provide?
I want to hear this.
As far as her, you know what I'm saying, like just as far as her, you know, helping me out as a person.
In what respect? She can't just. What specifically do you need from her that she has? Because let's say this.
No.
You don't have to worry about the rent because she got it. You don't have to worry about the food because she got it. You don't have to worry about the utilities so you got it. So I call that support. I'm asking you, what does she need to do in addition to making sure your body and soul is together? What else does she need to do in order to allow you to do your part? You said support. You got excited when you said it. Lack of support. So I want to hear, what kind of support do you need specifically?
Support as far as like being able to talk to me, you know what I'm saying, on the level. And as far as like, I would say helping me set up getting into going to class, GED. I helped her when she was going to college to get to college, to help her get to the places she needed to get to. I don't have the same type of support to help far as going there to get what I need.
I understand, yeah, Mr. Robbie. Let me ask you this. It ain't that complicated.
No, it's not.
Okay, and she's at work, right?
Yeah.
So while she's at work, maybe an hour a day, you could look into getting into courses or classes for a GED.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is her absence precluding you from doing that?
Well, I would say that's on my part. That's something I need to work on myself.
You don't need to work on it. You need to stop it.
I need to do it. Yes,
Do you know what I'm saying? Work on it. You understand? Work on. I need to work on working on something. You just need to do. You have to acknowledge, I've simply failed to do it. You've got to acknowledge, I haven't held up my end.
Yeah. All right, I can acknowledge that. Yes, ma'am.
Judge, can I say something about that helping part? If this isn't helping, then I need somebody to explain to me what helping is. I took Rashid to a job site, a roofing job site. Sit in this hot car, filled out this whole application for Rashid, a booklet application. Turned the application in. Rashid went in and turned it in. When he turned it in, his phone was not on. They called my phone. I got in contact with Rashid some kind of way and told him that he actually got the job. I'm gonna let Rashid finish what happened with this job because he's no longer on it.
Well, let's ask Rashid what happened with the job. There's also an issue with other women.
When Rashid was blowing up the phone, I didn't know why he was blowing me up, but of course I didn't answer. So when I looked on Facebook and saw the message that the young lady put on the picture, I kind of got the idea why he was calling me.
No, I don't know this woman. I never knew her. Ma'am, I'm being honest with you. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
Mr. Ramin, what happened with the roofing job that she helped you get? Filled out the application, handed it in, you got the job, what happened?
I worked on the job for 3 months, yes, ma'am.
And then what happened?
Just strayed away from it.
You strayed away from it?
Yeah, I stopped doing that job and started back doing the same thing what I normally do, installation. Yes, ma'am.
But you just kind of walked off? Did you quit? Did you find a better job?
Yeah, kind of like you said, just in the midst of the person I was working for that helped me get in the door. Because the person I worked for knew the man. That's how my name got called. And I ended up going back to them anyway and working with them anyway. Yes, ma'am.
What happened?
He quit the job.
That's
He
what
quit the
happened.
job. The job was $10 an hour, paying him every week, and he also got a second check like on Saturday or whatever, on Monday if he worked the weekends. And he called me and he told me he quit the job. He said he couldn't deal with the people. They weren't picking him up, which that's not their fault because you should have a transportation of your own. And so he just quit.
You say not only is he economically unsupportive, but there's also an issue with other women bothering you with respect to him. Explain that to me.
Well, just recently, the situation came up where I reshared a picture on Facebook, you know, old memories. And lo and behold, I look, and Rashid was blowing up my phone. I didn't know why he was blowing me up, but of course I didn't answer. So when I looked on Facebook and saw the message that the young lady put under the picture, I kind of got the idea why he was calling me. I guess
What was the message?
She put shaking my head. She really put the initials SMH, but that's what it means.
Because at the fact that you and he were in a picture together?
No, Rashid wasn't in the picture. His name was tagged in it from like about 3 years ago. So he wasn't even in the picture. The point of it is that he's been dealing with this young lady. One time before we separated, and him and the young lady were posting.
So what's the secret you had?
Him and the young lady were posting pictures on Facebook then.
Together?
Yeah, he posted a picture on there, but at that time we weren't together, so you know, I questioned him about it, but he's saying the same old thing he's saying now. But for her to go up under an old picture, then it had to be something else going on. If y'all not having any more dealings, why would you just go up under an old picture on Facebook?
Well, I'll tell you why she did it. She was mad. She was trying to egg you out and say, you know, well, he left me for you, shaking my head.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
That's exactly what it was.
I really think that it's more to it, and she said it in the text messages, what it was, so.
No, it's not.
Well, tell me about the woman that came to your house and knew your work schedule.
So Rashid and my son was outside in the yard playing. He runs in the house and says, come to the door, Melissa, this lady's out here acting crazy. I don't know who this lady is, never seen her before, but I went to the door simply because my child was out there. So get to the door, she begins to yell and scream and holler. I'm trying to ask her, what is going on? Why are you yelling and screaming at me? And he just called me to the door. So she's just yelling and ranting and raving about Rashid this, Rashid that. And so I'm trying to figure out, how do they know each other? Rashid is standing here like a deer in the headlights. He's not saying anything to her. So I'm saying, Rashid, who is this? His only reply is, I don't know this lady. So she starts yelling things about me. And then that's when it was about to get physical, because now you saying that you know where I work at, how my house look inside. I think that I'm all of this and that because I work somewhere and got a car. No, ma'am, you don't know me. I mean, whatever dealings you have with Rashid, that's one thing.
Mr. Ramin, do you still contend you don't know this woman?
No, I don't know this woman. I never knew her. Ma'am, I'm being honest with you. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
I'm trying to help you out a little bit.
Yeah, I know you are trying to help me out. That was just a random person that knew the person that I knew at the house. Her niece had wanted to talk to me. I turned her niece down. It was a particular day when she was at school or whatever, and you know, her niece was trying to holler at me across the road. I know the lady that lived across the road. She runs a bootlegger, so of course, you know, I went to the bootlegger a few times, whatever. So, you know,
with that $300 a month you make.
It was just a random. It was just a random thing. That's all.
Was just a random thing.
Yeah, it was
okay.
No, it was not random.
Yes, ma'am.
She said,
Ms. Benjamin, now I got a question for you. Why?
I mean, she already hiding secrets anyway. She already secretive.
What kind of secrets is she hiding?
She hiding from her family that the fact that she married. She ain't even tell them she up here.
Because it's not a marriage. It's really not a marriage.
Thank you.
I do want to know why, and one of the whys that I wanted to tick off, I know why, but you say you're not even intimate anymore because you're afraid he might be carrying something. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Because the young lady who he doesn't know yelled out that he has AIDS.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ramin, what do you have to say about that?
She done went with me to the place to go get checked. She went on the same time, and she knows I doesn't have anything. And ma'am, I only been messing with this woman, so which is my wife.
Right.
So if I have something, she would have had something too.
Okay, so did you guys go get tested?
Yes,
we
ma'am.
did.
And everything was clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you know, random people who do up hooping and hollering, they tell lies. You can't go to them for the God's honest truth. You know what I mean? What's the real reason you don't want to be intimate with him?
Because I'm at my wit's end. That's
You sick of it?
Yeah, I'm sick of it.
Mr. Ramin, do you want to remain married to this woman?
I mean, if she don't want to remain married to me, no ma'am. I mean, she already hiding secrets anyway. She already secretive.
What kind of secrets is she hiding?
She hiding from her family that the fact that she married, she ain't even tell them she up here at divorce court.
Actually,
so
I did
they
tell
don't
them
know
that I'm up
that
here.
she's married to you?
No, they don't.
Did she give you a reason why she won't tell them?
She ain't never give me no reason why, Judge. She just a secretive person. She hides secrets.
Why are you keeping your marriage a secret from your family?
Because it's not a marriage. It's really not a marriage.
Thank you. That's why I need a divorce.
You guys were together for
Yep.
6 or 7 years before you married him. What did you think would change? Because apparently he wasn't working and doing right the whole time. Why marry him?
Thank you, Judge. Why marry me?
Well, Mr. Ramin,
why marry me?
Hang on.
Yeah, why marry me?
Stop.
Originally, in the beginning, like I said, Rashid was emotionally supportive. He was there emotionally. I was going through my separation. We were just having fun.
No, she was going through another divorce.
Mr. Ramin, I will give you an opportunity.
She was going through her first
Stop.
divorce.
That's the same thing. That's the same thing. And so, what happened is, like I said, he was being supportive. We were just having fun.
Tell the truth.
When it bloomed into a full relationship, I'm thinking that the man in him would have come out. But obviously it didn't. So me, living in a fairy tale world, I'm not even gonna lie, thinking that if we got married, he would step up to the plate and do better. Even my kids have gave him motivation, push, asked him to do better, and he doesn't want to do better. He loves living from pillar to post, all over the place, no place to stay. That's his MO. That's what he loved to do.
Got it. I know what's happening, and I know what I'm gonna do. On my paperwork, they said this is a save my marriage. Clearly, that is not the case. This has got to be the end. And let me tell you why. Mrs. Benjamin, he is who he is. Amen. Trifling. He's not gonna get a job. He ain't gonna do right. And I don't know. One day I'm gonna give a course to women about how you pick a dude. And you pick a dude based not on what he says, not how good the sex is, not how good the lines are. You pick a dude based upon how he lives his life. And you have to look, he doesn't have a job, you know, he isn't, you know, he hasn't graduated from high school, won't get his GED. That's who he is. And for you to marry him and think he's gonna be something else, that's not rational. You know what I'm saying? It's not rational. And I don't know if there's something inside us that says we are not complete unless we have a man. But please, Lord, let me tell you that is not true. All that pain and heartache you've been through, what's the upside of it?
Nothing. That's why
No upside at all. Let it go. Be free. You need to go look in the mirror at yourself. You are a beautiful woman.
Thank you.
And whether or not some guy is in your life with you, it don't matter. Because you should have an interesting, fascinating, passionate life on your own because you're an interesting, fascinating, and passionate person. And if you're not one of those yet, make time to become one. You know what I mean? Yes. Mr. Ramin, as sad as this sounds, I tried to like you a little bit. And she let you get away with it. And as sad as this sounds, I bet you there's some other woman waiting to let you get away with it with her. And I don't know if it's slim pickings out there. I don't know if it's just a new cultural norm we have somewhere. But you're probably going to continue to get away with it. If you just want to live, that is fine to be a vagabond. If that's what you want to do, and you can pull it off by little job here and you won't play a little bit, and then a little job there you want to, that is nothing wrong with that. This is America, and that's a choice that you can make. It is.
Yes, ma'am.
But all I I'm saying is this: don't drag somebody along with you. Don't, because it messes with their esteem. It makes them feel bad and low. Just be. You want to be a bum? Do it on your own time. Move on, move forward, live well. This matter is adjourned.
Thank you. That's easy. You get a divorce. Take the money, get a sign. You know it. Don't have to deal with me no more. Thank you, Lord.
As of this moment, I'm at my wit's end. I'm done. My plans are to do exactly what the judge says, have fun and just live my life and take care of my 2 kids.
The judge said I'm free. I get to be free. And to get a divorce, I'll be happy to get it. And I thank the judge for it today.
Today on Divorce Court.
I married Eric so soon is because I thought he was my soulmate.
I've caught her in several lies. I can't trust her.
He has been going out, drinking, coming home drunk, and didn't want to get mad at me.
I take a little sip of wine when I get out of work, and I deserve that. But all this building it up that I'm drinking to get drunk is a lie.
I know who I am. He don't know who he is. That's what his problem is. He's the jealous person.
There has to be trust. There has to be loyalty. There has to be communication, and there's none of that with us now.
Ain't no way in hell that we're going to ever get back together.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Joanna Mapps and Eric Mapps. The 2 of you have been married for 2 years.
Yes, ma'am.
You have no children together, but you each have children from previous relationships. You do not want to be married anymore. Mrs. Mapps, you want a significant amount of money from Mr. Mapps as you leave, and we will get to that momentarily. But I'm going to start with you, Mrs. Mapps. Why don't you tell me how we got here today? Tell me how you met and how things happened.
Well, me and Eric Mapps met at church. At the beginning, we were compatible. Everything went well. It seemed like this man was sent from me, actually from God. That's exactly how I felt, and then tables turned.
Tables turned?
Immediately.
Really?
Hang on. How long did you know him before you started to feel like he was a gift from God?
3 to 4 months.
What about him was so wonderful in that 3 to 4 months that you did believe that he was your blessing?
We had everything in common. Every time that we go anywhere or do anything, it was just great. I mean, going out dates, having fun, going to the basketball games, all of that. It was just great. It was just fun, and I was happy.
I ain't looking to mess with your faith at all, because I don't like nobody messing with mine. But let me tell you this. The first 90, 120 days is always fun.
Exactly.
You guys are getting to know each other. It's exciting. Everything is new. And once you stamp it with the imprimatur of gift from God, you excuse all of the problems that you see in the future because you already believe that he is your blessing, not just a man who you need to assess. Right. That's the only thing I'm going to say right there.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mapps, what is your version of the we met and fell in love story?
Okay, she's right. We met at church. We met at church, and everything was smooth. But it was signs at the beginning that I seen, and I looked over because I really wanted to work with her.
Right.
And it was, I guess it was a rush thing because I'm in the church. I was deep in the church, and when the sex started, I didn't want to fornicate.
Right.
Okay, so I wanted to do the right thing.
Do the right thing,
I wanted to do the right thing. And being a man of God, I wanted to do the right thing. So I kind of put, either we're going to stop having sex or we're going to get married. You know, and she said, okay, well, let's get married.
Let's go get married.
Yes.
Never give a woman of something and then marriage. They'll always pick marriage. I'm just saying. I mean, that's just, from me to you,
okay.
a little hint there. Tell me what some of the signs you now see that you ignored in the beginning.
Okay, one of the signs, we was in an argument, and I went over her apartment. It was like 1 in the morning, 1:30 in the morning, but I didn't knock on her door. And her light was on in her bedroom. So I was just sitting on the stairs, and she opens the door, She has a green Nejigay on, her hair's fixed up, but she's saying she showered and getting ready for bed. But she don't know I'm sitting out there. So when she opened the door, I shocked her.
Right.
And she asked me to come on in. I come on in. And I'm already thinking, okay, you wasn't waiting for me, or you wasn't looking for me. Who you opened the door for? Okay?
Right,
So
right.
we go to the bedroom, we on the bed. She said, okay, let me plug my phone up. She leans over to plug her phone up, stays over there about 3 or 4 minutes. So in my mind, I said, okay, she's texting somebody, telling them, don't come because somebody's here. That was one of the signs I seen. Okay.
Ms. Maps, do you recall that instance?
I recall it.
Tell me what you say happened.
He lying because
my God.
knew that he was coming, and I seen through the peephole that he was sitting there and already knew that he was
You can't see me
drunk.
through the peephole.
Hang on.
You can.
Go
and
ahead.
I seen you
let him
from
finish
my
the story.
bedroom window. I seen it from my bedroom window. Normally my hair is natural, and I was in an afro, and so if I'm in the shower, of course it's gonna get wet, and it looks like it was combed or whatever.
Hang on.
And so I had cleaned out my closet because I knew, things was going on between us, and I was trying to make room for him. And I seen it was a pajamas. It wasn't negligee. It was just a regular old pajamas and pants. And so when I opened the door, he's like, "Who are you waiting for?" I said, "What do you mean, who am I waiting for? I already knew you was coming. So what kind of sense does that make that I'm finna bring somebody over? That's just stupid.
Yeah.
I'm not finna bring somebody over knowing that you're there."
Right.
And so he just saying that I was having somebody come over.
Okay.
That's not even me. And my child, I don't bring anybody around my children.
If you believe that she was doing so much why'd you marry her?
Exactly.
It wasn't.
It wasn't clear to you at the time?
That one thing, all the rest of the stuff came out. Even to the point we were dating. When we got together, I 86 everybody off my Facebook, anything that was questionable. Right. She had like 600 single men on her page. I said, so if I'm your man, why you got all these different men on your page that you can't get rid of? We argued about a month before she decided, you know what, you know you right, I'm gonna get rid of them. I shouldn't have them. I said, you shouldn't have them. If I'm your man, why you gonna have all these single men on your Facebook?
Do you know that they weren't relatives or?
They jugging at her. Oh, they
jugging?
That means they were trying to get with her through Messenger.
Jugging?
Yeah, that's what jugging means.
That's another one for the divorce court dictionary. I never heard jugging before, but thank you for that. I always like to learn a new word. I appreciate that. So now I'm gonna get you married. We're at a point you're married, and once you got married, things got worse. So I want to talk about what happened when things started to get worse.
So she gets mad, started cussing me out, backs her car up, rounds my car once, backs her car up, and rounds my car twice.
Mrs. Maps, did that occur? Mrs. Maps, I assume that the jealousy issues continued even after you were married. Tell me what went on.
One day, Your Honor, I had went and took my godbaby to the mall, having a good time with my godbaby. And I came home, put the baby to sleep, and everything seemed to be okay. And so we had sex or whatever, and he came back and laid down in the bed with me. And so he had powder all on his face. So I said, what are you doing? What's going on there? And he's talking about nothing. What are you talking about? Oh, that's just so-and-so. I said, you've been smelling my panties again, haven't you? And he's talking about, no, what are you talking about? It's this. I said, yes, you did, because I put my panties in a certain position.
Mr. Maps, were you smelling her underwear?
This started, Your Honor. She got mad at me one night. It was maybe 10 o'clock. She left. Didn't come back till almost 1 o'clock, right? And she said she was out of it, because she had took some of her medication. But when we had sex, her shorts and stuff was on the floor, but the crotch was wet. So I pick it up. It smells like Irish soap. So if you're going out to the store, why would you have to wash yourself? Why would you have to wash yourself? So I asked her that. She said, well, I went to Ross store and I put lotion on my legs and just rubbed the lotion up too high. I said, why would you put lotion and change clothes in the parking lot to go into the store?
Because I had on booty shorts just to make him mad. I don't do that. And so when I went out, I put lotion on me. Because I'm not finna be ashy.
Be ashy.
Exactly.
You can't be ashy. You can't go out ashy.
So when I did go to the department store, I had clothes in my trunk and I put a skirt on because I'm not finna walk around looking like that because that's not who I am.
I got you.
Who has clothes in their car?
Mr.
Really?
Maps, hang on.
As much
Mr.
clothes
Maps,
as I have in my car.
Stop, Mrs. Maps. Mr. Maps, why don't you tell me about the time you went over your mother's house after you were separated, and then there was some situation with the car?
Okay, I went to my mother's house. She's supposed to be bringing some of my items to me. When she gets there, everything's okay. She set my stuff on the curb, and she said, let me see this video that you said you could see this guy in the glasses having sex with me. I said, why don't you look at it on your own phone? So she said, I don't have the app no more. I deleted it. I said, why would you delete it and you saying that I'm lying and I made it up? If it was me and she said I did something, if I had the proof of my phone, I'm not going to delete it. I'm going to keep it if I can show somebody, look, I didn't do this.
Right,
okay?
Right.
So she said, well, let me see it on your phone. When I tried to show it to her, she tried to grab my phone and I grabbed it back. So she gets mad, started cussing me out, backs her car up, rounds my car once, backs her car up, and rounds my car twice.
Whoa. Wow. Mrs. Maps, did that occur?
Yes, because I was so sick and tired of getting accused of things that I did not do. I don't cheat. I don't cheat nobody because I paid for the wedding, our honeymoon, because I love this man. I wanted it to work between us. I put my everything into Eric Maps. He's his own enemy, not me. He's fighting himself, not me.
Okay.
I know what I've done, and I refuse to keep living like this because of him.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Hang on, Mr. Maps. Hang on, Mr. Maps. I understand that the situation got so serious that you demanded lie detector tests.
Yes, Your Honor.
And if you don't stop it, I run this thing,
yes,
not you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to turn our attention now to the lie detector test that she took. Why would she talk to you on video chat if there was another man in the bed with her?
She wanted to detour me before coming home because she had this guy in the house.
That's stupid,
You really
Eric.
think that, Mr. Maps?
Yes,
I really
his
do.
mind is warped.
I really do.
So, Mr. Maps, I understand that you actually got her to take a lie detector test. Tell me what about the test, why you had her take it, and what the results were.
Okay, first, I didn't have her take it. She suggested we take the test.
Okay.
And, you know, and when she said that, I told her, I said, you're going to fail it. You're going to fail it with fine code. She said, I'm going to prove to you I'm not going to fail it. Okay, I paid for the test, but I told her, I said, you really want to take this test because you can't pass it? She said, yes, I want to take it. I got the proof right here.
Okay, let me see that. Mrs. Maps, as I'm looking at the results of the lie detector test, why don't you tell me what caused you to volunteer to take it and what happened?
Because I know I'm telling the truth. I've never cheated on Eric Maps, and I wanted to prove to him, and you didn't pay the full of it. I had put in my money, too. And so when I went in there to take the test, because I've never gone through anything like this in my life, anything. And so I love this man so much to try to prove to him ain't nobody talking to you. Any way possible that I could show him that I did not take the test. I went in crying, nervous, scared, everything. And my girlfriends, everybody said, you're already a nervous person, Joanna, so and you're not, I don't even believe you're gonna fail it. I mean, pass it. And so I was like, yes, I am, because I'm innocent. Mm-hmm. I am innocent. I haven't done anything.
Did he have a lot of setup questions and pre-test questions and all of that?
Yes, and I tried to calm myself down because I know the lie detector test goes on your heart rate. Mm-hmm. And so I kept trying, and I figured that this man only wanted the money because if he seen how upset I was knowing that it was going to be incorrect.
Right, I got you. Now, Mr. Maps, let me ask you a question. Why would she suggest that she take it if she knew she was going to fail?
Okay, I feel like, honestly, that she thought she was going to pass it because she can get herself calmed down, maybe with her medication, to pass the test. Because I knew she couldn't pass it on her own.
Do you think she was sleeping with any particular individual, or is it just random guys?
No,
what do you think is happening?
As far as my knowledge, it was two particular individuals.
Have you ever had any discussions with them? Have you ever caught those two guys?
I talked to one of them. We had words back and forth. I talked to one of them, and he pretty much admitted he could have her whenever he wanted to.
That's a lie.
He said it to you.
That's a lie.
I understand you have videotape that shows that she had another guy in her bed.
The guy ain't even visible. All you see is my...
Well, I'm going to look at it for myself. Okay. So as I'm looking at this tape, Mr. Maps, why don't you tell me how you got it?
Okay, she was calling me to tell me to go pick up her daughter. Right? She's at home by herself. So if you at home by yourself laying in the bed and you talking to me, why are you moving yourself over to make room for somebody else?
I move my head,
I'm talking to the judge.
I don't care, I'm talking to you.
And then you can see the bed move up and down because somebody's getting in the bed.
I don't know what I'm looking at here. All I know is her hand isn't steady. How can you detect movement when her hand is never in one position more than 2 seconds?
No, Honor,
Exactly.
It's the phone. When she's talking to me, and then...
And how in the world am I going to have...
She moves over, and then she's talking to me, and then the bed moves like this. I'm not moving.
The bed ain't even moving. My hand is moving.
The bed is not moving.
The bed is
Her
not
hand
moving.
is moving.
Honor, I had to record that on another phone, and I was still. That's her. If you had the original, it would be moving.
Why would she talk to you on video chat if there was another man in the bed with her?
She wanted to detour me before coming home because she had this guy in the house.
That's stupid,
You really
Eric.
think that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
I really
his
do.
mind
I
is
really do.
warped.
I really do.
His mind is warped,
Because
Your
it's the
Honor.
same day that she had supposed to been making the ribs.
Yes, I was making marinated ribs. I've never done this before, and I'm marinating some ribs. So I videotape it. Eric, is this the way I'm supposed to be doing? He's thinking somebody behind me.
No,
Seriously, while I'm marinating some ribs.
That wasn't what
While
I'm
I'm
talking about.
marinating some ribs.
No, I'm talking about...
Hey. I'm so glad y'all getting a divorce. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about the money that you want. We're gonna make some resolution. I'm gonna try to put it back on sane somewhere, and then we're gonna move on. Mrs. Mapps, as you leave this relationship, you would like $1,500 from Mr. Mapps because you say that's how much you spent, not him, you, putting together your honeymoon. Why don't you tell me about that?
Yes, I wanted us to have a good time. I didn't want us to have we don't have enough money for this, for that. Because I love this man, Your Honor. I do. And I still love him, even though he degraded me to a point where I couldn't even take it no more, making me have low self-esteem. And never in my life have I had low self-esteem at all. And so when we went, we had a wonderful time. It was lovely. We always had a good time, but it is his jealousy that killed my soul, and I refuse to keep letting him do this to me. I am a good woman, a very good woman, and I was trying to show him, and he kept saying, this is too good to be true. You keep speaking on something, it's going to come to pass. So I kept telling him to stop. Let me show you how a woman is supposed to treat a man, but he kept digging and digging and digging and found a stupid video with me shaking my head up and down saying, yeah, baby, I'm freaky for you. He seen somebody screwing me in my glasses. Seriously? He goes to work, put it on video, showing it to my mama, my sisters, my friends, degrading me like I'm this horrible person, but I'm still lifting my head because I know that I did nothing wrong to this man but try to love him. That's it.
Mr. Mapps, she's not going to get in. I feel you. I feel you and I believe you. Test notwithstanding, I feel you and I believe you. You can't get any money out of him because that's the money that you spent, you invested in your relationship, and that's what it is, and you can't get any money for it. I'm going to say this to you, Mr. Mapps. I think you blew it. You are so afraid of looking bad that you made up in your head what you feared. And whether or not she was or wasn't doing it, it didn't matter because it became an ultimate truth in your head. And everything she said, everything she did was going to mirror that false truth that you had in your head. I hope before you ever get in a relationship with anybody else again, that you go in that head and look about and see what's there. Because all of the stuff you're saying, only that, all the other stuff didn't make any sense. It's the symptom of a fearful mind.
Yes, Jesus.
And that fearful mind damaged her, and in the end, it will damage you. I don't think you're a bad guy. I think you're a broken guy.
Yes,
and
Jesus.
I hope you can get fixed up.
Thank you.
There will be no recovery in this matter. This court is adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you. I lost the love of my life. I didn't ever think that it would come to this point. Because I kept telling him over and over again, you have the pen to write this story, and now you wrote the end.
I really wanted to work with her, but who can be with a cheater? There's no way a person can be with somebody they can't trust.
Today on Divorce Court.
Ramon is a very controlling person.
Sometimes, you know, she'll wear things that are a little bit provocative.
He would prefer me to just be in sweats and basketball shorts and a white tee all day, or probably be in the house.
I want to marry her. I just would like to address and work out these small kinks before we do so.
With our struggle, I feel like a lot of it has fallen more on my shoulders than his.
It's a bit frustrating. It stresses us out, you know, when you only have one person paying the bills.
I've been broken down before to where I never really spoke up, so I'm gaining my voice now at reason why we're here.
I've taken this scenario all the way in my mind. I have no doubt in my mind that this woman could be a good woman for me. This is someone I can spend the rest of my life with.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Ashley Toluxon and Ramon Gibson. The two of you have been together for 8 months. You have no children together. You are here for one of my favorite things, which is before the vows. You love each other, you want to be together, but you have some issues you would like to resolve and determine whether or not you'd make a good couple. So I had you fill out my compatibility test, which is a little bit deep. And you also gave me your marriage license with permission to tear it up should I find that your union is ill-advised. I'm going to start with you, Ms. Toluxon. I know you love him, but tell me what the concerns are.
Well, my concerns are his controlling issues, his jealousy, his attitude, the way he reacts with our children, finances, the way he controls them, how he handles things.
Is there anything you like about him? This isn't sounding very good at all. Give me some examples of the things you think he does that are excessively controlling.
My clothes.
Okay. What's he do?
He doesn't like anything in my closet, not even my sweats, but won't replace them. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. When we go out in public, as for instance, we went to...
So this to you is inappropriate. I got something in the screen. You don't like her wearing something like that.
I do feel it's a little inappropriate. Yes, Judge, I do.
I don't wear those items anymore.
Yeah.
I've made those adjustments for him. I dress down, I wear sweats, I wear jeans. I barely put on leggings. I don't wear halter tops. I don't do my stomach out anymore.
Has that changed his attitude? Has he seen the changes and is now okay with how you dress?
No, he still has an issue with the things that I put on.
Mr. Gibson, do you notice that she's changed her manner of dress?
I haven't noticed it as much. You know...
You've noticed some change.
I've noticed some change.
But it's not sufficient.
It's not sufficient, I don't think, Your Honor. But I understand that she feels like I'm controlling about it. You know, I just wish that she would be more mindful of some of the reactions that she gets when she does wear some of the things that she wears. And it's not that it's inappropriate necessarily. It's just it causes me to have a staring contest with the gentleman on the next aisle.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Doesn't at all.
That's his ego.
Doesn't at all. That's your ego dealing with it.
And
you know what I mean?
Very well could be.
It's like a culture where, you know, men are dogs, so women can't leave the house. You know what I mean?
And that's exactly how it feels.
So what you have to do is behave better as men and leave women alone.
That's what I'm talking about.
And if a guy looks at her, he looks at her. You know, if your game is strong, she coming on with you.
And that's the point that I try to make to him all the time.
You say it's everything: makeup, hair, friends. Give me the whole panorama.
Since I started my new job, I mean, I'm somebody who's always done my hair.
Mm-hmm.
Within our relationship, I don't. I go towards the curly, natural look. I do love my hair straight, so I've been trying to find myself again as I feel uncomfortable.
But he doesn't like your hair straight?
He loves it straight, but he feels like I'm doing too much. If I get up for work in the morning, it's, why are you straightening your hair before you go to work? Why are you putting on eyeliner? Something's different today. Like, I can't dress up. I can't do what I normally do.
Do you monitor her makeup application?
I wouldn't call it monitoring her makeup application. I'm just wondering why she jazzes herself up so much to go and do something so casual. You know, this is not...
What does she do for a living?
She's an associate at a large retail store.
Okay. And you think she puts on too much makeup for that?
I believe it's a little much. You know, it's not like she's going for a modeling gig. She's just going to, you know...
Is it more than what she's got on now? Is this her usual look?
No, ma'am. It's a little bit more jazzed up than this.
More jazzed up than that?
Yes, sir. She has...
So what do you think her objective is?
I think her objective is to receive some type of attention and in turn, you know, transmute it on the inside to make herself feel better about, you know, whatever. I guess.
Do you think she has low self-esteem?
Yes.
Why?
She just feels like she has to tone. She feels like she can't doozy herself up. She can't jazz herself up because she feels that I may react a certain way. And I may say that, well, why? I may say that you're doing too much when we're only going grocery shopping or, you
Which
know.
has nothing to do with her self-esteem. It has everything to do with you. There is a theme here. I want you to grasp it as we continue. There are other things about which you find him controlling, including your friends. So I want to move on off of your looks and on to other areas.
Right.
Are you as distressed as you indicated you were in this paperwork about the manner in which he tries to dictate everything you do?
Yes, because for me, I've been in those relationships where I've been broken down, and I don't want to go through that again.
Mr. Gibson, your response to that? You say he's controlling with respect to your friends. Why don't you explain that to me?
I have a friend, and her job of choice isn't exactly something that I condone, and nobody else that I know would actually condone, so he doesn't, of course. But she...
well, now I got to know what the job of choice is.
She's in the entertainment field.
I'm in the entertainment field.
She's a stripper.
All right, there you go, there you go.
And she's tried to change when it comes to that and everything, and she needed my support for something. She was really down, and even though I didn't necessarily support the issue, I still helped her out because she's a friend of mine. She needed a ride somewhere.
Right.
And the attitude that I get from him is, as long as you don't do this, and I'm like, well, don't you trust me enough not to do this? You should know better than that.
Mr. Gibson, your response to that?
It's more than just entertainment. This is a friend that she's been friends with for a minute. As far as the stripping is concerned, this particular incident she was talking about, the friend requested that she be dropped off at a stripper party. The friend had no other person there, and she had no ride back. So I'm assuming that my girl is the one to be picking her up.
So it was a safety concern on your part that
Absolutely.
she and this woman was out there. What I want to talk about is, because I think this is really important, is the disconnect that you have about the manner in which the children should be raised. Because I think that is very important when you're talking about whether or not you're going to get married.
Right.
Now, the kids that live in the house with you are hers.
The one child, yes.
One child is by a previous relationship. Do you have any together?
No, ma'am, not
Okay,
together.
so there's one child in the household.
Currently, yes.
Okay, yes. You have concerns about the way she parents. Why don't you explain that to me?
Okay, well, recently my son was in town from Florida. He's been here for the summer.
Okay.
He just recently went home. So the boys have been together. All right, now, of course, they're boys. They play fight, they do all this. They play video games and stuff like that. Now me, I'm used to my grandfather always saying, you know, stop all that running around my house, all the ruckus. So if they're in their horse playing, I may say, hey, you know, and I'm loud with it. Hey, stop all of that horse playing or whatever. Or go outside. And it may come off as abrasive to her. You know, my family is a military background. I come from a military background. So as far as doing the homework at the dining room table, that's to get rid of those influences in the room. You got video games in the room, you got TV in the room.
Just cut all that out.
Yeah.
Ms. Tillotson, what do you see as the problem with the manner in which he engages with the children?
It's just the manner that he does it is forceful. And it scares the children from time to time. Like you can see that they're
You think it's too much for the nature of the misconduct.
Exactly.
You're pressing for the ring though, right?
Yes. Yes, I am.
You know, a ring don't help a controlling dude.
I understand that. I completely understand that. But
sometimes they look at that marriage license like a bill of sale. You my wife now.
I see.
Are you as distressed as you indicated you were in this paperwork about the manner in which he tries to dictate everything you do?
Yes, because for me, I've been in those relationships where I've been broken down, and I don't want to go through that again. I will not go through that again. So to see anything that might lead that way, I can't.
You can't have it.
I can't do it. So it breaks me apart every time I see something coming at me. The attitude, the controlling, it's something I've been mentally broken down before, and I won't do it again.
Mr. Gibson, your response to that? Did you understand it to be her distress as intense as it is, and do you believe that she's simply misconstruing what you're doing or saying?
I think she, I didn't know it was that intense, no, Your Honor. But she may misconstrue. But I'm really hearing her for the first time and knowing how intense it really is. And like I said, I've been self-evaluating, just to try to tone that down. But, I didn't know it was this deep, So now I'm seeing, and I don't like to see her hurt like that. I don't intend to abuse her. It's never from a place of mental abuse, because that's not my style.
I got you. I just wish guys would get educated about the female body for a couple of reasons. But so you understand the nature of the badass work we do. And when you lose a baby, it is difficult to go through. So be educated before you tell somebody what to do when you don't even know what you're talking about. There was one other incident in my paperwork that concerned me. You talked about a miscarriage that you had and his response to that miscarriage. And I want you to tell me what you believe occurred, and then Mr. Gibson, I will give you an opportunity to tell me what you were thinking and feeling.
When it first happened, he was very supportive about the first couple of days, and my pain just continued. But I never got a chance to take off from work. Mm-hmm. They made me come into work, and like I said, we worked together. So him wanting me to put on a strong front and be undivided as one and just be this superwoman that I wasn't at the moment, I felt like he was bashing me for not being able to stand tall while I was in pain.
Well, what kind of things was he saying?
That I was lollygagging, that I wasn't moving as fast as I could. He wanted me to be strong and get through it. He wanted me to be a warrior, and it was just his way of going about it and saying it. It didn't relay as that. It just felt like I didn't have the support that I needed.
Mr. Gibson, why don't you tell me where you were coming from and what you were trying to do?
Well, I mean, it hurt me too when I found out we had the miscarriage. I mean, I don't really know exactly what a woman goes through when she experiences something like that. Only thing I can do is just go with the flow and just be there for her. After a couple of days, I realized that it was taking a toll on her mentally. She was becoming depressed and things of that nature. So my bashing probably came off as me being that team player, that partner of hers to say, hey, come on, get up, let's still be strong. We fell off the horse, let's keep on going. And like I said, that's part of my rigid.
You fell off the horse ran over her. Okay. And let me tell you something that men don't seem to understand about the loss of a baby. It's not just an emotional thing. There are 9,000 hormones that go popping off when you get pregnant. And when you lose a baby, I just wish guys would get educated about the female body for a couple of reasons. But so you understand the nature of the badass work we do. And what it is progesterone and oxytocin and all of those things, they accumulate. And when you lose that child, you have these massive hormonal fluctuations that go on for a period of time. And it's not because it's like, putting some heroin in your arm and said, buck up, don't get high. Buck up, be a man. Right. You know what I mean? It is a serious and meaningful. She was creating a life, and your entire body, the amount of blood volume changes. Everything changes. And when you lose a baby, all of that flushes out, and it takes weeks. And it is it is difficult to go through. So be educated before you tell somebody what to do when you don't even know what you're talking about. Okay, I'm done. Ms. T. Luxon, I'm glad you told me about that previous experience. I'm a little distressed that you changed your clothes for him, because it appears to me that if you do that for a cat you are dating, that he's already begun to alter your mindset about what is appropriate, and you'll change who you are to please him or to avoid an argument. And that's not all him. Some of that is you. I used to do that, and I was like, oh, I'm married now, I can't get rid of him. So in order to avoid the argument, I'm gonna do what he says. And then one day I was doing what he said so often, I didn't like him no more. I mean, it wasn't his fault, it was my fault. So what I want you to do is take a piece of yourself back. And when you take a piece of yourself back, and he says, I don't like this friend, so I understand that. But I am a trustworthy woman. I've done nothing to make you not trust me. This is what I like to do, and I will continue to do so. You ain't got to get mad. You ain't got to crank your neck. You ain't got to do none of that. But you stand in your truth, and don't worry about the argument. Mr. Gibbs, I don't think you're a bad guy. I think you know you're a little rigid, and you would like to not be so rigid. And I want you to remember that to be empathetic is to understand that though you may not be thirsty, someone else may need a glass of water. So just because it doesn't feel that way to you, you have to inquire of a woman as to why she does what she does and feels the way she does. And even if you don't agree with it, you're going to have to say, I love her enough to allow her to be an individual. And don't let your fear, and that's all jealousy is, other dudes looking at her and the clothes too tight, that's just your insecurity. Do not let your insecurity run your life. Just don't let it happen, because if you let your insecurity run her life, you're going to make her life smaller and smaller and smaller until one day she can't move no more, and then she just ups and goes. Okay? I will give you this license. I can't believe it. I was all ready to torch this sucker. I was. I'm going to give you this license, but I want you to, do you hear and feel what I said?
I do. And I just want her to know, that no matter what, I'm always going to come to you and try to communicate and try to get to the bottom of it, because under no circumstances do I want to go to bed mad with you.
Yeah. But understand, it's not about winning the argument. It's about understanding where she's coming from and accepting that she may want to do something differently, and that's okay. Women?
Yes.
This matter is adjourned. Yes, did you have something you wanted to say?
I do. I love you. I don't want to lose you. I'm hearing what you got to say. So, let's work through this together. So, I just want to know if you will marry me.
I'm sorry, baby.
I want wedding pictures and a progress report on him. This matter is adjourned. Thank you.
You really helped me to see that, I need to soften up a little bit and just be a little bit more sensitive to her needs and inquire about what she wants. Since the show, everything's been so much better. We've been listening to each other, communicating a lot better.
Yes.
And the wedding is on the way. February, coming soon.
February 6th, we've already started our planning, finalizing our guest list. Thank you so much for everything that you've done for us.
Look for your invitation in the mail.
Today on Divorce Court.
Brittany breaks my things because she's crazy. She needs anger management.
I don't have an anger problem because everyone get mad when you make them mad.
Stop breaking my things. I don't want to have to sue you again.
Religion is a big thing because I don't believe in Jesus and his family is super holy.
They tell Brittany she needs to rethink what she believes in.
I don't know if we'll ever get back together. It depends on if he can be honest and tell the truth and stop cheating.
So I do see myself with Brittany forever if she can just have a good conversation with me instead of arguing, yelling.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Brittany Spencer and Terrence Spencer. Mr. and Mrs. Spencer, you've been together 10 years, married for 2, separated for the past few months, and you do not want to be married anymore, and you also have 2 children together. Mrs. Spencer, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why you're here in divorce court today?
Well, I'm here in divorce court because Terrence can't be truthful He lies, he cheats.
There she go, man.
So let me tell you how the first time I caught him cheating.
Okay.
I was on my way to work, and I just happened to go through his phone, and it was a text message. So I woke him up and asked him about it, and of course he lied. So I took the number out of his phone, and I went to work and called the girl, the young lady. So, you know, she was honest. She said that nothing happened. They just talked on the phone. So that was just the first time. The second time I went through his phone again, he was sleeping, and he had it saved as a guy's name. And, you know, the text message said, you know...
I'm going to get to you, Mr. Spencer.
So the name said a guy's name, and the message said, you know, when you coming over? Now, I know he ain't gay, so, you know, I asked him, who is this? This time he was honest. I can admit he was honest, and he told me they had relations, so I didn't call the girl this time.
Mr. Spencer, those are a lot of allegations. Do you care to respond?
Okay, listen, I'm a man. I own up to what I did. I did what I did, but that don't give her the right to cheat back. We don't play like that. We don't play like that.
So you admit that those times that she caught you, you had in fact been doing inappropriate things?
I did. I admit to. I did.
Okay,
yes.
you do. But you say she revenge cheated.
Yeah, like.
Tell me about how you found out about that.
She came out and told me the first time about, you know, she went on a few dates with a couple guys because I did what I did, which is not fair. That's not how we play, man. I don't.
Did you revenge cheat, Mrs. Spencer?
Maybe.
Man,
so that's a yes. So that's a yes. You did go do that.
Yes, I'm not a cheater. I don't just go and just do it. I was just mad because he did it.
Well, you're a cheater just for different reasons.
Yeah.
But she's still a cheater, though, ain't you? She's still a cheater.
Did you feel that once you revenge cheated, you would be evened up and then you could continue on, you know, blissfully in your union?
No,
is that what you was that your thought?
No, that wasn't my thought. I just did it out of anger.
You were just mad.
Yeah, I was just mad.
And trying to make yourself happy.
Yeah.
But see, now that made me mad. Now I'm around the crib snapping, cursing her up. That didn't make nothing better.
Now, you started it. So just to say it's over and I'm done is not it. You have to make up for what you've done. Revenge cheating is a 6-year-old's response to pain as opposed to a grown person response to pain. But a response to your cheating has to be on your part, grand gestures of remorse and things done. You can't just tell her get over it. You know what I'm saying?
All right, I get that, I do.
You know what I'm saying? You have to deal with the pain and all that. You say, however, that the major problem in this relationship is her anger.
Yeah.
Please tell me why you say that.
Oh, man, let me tell you. One time, I'm getting ready to go out. I'm in the room getting dressed. She talking about, you ain't going nowhere. I'm like, yo, go ahead, man, I'm out. She talking about, you think I'm playing? You not leaving. I said, yo, I'm not about to argue with you tonight over this. I'm out. She leave out the room. 2 minutes later, I hear a crash. Windows, bro. I look outside like, yo, that's my car. Windows getting busted out by her with a brick. I'm like, yo, she out there throwing bricks through all my windows. I said, look, it's cool. I'm going to just throw a trash bag over the windows and I'm going to still go out tonight.
Did you?
No.
I couldn't because Crazy over here sitting in the back seat like, you still not leaving. I said, oh, my God. I said, come on, man.
Mrs. Spencer, did you bust out all the windows and sit in the back seat and refuse to leave?
If that's not crazy,
yes,
I don't know what it is.
Yes.
Where did you learn to respond like that?
I'd be mad. I don't know. When I get angry, I just react. I don't know. And we was having a discussion. We wasn't done talking, and he just walks away. I'm getting dressed. I'm going out. That's not how you settle things. So I know
So
that's
you
not
pick
how
up
you
a
settle
brick.
things neither, but yeah, I did.
That's not all.
He's a liar.
That's
Go
not
ahead,
all.
keep telling me.
We had a little discussion in the crib earlier this day. She leaves out because she was mad. I said, all right, I'm going to chill in the house, play 2K, play my man online, bet some money. $40 on the line. It's fourth quarter. She come back in the house, pull the cord out the wall. You still owe me $40 for that,
I don't
too.
do nothing.
Pull the
I don't
cord
owe
out the
anything.
wall in the middle of 2K. Yeah, that's serious. That's serious to me.
Mrs. Spencer, did you do that?
That's not even the story. We had
Well,
a
tell the story.
disagreement the day before, and I left to go to work the next morning. And when I came back, I texted him on my way home, I don't want no company, don't have nobody over. And when I get home, he got his friends, a bunch of friends there, playing a game. And I asked them nicely, this is my home. I said, can y'all please leave?
You could at least wait until my man left.
They looking at me like I'm a stranger in my own home. So I unplugged the game.
Did you have a lot of folk over
It
there?
depends on what you call a lot.
4.
Well, give me a number.
It was 4 of us.
4 of you playing a game.
4 plus 1.
It was all right. 5 of us. I think it was 5.
Okay,
it might have been 5.
Playing a game.
It might have been 5. But we was betting money. We was chilling.
Do you understand why she was annoyed? Let's not talk about her response. Let's ask, why was she annoyed?
I don't know. I don't know.
You're insane.
I was trying to win some money. I was trying to win some money during 2K.
You know what your problem is, Mr. Spencer?
What was my problem?
You go ahead and behave badly. You don't respond to it, and then you just sit back and let her get angry. You don't change your behavior. You're not adult about it. You just behave like you're 12 and then wonder why she's mad.
Oh, thank you so much for telling them.
She wants a grown man. She wants a husband who knows when to come home. She wants a man who's not home with his boys all the time playing the game. She wants a grown man, and she's frustrated. So instead of knowing that you're not going to respond in a manner that is rational, she loses her mind. Losing your mind is not the way to go.
Yeah, I know.
But I'm just telling you what happens.
So you just take us out?
I'm all done. I'm all done. Now I want you to tell me why your family does not like her.
My family is a very Christian family, and she's not as Christian as they are.
So about a year ago, I stopped believing in Jesus. And his family member called another family member that actually really believed in Jesus, like, called me, and she gonna say, well, can I pray for you? I told her no. She didn't want to listen to no.
Mr. Spencer, am I accurate in saying that your family does not like her?
Yes.
Can you tell me some stories that would demonstrate your family's feeling towards Mrs. Spencer?
My family is a very Christian family, and she's not as Christian as they are. She's,
So she's like Christian light.
It started way before that.
Well, tell me what they've done or said that has caused trouble.
Brittany tell how she feels about religion. She's not like they are as far as Jesus Christ, Christianity, and everything. So my family will still try to preach that to my children, to our children. Which she finds disrespectful, which I understand.
Right.
But I still think my kids should be able to see my family, should still be able to come visit from time to time.
Not if they don't respect my wishes.
Okay. Have you talked to your family about how you want to raise your children?
Yes, I have.
And do they respect that?
They say they do, but then they act differently.
Right.
They say, okay, Terrence, we understand, but then still trying to read Bible scriptures to my son all day.
Mrs. Spencer, what has his family done with respect to you that has made you so angry?
So about a year ago, I stopped believing in Jesus for my beliefs, and his family member called another family member that actually really believed in Jesus, like, called me, and she gonna say, well, can I pray for you? I told her no. She didn't want to listen to no. She started speaking in tongues and telling me I'm the devil. I'm no devil worshiper, okay? I just don't believe in Jesus for my own beliefs. But that don't mean I'm a devil worshiper. Do it, Mr. Terrence?
No, that don't mean that at all.
I don't care about what they think about me. I care less. But, if my children over there, like I let my child spend the night a couple weeks ago, and he come home telling me, oh, I said grace. I said prayer at bedtime. That's a problem. When we talked about this, and you say you respect my wishes, but you don't. So now that's why I don't want my kids around his family.
Well, now, let me say this. So you're mad because they made your child say grace?
Yes.
Did they actually make him say grace, or just everybody was saying grace and he had to be quiet during
He just happened to be there when you in Rome, you do as, right?
Right.
And he's a kid. He
doing what your family tells him to do.
I don't think they made him do it.
Yes.
He followed the role everybody else was playing. That's
I think it's kind of when you go over somebody and everybody's in the habit of saying grace, you say grace, you don't party while it's you just
chill.
Yes. That'd be fine
Respect
if they
the
just
moment.
chilling. If he my son just sitting there, but no, they got him actually saying and repeating what they say. That's a problem.
Oh, I see.
And then
wait.
It was Christmas.
We wasn't even there for that.
They gets mad at Christmas time, or
because
I don't want my child celebrating Christmas. You could buy him gifts, that's fine, but I'm not gonna say Santa Claus bought it. I'm not taking no jolly man, let no jolly man take responsibility for what I paid for. That's a problem.
I've never heard anyone put it that way. That was very good. In the beginning, I heard cheating, which is a drop-kickable moment. But it seems that you guys have worked through that. And now we're at saying grace, jolly fat men, and cleaning bathrooms. Are we still at divorceable? I understand that you believe Mr. Spencer is not quite tidy enough. Tell me about his cleanliness habits and why they're such a problem.
Wait.
Okay, no, she asked me. Just hush. So, I was raised with a family that, you know, everything had to be clean, disinfected, bathroom clean 3 times a week, you know, and he not so cleansed.
That's
I'm not saying you're dirty, but not so cleansed. He works long hours. He's a truck driver. So when he comes home, I tell him, okay, the bathroom needs to be clean. That's all he has to clean is the bathroom. I let him sleep and thinking that when he wakes up, the bathroom...
Stop.
Thinking when he gets up, the bathroom will be cleaned. But no, he wants to go on for days and days until I just be like, okay, whatever, I cleans it. And then he want to come in, you know, like lazy men do, oh, I was getting ready to do it. Well, when? I asked you 4 days ago to clean the bathroom.
Mr. Spencer, what's your point of view on that?
I work overnight. Like, I go to work around 5 at night, come home around 5, sometimes 6, 7 in the morning. She off, she tell me, you gonna clean the bathroom? I just walked in the door. I don't want to hear nothing about that.
I give you time.
Can I get some breakfast first, some turkey bacon or something? Like, you know what I mean? Before she start going on about cleaning something. So I'm like, yo, let me just chill first. I got you when I get up. So I gets up or whatever. I'm ready to clean something. I go in the kitchen, see his dishes dirty. Throw them in the dishwasher. What are that's not washing dishes. What you
I got
mean
good
that's
pots,
not washing
okay? I
dishes?
spend money on my pots. They don't go on dishwasher.
Why
You gotta
not?
wash them out by hand.
I'm not. You got 2 hands if you want to
Well, then don't touch my dishes.
If I'm washing the dishes, I'm going to use the dishwasher.
I told you to clean the bathroom. What you doing in the kitchen?
Hey, let me ask you something.
I passed the kitchen on the way to the bathroom.
Hey. I hear, in the beginning, I heard cheating, which is a drop-kickable moment. But it seems that you guys have worked through that. And now we're at saying grace, jolly fat men, and cleaning bathrooms. Are we still at divorceable? Or have we passed the major issues and are stuck on angry and are just transferring it to smaller things?
My main thing with her is my Windows and my Xbox and my 2K. Don't break I don't be around the crib pouring out her coconut oil or cutting up her lipstick. Why are you throwing my Xbox out the window?
So your problem is the anger. Mrs. Spencer, if you could get her anger under the control, you're cool with staying in the relationship. Is that what you're telling me?
That's what I'm telling you.
Mrs. Spencer, is there something that he's done that is now unforgivable, or is there something that can be saved?
If he stopped lying and stopped making me angry.
When's the last time he lied to you about some woman?
Oh, that was years ago. But he just lied about little things, you know, about leaving the house. Let me tell you, he told me, he came in the house at 6 o'clock in the morning one time. And I asked him, well, what you doing here? So, you know, this single man hours. What you doing out this time of night? He gonna tell me, oh, we was playing 2K, I fell asleep. No, I don't believe that.
I understand what's happening here. Listen, you have asked me, Mr. Spencer, to award you $876.99, one for a broken gaming system and some for tinted windows on your Grand Marquis. I'm sorry.
And we're gonna
just stay way over there. Oh, my God. And then we'll talk about it. So, Mr. Spencer, if this union ends, you want your money for those broken items. You want money for the broken gaming system and the broken windows, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's pretty simple. You did it.
I paid for it.
Yeah, but you gave it to him, right?
It was a little gift. A
gift is a gift is a gift is a gift. If it's a gift, it's gone and it doesn't belong to you anymore. Once it doesn't belong to you anymore, you can't break it. So if, in fact, you two decide not to be together, there will be a judgment in his favor in $876.99. Now, what I'm telling you is I hope that no money changes hands. You got little people in the house. Little people. And the cheating was long ago. So you can't continue to get angry about that. And you can't put the anger of the cheat on top of the not being neat or on top of the gaming system. All it's different. But your anger seems to have built up over the years, so he gets the whole scope of your anger every time he does anything. So you don't want to live like that. You don't want your kids to live like that. Your anger should be appropriate to the circumstance. Having said that, you out there running around like you 12. It is difficult being a grown woman with grown woman responsibilities, and your man is sitting around gaming and going out and hanging out like he has no responsibilities whatsoever. It's irritating as all get out that you haven't stood up and taken responsibility for your household. It seems that you have allowed your wife to manage everything, be in charge of everything. You play as you will and then wonder what she's upset about. We don't get married to take care of you. We want to have children with you. We don't want you to revert to your own personal childhood. You want her to stop being angry? You behave like a grown man. You know, don't come home, you got all your boys in the house playing that game. She's tired. Good night, nurse. Get our 4-year-old and 1-year-old a chance. You know what I mean? Man up. Either one of them a girl?
My daughter, she won.
Be the man you would want her to marry one day.
Right.
You want to load up some dude on her back and make her carry it for the rest of her life? Keep it up.
She ain't getting married.
Keep it up.
So you right.
I'm telling you, keep it up. And that's exactly what she'll do. So, I'm going to award him $876.99, which he is not going to take from you. But what he is going to do is he's going to behave like the grown man that he is. Ain't that right?
That's right.
And you're going to step off all that anger. Because it's hard to be in a house with a woman who's perpetually upset. You know what I'm saying? Paying that stupid tax. That stupid tax, every time you break something, you got to replace it. It's the stupid tax. Yeah. You can't afford it. This matter is adjourned.
I came here for a divorce, but if Terrence can stop lying and come home at a reasonable hour, we can work it out.
The judge suggested I act like a man, take charge of my household, and that's exactly what I plan to do.
Today on Divorce Court.
I don't show Hubert any affection anymore since I lost respect for him.
He doesn't say, I love you. We don't sleep in the same bedroom anymore. It breaks my heart and my soul.
Hubert drinks from the time he gets up in the morning until the time he goes to bed at night. He's got 4 DUIs.
I like to drink. One might lead to 2. I'm maybe 30. He can't put up with it and he don't like it.
I took my wedding ring off 9 months ago because Hubert doesn't respect what a wedding ring means.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Hubert Perry and Dennis Forrester. The two of you have been together for 4 years and married for 1. I gotta say this, because everybody's gonna notice. There's a 30-year age difference between the two of you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You're 30 and you're 61.
61.
And when we first got you, we didn't believe you were really married. So we made you send us your marriage license. And indeed, this is the real deal.
Yeah.
People always think we're faking, but we're not. Mr. Perry and Mr. Forrester, you are in trouble in your marriage, and you came to see me to get this thing over with. But I don't think that's really what you want, but things are very much sideways. So, Mr. Perry, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here today?
Well, I met Dennis about 4 years ago. We met off a chat line, and he was a really, really good man when we first met. We was outbounding, we went places, we always was together, we did stuff together, we went out, ate, and everything. And over the years, he's just got solid where he wants to sit at home and just smoke his cigarettes and be himself.
He's boring.
He's boring. He's really, really boring.
Mr. Forrester, what do you have to say about that, sir?
He's right. When we first started. honestly, when we first met, I did run around with him, you know, go out and have a drink,
Sure.
have a good time. But I had prostate cancer, and that affected my health a lot. So that I had to settle down because I can't do what I used to do.
Right.
And I'm not 30 years old like he is.
Yeah, no, it's different. You passed 50 and... Ooh-wee. Mr. Forrester, why don't you tell me what you believe is the primary problem in this relationship?
Our problem is Hubert's drinking problem.
How much does he drink?
He gets up at 7 o'clock in the morning. He'll start drinking from 7 to the time he goes to bed at night.
Mr. Perry, he says you're drinking all day long. Is that true?
No, Your Honor, that is not true.
Yes, it is.
How much do you drink on any given day?
I drink, when I do drink, I do consume a lot of alcohol, but I don't drink every single day.
You don't drink every single day?
No, ma'am.
How many times a week do you drink?
About 3 times out of a week.
No.
3 to 4
3 times out of a
times.
week.
Well, on the weekend, I drink all weekend.
Tell me how much you drink.
I might drink probably a case to 30 beers a day with gin and liquor.
Are you concerned at all about your drinking?
I am, but I drink because I'm bored.
So you've developed a drinking habit over the years that you've been with him, or were you drinking before you met him?
I was drinking, but not heavily, until he got boring with me. So when he got boring with me, and I got boring with him, I started drinking and hanging out and doing everything else.
Now, we had some trouble getting you here. Can you tell me what happened?
I decided to take a few more drinks, and I ended up going to jail and getting a DUI.
His 4th one, Your Honor.
He has 4 DUIs.
This will be my 4th one.
And you know what happened when we called and he said, yeah, I'm in jail?
What?
Have some alcohol for me when I get there.
Yes.
And we were like, just get on the plane, man.
Right.
Get out of jail and get on the plane. Mr. Perry, you have a problem. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
But Mr. Forrester, what's the worst thing he's done while intoxicated?
He's wrecked 3 of my vehicles.
That'll do it.
3 of them were, they were all totaled out.
Totaled out?
And he was drinking at the time.
Mr. Perry, you want to talk about Mr. Forrester?
I sure do.
I bet you do.
I sure do.
Why don't you tell me what your main complaint is with Mr. Forrester?
My main complaint with Mr. Forrester is that the whole time that we've been married, he never told his family. I had to send him a marriage certificate through social media. And he doesn't take me to his family members. They don't know much about me. Since day one, since we've been married, they never even sent an
acknowledgement,
any kind of card
nothing.
or nothing like that. My family has been there for Denny since day one. They love him, they care about him.
His drinking.
Mr. Forrester, what did you say?
My family doesn't like his drinking.
Mr. Forrester, is it just the drinking, or is it?
It's the drinking and the disrespect.
When you say disrespect, tell me what you mean.
No, it's because I'm black.
I was going to ask, but thank you for putting that out there.
He calls me.
Does being black have something to do with it?
He calls me a black cracker.
It does. It has a problem with me being black because whenever I do go with him, I have to get in the back seat of the vehicle and hide because there's rebel flags hanging up.
Is that true, Mr. Forrester?
No.
He would be telling a lie.
Oh, you said that very slowly, Mr. Forrester. You know, you can't help your relatives. I mean, if they're racist or if they're, Confederate enthusiasts, 2 different things.
Yeah, my family interacts with black people. They're not racist or nothing like that.
Does he have to hide in the back seat of the car, though?
No, ma'am.
He just made that up.
It's because he's drunk.
He just laid out.
No. He's telling a lie there because whenever during his cancer surgery and everything, my auntie and her daughter was there, and his family was there, and I asked his family, hey, can I take y'all out to lunch while he's in recovery? And they was like, no, they wouldn't even accept me to go with them. And then his uncle and dad and them all put newspapers in front of their face so that they wouldn't even talk to us.
But it's my understanding you're the one that uses racial slurs to him because he just told me that.
Oh, he uses them too to me.
No, ma'am.
He uses them too to me. If I get him heated or we get into an argument, he can be really, he got a mouth. Yeah, he can get ugly, yes.
I want to move on from that and talk about the cheating because there has been some cheating and I want to know who's cheating on whom and why.
Yep.
When I was in the hospital in ICU, about dead, Hubert gets on the phone and calls him and tries to hit up on him.
Did you try to hit up on a friend when he was in the hospital recovering? Look at him, he did it! He did it! Mr. Perry, you say that there's been cheating on Mr. Forster's part. Why don't you explain that to me?
Well, I have seen sex tapes of him doing things with another guy. He has been on the chat line talking to other guys. And also, one day we was at the grocery store. This was just here recently, at the grocery store. And a guy saying, oh, I like your pictures. They're really nice. So I look back in the phone, and there's no pictures there because everything that he sends to another man, he deletes it.
Mr. Forster, are you running around on your husband?
No, ma'am.
What about these sex tapes?
That was prior to mine and Hubert's meeting.
Okay, so this is old stuff.
This is old stuff.
How about the chat line? You still on the chat line?
No, ma'am. I hadn't been on the chat line in over a year.
That's not.
He doesn't look like he's got the energy.
Oh, he has the energy. He has energy. Let me tell you something. On his birthday, on the 21st of August, on his birthday when he turned 61, he wanted to go see his family up in Georgia. So I was like, okay, that's fine. So I was like, here's you a few dollars for gas or whatever. So I said, hold on, let me run to the car real quick and do something. So I went and reset the miles on the car, which there's only like about 60 miles there and 60 back, so that would have made 120. Well, he comes back in about 4 hours, and there's like 300 and something miles on the vehicle.
Why does that have to involve cheating? He might just be going places.
Because he was meeting somebody on the road.
Why do you believe he was meeting somebody on the road? Because I get in the car, I go here, go there.
He's real sneaky. He's real sneaky because on that day he wasn't answering his phone. He usually tells me, hey, I'm here at my family's or something. He didn't do any of that on that day.
Mr. Forster, do you know what he's talking about?
The guy that we're talking about,
right.
And I've known him for over 10 years. When I was in the hospital in ICU, about dead, Hubert gets on the phone and calls him and tries to hit up on him.
Did you try to hit up on a friend when he was in the hospital recovering? Look at him, he did it! He did it! Look at that smile, you did!
I did, Your Honor, because, he did, because I was trying to cheat on him because of what he did to me. I bring guys home now because of what he's done to me. I mean, he's the one that's been caught cheating all the time.
So you took the time where he was almost dead, recovering in the hospital. Wow, this is a great time for a revenge cheat?
I
did. What you're telling me?
I did because he was doing stuff prior to that before he had the surgery or whatever.
Your Honor, the guy that he's seeing now, he brings him into our home and disrespects me. He comes in, goes to their bedroom, has sex or whatever they do back there, come out naked, go in and take a shower together, right there in front of me. That's disrespectful.
Mr. Perry, do you do that?
That would be true because
Look at you.
But listen, he's not making me happy. He's not making me happy. He's not giving me what I want. So I gotta go out there and get it some kind of other way.
Not that I could support that on any level, but do you gotta bring it home and do it right in front of him?
Yes, because it's both of our house, and if we're both on the lease, I can do what I want to do. He can do what he want to do. I told him, hey, if you want to go meet you somebody, you go meet you somebody.
If I brought somebody home in front of Hubert, I'd be knocked out the front door.
And you know that's true because you're laughing at that too.
That would be true, but I really just wanted to be over with him.
You wanted to be over?
Yes, I'm tired of him because all he did is lied and he's cheated. He just hides a lot of stuff from me. Over just like $20, I could be like, hey, you got this, you got that. No, I don't. But then when I go check your wallet, it's there.
Yeah. Given all the drinking and the cheating, it's no wonder that there are intimacy issues, because you say you guys don't have sex anymore. I want to talk a little bit about that. And then ask each one of you, what is it you really want to do? Do you want to, you know, you're 61, your health ain't good.
Right.
You're trying to fix this thing. You're trying to look for a sliver of hope. Let's just try to figure out what's going on here.
We got wedding bands. He won't even wear his wedding band.
No.
And I mean, what kind of
if my spouse was
even
sleeping with
when
somebody
we
else.
was married, he wouldn't even when we was first married, he wouldn't even wear it.
I took my ring off 9 months ago because of what he does.
Mr. Forrester, what do you want to do? He's bringing other guys in the house. Are you ready to leave? Is it just too hard to leave? What's happening?
Well, I don't sleep with Hubert no more because he's bringing these guys into the house. I don't know what kind of diseases they got.
Right, right. Do you want to end this marriage?
I think it's for the best, yes.
Mr. Perry, do you want to do anything to hang on to Mr. Forrester?
I really love him and I care about him, but the reason we don't sleep together is because he sleeps with the dogs sleep with him, and I don't like dogs. And we sleep in separate beds. We sleep in separate rooms because of that. I mean, I can't sleep in a room where a doggy pees in the bed and all of that and poops in the floor and all of that. I mean, I was never raised with a dog. If you have a dog, it's supposed to stay on the outside in a cage or tied up or whatever it's supposed to be.
That dog is house trained. She wakes me up at 5 in the morning.
That's her biggest.
It's so funny what you got rules about. You got rules about the dog, but you can bring another dude in the house in front of your husband.
Yeah.
Ain't no problem. I don't understand that. I mean, you know, everybody's raised with somebody, oh, I'm proper, except for, Mr. Perry, what are you going to do about your life? You seem dissolute. You seem to have, you're drinking, you're sitting at home, you're disrespecting your husband, DUIs, all of this mess. What are you going to do to make your life turn out as something other than a train wreck?
Leave Denny and be single.
Do you think that will help you?
It sure would, because, I mean, I feel like sometimes, or most of the time, he can be the worst enemy in my life, but then he can be the best enemy in my life. I mean, it's just, I don't understand it. Like, I mean, we got wedding bands. He won't even wear his wedding band.
No.
And I mean, what kind of thing? I mean, even when we was married, he wouldn't even. When we was first married, he wouldn't even wear it.
I took my ring off 9 months ago because of what he does.
Yeah. Huh. Mr. Forrester, what are you going to do if you leave him? I mean, you're not working, you're not well. Is it a problem to leave him?
No. It's not a problem.
You got somebody to look after you? Or you don't need that yet?
I'm a survivor.
You're going to make it.
That would be a lie.
Why is that a lie?
Because his family don't want him around them.
No, Hubert.
His family don't want him around them because he's done so many bad things to them in the past.
What's he done that's so bad?
He stole from them and everything.
I have never
Yes, he has.
from my family.
And okay, if this how it should be. Okay, why is he gonna pay somebody else's phone bill and not paying mine?
Whose phone bill is he paying?
Ask him whose phone bill he's paying.
You paying somebody else's phone bill?
I pay mine and my father's phone bill.
But let our cable bill get behind.
Okay. I got a very clear picture of what's happening here. And I want to paint it for you and then move on. Mr. Forrester, I wish you nothing but happiness and health.
Thank you.
I hope you are completely finished with this guy. You are too good a person to be putting up with the kind of disrespect that he's showing up with in here.
Yes, ma'am.
Talking about you all ridiculous, doing the most horrendous things you do, worried about whose phone bill you're paying, and having sex with other men in your house. My goodness, you're worth so much more than that. You shouldn't have to tolerate that. And you are a survivor, and I believe in your ability to move on forward and go on. You don't need no little 30-year-old drunk guy in your house bringing other dudes in there. You'll be fine on your own. Find somebody closer to your age, got some sense, know how to treat somebody. You just awful.
Yes.
You're drunk, riding around, crashing cars. You're using him for his money. You're a wrong dude. You're not working. And I hope you go to jail for these DUIs because you have absolutely no right to put the rest of this community at risk because you don't know how to handle your business. And I want you to feel bad when you leave here, Mr. Perry. Usually I don't say that, but I want you to feel bad because because you feel some sense of righteous indignation about something or another, and I can't even figure out why. But until you feel badly about what you do and who you are and how you behave and how you conduct business, you're never going to get any better. And you need to get better. You really, really do. Mr. Forrester, my best to you. Best of luck. I wish you well. Be a better man. This matter is adjourned.
The reason why I put up with this so long is I've been trying to help you get on the right path. And he doesn't want to listen to me, so I've done all I can do.
I think my marriage failed because of me and him and my drinking, my alcohol.
Previously on Divorce Court.
Vaughn has a daughter that is not mine. She was born on one of our breaks.
My wife and my child's mother are the two opposing forces.
Why
with me
are
in the
we?
middle.
Why are we?
Because
he was lying to both of
that's
us.
not true. That is not true.
We got a hot mess going.
Yes, we do.
And I need to have all the women in Mr. Brown's life together in one room so we can resolve this and figure out what's what, who's who, and get everybody going home on the right train.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the matter of Tamara Brown versus Vaughn Brown. This matter is reconvened because we have had other parties. Let me set the table for you momentarily. Mr. and Mrs. Brown, though married 21 years, have been separated for the past 4 months. His sister, Janine Brown, is here in the court. Also there is Kimberly Wright. How are you? This is the woman with whom you had a baby while you were on a break from Mrs. Brown. I'm going to start with you, Mrs. Wright. Ms. Wright, why don't you tell me what the situation is and why you feel your child is not treated well by Mrs. Brown?
Because she carried the hostility on from me and carried on to my child.
Give me some examples.
She never liked me at all. She thought I was the cause of her and Vaughn breaking up or whatever, but I didn't know anything about her at all. She knew more about me than I did about her. But anyway, the child was born and she never liked my child. She hated my child, she hated me, she hated anything that he represent with somebody else because she didn't have that child first.
Mr. Brown, you do see what your implication in this matter. How have you handled this matter? You created it.
Now,
so how have you handled it?
I admit, Your Honor, I did not handle it the best way. It should have probably been handled, but I did the best I could with the limited knowledge I knew at the time. Meaning now, my wife had brought up I would secretly talk with her, excuse me, to leave a room. That's not true. The reason why I would leave the room or talk to her at a different time than in the presence of my wife is because they both would hear the other one over the phone, and I'm in the middle, and the animosity is coming from both ends, honestly, and I'm trying to middle, trying to referee between my wife and Miss Wright in order to see my kid. And I'm trying to be less conflict as possible, so we just worked out better for me to talk to her out of her presence.
Now, they both agree that that's not true. Mrs. Brown, I thought they would never agree on anything. Mrs. Brown, why don't you tell me what you believe he was doing with respect to the two of you?
I believe he was doing what he did from day one. He would tell Kim one thing and he'd tell Tamara one thing. So therefore, when he's on the phone with Kim, I'm saying stuff like, that ain't what you just said.
It depends what we're talking about.
Ms. Wright, is that accurate? That he was playing you against one another?
I don't think he was playing it. I was just calling to ask, like, when is you gonna send your child some money? When is you gonna do something for your child? And he was like, well, I ain't got it right now. I'm gonna call you later. I'm gonna send you something in a couple months, a couple weeks. Or I'm gonna send you this, I'm gonna send you that. And I was like, I'm just sick of the promises
So, okay, there's
of
a
different
conversation right
things
there. So,
that
okay,
he was talking about. But it was never no talking, no talking about me and him getting together. No, that was never not on the option of me and him talking. All was talking pertaining to.
She may not verbalize that, but that was the attitude in the room. When she knew I was on the phone with Miss Wright, it's always the attitude was there's something going on. Why is she calling you for money? She just called you last week. She just called you 2 weeks ago. She just called you last month. That'd be the argument we having. So now I'm arguing with her about talking to her about money from a kid.
Okay,
and it became a circus. And
I got you. I got what happened, Mrs.
I'd
Brown.
like to clear my name.
Go ahead.
I have told Vaughn since day one to go, and you tell the truth, to get his child, to be in his child's life, because when she gets... Thank you. Vaughn, what have I said? What have I said? I said because when she get a certain age, she's only gonna know what her mama tells her. Have I not told you that?
No.
Okay.
Girl, please.
No.
What is your understanding about her treatment and her actions towards Ms. Wright's child?
She treats her daughter with hatred. She hates her being around, and she disrespected her verbally. She calls her names back. When we got there, she didn't speak to none of us. She did say hi to my husband, went in their daughter's room and said, get this B stuff out of my daughter's room. This is your daughter.
Stop.
Get her stuff out of here.
I did.
He take care of her child that's not his. But when he take care of his, it's a problem.
That's
he
right.
don't send no money. She talking mad.
He don't
cash
take
about
care
it.
of my child. Vaughn has not taken care of my child, and that's one of our issues.
Hang on, let her finish and I'll get to you. Go ahead.
That's one of our issues. It's been many a times with Jamia growing up. I wanted to call Kim and tell her she got off good because I'm arguing at him.
You never said that.
No, I didn't say that. I said that.
You ain't never said send her no money. You ain't never say take care of her.
I have always told him.
You prevented that. That's what you did. That's what you did.
I got it. But you set up the tent.
He did.
If he set up the tent, you said this is the
Your
circus.
Honor, can I just say this?
Stop, hang on. This is the circus, but you set up the tent.
Can I just say this?
So you cannot just point at them and say wrong, wrong, wrong when you made that happen.
That's
with
right,
your
Vaughn.
actions.
You ain't innocent to this because it's your child. You never took care of her.
He needs to let him know this. You really do. There has been times I told Vaughn to send Jamia money.
No, you didn't, girl.
Okay,
stop.
over
You don't
the
know.
years.
Hold on, stop.
Those
Let her
clothes
finish.
that you threw out of the window when she was born,
Save those tears.
I bought
Please.
them.
Stop.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I bought those clothes she threw out of the window when she was a baby. When she needed diapers, Vaughn didn't have the money. I bought those diapers.
Girl, you lying.
When his mother passed, he didn't have the money to buy her clothes. I bought her clothes from head to toe out of my pocket. She didn't like what we bought, so when she came back, she had something else, so he didn't like it. What did we do, Your Honor? We went to the store, and I rebought her another outfit.
The outfit she got for my mother's funeral, Kim didn't like it, and Kim gave her some old...
I bought it.
Okay, let me just say, I know this
I
is
never prevented him from his child.
Let me just stay here 1 second on that, because this is one thing we can agree on. Did she buy your, whether you liked them or not?
I don't know if she bought it or not.
She was going to her funeral.
Who bought it?
I don't care
the wife
who
bought it. The wife did buy it.
At some point, we got to be okay for those children. At some point. And if we can't even honor the facts that occur, we can't go around calling everybody fake news.
Yeah,
we got to know what the news is.
That's what I mean by he's not telling her.
So we can have a place to start. Do you see what I'm saying?
But if the disrespect
her
is there
one
all
thing,
along, you
he's
can't go
telling me
nowhere.
And that's why I'm saying we can't go anywhere with the respect unless we can agree on the facts.
Yeah.
And that's one fact we can agree on, is it not?
Right.
We're going to set that right there,
Right.
and then I'm going to bring it back later on.
She didn't want her eating none of her food. She was looking at her nasty. She wouldn't speak to her. She would not talk to this child. And she set the whole house atmosphere for everybody. And his daughter would constantly come talk to me. When I leave, she want to come with me. She don't like being there by herself because she's really nasty to her.
Now, Mr. Brown, tell me about the atmosphere in your home when Ms. Wright's daughter is there, when your daughter with Ms. Wright is there?
Okay. She was 11 the first time she come down. I was ecstatic. I want her to stay with me for a year just to get to know her, she could get to know us. So she come down, and it was tension from the first day. It was, I can't really put it into words, the atmosphere in the house.
Were you there, Ms. Brown? Can you put it into words? Women can usually put it into words.
She didn't want her eating none of her food. She was looking at her nasty. She wouldn't speak to her. She would not talk to this child. And she set the whole house atmosphere for everybody. Even my children was like, what's wrong? I'm like, we'll talk about it another time. Everybody just be polite, stuff going on. And his daughter would constantly come talk to me. When I leave, she want to come with me. She don't like being there by herself because she's really nasty to her. She's like, Auntie, she wanted me to take her home with me. She wanted me out of there so bad to take his daughter back to Detroit. I said, baby, I can't. I got to give your father opportunity to have this time with you. Well, you know, his wife ain't going to like that and this and this. So I said, baby, I got to go. So I left. She wanted to come. I said, no, you're going to have to stay. But she is so nasty and disrespectful. It is unbelievable.
Ms. Brown, and I know you're hurt. He did a horrible thing to you. Can you even see in your worst moments that maybe you took it out on that child unintentionally, inadvertently?
I think so, Your Honor.
I do too.
I think so. I don't think it was conscious.
I think it was.
I don't think it was conscious.
I think it was conscious, and he wasn't there to protect her.
Why do you think it was conscious?
Because she didn't like her. My child was in her daughter's bed. When she came in the daughter's room, she started going off. I was on the phone with her, and she was like, "What you doing in my daughter's bed?" And Jamil says, "I'm sleeping. Get up out of my baby's bed right now. I bought this bed. I got this bed. This is my daughter's bed, and you don't have a right to let." And then she said, "Didn't I tell you to get up out this bed?" And I said, "Jamil, what's going on? What's going on?" He was on the phone with her at the same time. She was on the phone with him. I was on the phone with my daughter. She was on the phone with him. He heard the whole thing, and if you lie, Vaughn, I'll never forgive you. You better tell the truth.
Okay, next, Mr. Brown, I'm going to get your version of the story.
I said, I know why you upset with me because I wasn't in your life.
She was full of hurt.
But I tried, but your mama wouldn't let you.
She was full of hurt.
I told her that.
Let me ask you this. Have you allowed him to participate meaningfully in his daughter's life? Mr. Brown, you were on the phone with the parties involved. Tell me what your version of that event is.
Okay, from what I can gather, from what I heard, Ms. Wright is painting a polite picture of my daughter. They both was irate at that time. My wife and my daughter was both being irate toward each other. And this started at 11 in the daytime. It went on until almost 3 o'clock the afternoon. I was on the road. I'm 3 hours away. At my first stop, the phone ring, get your daughter. She been disrespectful. I hear my daughter on the other end being just belligerent and disrespectful. So I'm calling both parties while I'm trying to make my deliveries. And then in between calls, she called. I'm like, oh, God, what's going on? So she called, and it kind of threw me off because she was more calm than they were.
We're there. What do you have to say?
What happened was him and his daughter had a talk. He was trying to talk to her and see where her feelings were about him. And she was being very, very disrespectful.
Because she was mad at me for not being in her life.
She was angry. She
Come
was full
on.
of her.
Nuh-uh.
She was.
I told her.
She was full of her.
I know why you mad with me.
Fine.
I said, I know why you upset with me because I wasn't in your life.
She was
Forgive
full
me.
of hurt.
But I tried, but your mama wouldn't let you.
She was full of hurt.
I told her that.
And she was going off on him, and she was telling him, I don't care, I don't care. To the point where she said, can I get back to watching my movie? And he said, no, you gonna listen to me. And she went to stand up to get out of the chair to go watch her movie. My husband was pretty much straddling her and holding her by her wrist to hold that child in the chair while he was talking to her. So he took the pin out the grenade to the point where he held her so long, they was just sweating. It was just a standoff.
Let me ask you this. Have you allowed him to participate meaningfully in his daughter's life?
Of course I have.
No!
He won't do.
Your
He don't do
Honor.
it. In 17 years, count on his hand how many times he did
I
it.
called her. I said, I want to get moved for the summertime. You gotta talk to my auntie. Why you gotta talk to your auntie, man? That's my kid, man. Can't do all that.
No, you ain't asked me that.
It had
No, you
nothing.
didn't.
Every
It
year.
don't have nothing to do with
Every
it.
year.
No, you didn't.
This is
Every
what I
year.
mean by he
Stop.
didn't set it
Stop.
straight.
Stop.
He didn't tell
No.
her what was. He made promises that the girl could come up, and then he'd be like, "Oh, I forgot," or "I didn't have the money," and she wouldn't come up. So this particular time that he
Vaughn
did
is a
say that she was,
practical liar, and that's what he is, and she protects him because
this
that's all they
particular
do
time
for
that
each
she
other.
was-
I'm gonna sit back and then I'm gonna say something. It ain't gonna fix everything, but I wanna change the trajectory of this entire relationship. Because what's happening is we have a bunch of adults behaving badly, behaving how they, emoting constantly without stopping to think, I'm going to have to suck a few things up because I've done a few things wrong and I've got children involved in this matter and I've got to do things differently. I also want to talk to you about women on women. And it happens a lot in my community where we are in circumstances where we control so little that we don't have any money, we don't have the man, we don't have a job, we don't have anything going on, and the only thing we can exercise control over is the volume of our mouths and the young people that we have. So what we do is we take that and oppress each other with it. You know what I'm saying? Now, Mr. Brown, you started all of this mess. So every time the mess starts, you can't get angry. You've got to get involved, but you have to stay calm and you have to suck it up because it began at your door. But every time you women get involved in this, and the easiest person to get mad at is another woman, you got to stop and rethink this sucker because it's not gonna work. She's hurt because you knocked her up and walked off. That's what that is. She feels bad. She feels used. She feels taken advantage of. She feels like she doesn't get enough money. She doesn't get enough time. She may have kept her daughter away from you. If you did, bad on you. Because your daughter deserves a relationship with him. Yes, so she will not keep running after other dudes that are going to knock her up and walk away because that dude wasn't there. And you don't have the right to put her in that position. That's all I'm going to say to you. But that hurt you have to assuage. That hurt you have to acknowledge. And then you have to say, I'm done. Because I'm better than that. That's something I did a while ago. And that happened. And he ain't that important no more, no way.
That's right. I said
you know what I mean? And then you two need to make a point of making it right with one another. Because it's this knucklehead that started all that nonsense. You two women, he probably lied to you, and you're upset. And I bet you weren't quite right with that daughter because you were mad she was mad. She was hurt. Yeah. Put yourself in her shoes. Put yourself in her shoes. But you make it right between the two of you because you got to direct that child and your other children. If you're mad all day, if you're angry all the time, the children that you raise, every epithet you hurl, every angry word you say, teaches your children how to feel. We're gonna grow up in a tornado. Ms. Brown, you the last one. You the last one. He comes to you when he's charged up all these women. He's come to you when his situation went dangling about the town and didn't do the right thing. And he comes to you and tells you about this woman and that woman. You tell him, you be a man, handle your business. And don't get angry.
Oh,
you get calm. Don't get a tool with her. Don't get a tool with her. You be a peacemaker. Because we cannot survive in this atmosphere. Right. Do you understand what I'm saying? Right. Your children will not survive in this atmosphere. And y'all got to make it right. Everybody's got a reason to be mad for the reason they're mad about. But now that's over with. Now it's a new day. It's a new directory. Everybody apologizes for everybody for the wrong that they've done, and you move forward in a manner that the God I'm sure all y'all worship would be proud to call daughters. This matter is adjourned.
In court today, I feel like I was attacked. I did everything that I could do to make it comfortable It may not have been as comfortable as they wanted it to be, but I hate no child. And when my husband fell short, I stepped up when it came to his child. That's about all that I can do.
Do I want to see the marriage? Yes. It's just what happens. Nothing, baby, that can be overcome. So yeah.
I don't want to save my marriage.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here because I think Chris is cheating on me.
I've never cheated on her, and I haven't cheated on her. Misty really needs to show me more respect.
He's a lousy provider. I support everything.
She is the only one currently working.
Chris has got to step up and be a man, get a job, and act like he wants his family.
I can see myself spending the rest of my life with Misty.
I want the judge to tell Chris that if he doesn't step up, I'm gone. I'm out of here.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Misty Manning and Christopher Curtis. The two of you have been together for 2 years. You are here on before your vows. You love each other. You want to be with each other, but you're not quite sure whether or not you should get married. So you've come before me. You've taken my compatibility test and given me your license with permission to tear it up should I find the union ill-advised. Ms. Manning, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me why you love him, but why you're not so sure you should marry him?
Your Honor, I'm here today because I think my boyfriend Chris is cheating on me. When I was in the hospital with pneumonia, he texted his ex-girlfriend asking her to come and see him. When she asked him, well, what about Misty? He said, well, she don't know, won't hurt. He texted another one of his exes asking her, telling her he still had feelings for her, wanting to know if she still had feelings for him. Could they get back together? There was a time where there was a lady that texted the phone or called the phone, and we were in bed, he was in the bathroom, and I answered it. Well, when I answered it, she said, oh, really? And I said, can I ask who this is? She said, why don't you ask Chris who I am? Hung up. So when he came out of the bathroom, I asked him. He says he don't know who it was, he's never seen that number before, but I've recognized that number several times on his phone.
Mr. Curtis, that was a whole lot in one fell swoop. Do you have a response to any of that?
Your Honor, I never cheated on her, and when the lady called my phone, Misty pretended to be, or text my phone, I should say, Misty pretended to be me just to gain information from her. In regards to me texting an ex, yes, I did text an ex, and I did ask her to come to the hospital, but at that point in time, I didn't know if Misty was going to live or die, and it wasn't for me to cheat on her. I was needing somebody to confide in.
You mean to tell me you got your woman in the hospital, you don't know if she's going to live or die, and you turn to an ex-girlfriend for support?
Yes,
this
Your
is
Honor.
what you're telling me.
Yes, Your Honor.
How much sense does that make?
At the point in time, it made a lot of sense, but now it doesn't make any.
There's growth right there. Mr. Curtis, what is your primary concern with respect to this relationship?
My primary concern in this relationship is that I'm tired of her accusing me of cheating on her and her not respecting me.
Well, that was short and sweet. Ms. Manning, can you tell me any other reasons why you believe that he's cheating on you?
Your Honor, he's always telling lies. He is a pathological liar. He lies about everything. One time he said he was going to go and apply for a job. He lied. He didn't go and apply for a job. He went and donated plasma. And when he had an interview, he told the interview people that I was in the hospital having a miscarriage. I was never pregnant.
Did you do that, Mr. Curtis?
That's
a yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So, are you unemployed now?
Yes, Your Honor.
How long have you been unemployed?
3 months.
Okay. Did you tell her you were going to get a job and had a job interview when you didn't?
No, I did go apply for the job and I did have an interview. I just didn't make the interview.
And you didn't make the interview because?
I was donating plasma, and the time that...
You just didn't want to get the job, right? Because there's no time frame in which you have to donate plasma. If you got a job interview, you go. You don't.
Right.
It's not like the plasma people, the blood people tackled you on the way to the interview and dragged you in and tapped your vein. You made a decision not to go to the interview and to give plasma instead, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There you go. We're getting growth over here. Mr. Curtis, do you respect her?
Yes, I respect her.
Uh-huh. How come so many lies and so many, You know, I'm going to get a job, but don't get a job. Got an ex coming to the hospital while she's there. Why so disrespectful?
Because I guess I'm taking out what happened to me in my past relationship out on her.
What happened in your past relationship?
Past relationships, I've been cheated on. I've done everything else for the person that I was with and didn't get any recognition for it. So therefore, being with Misty, I take that out on her.
You take advantage of her before she can take advantage of you.
I guess in a way, yes, Your Honor.
I got that.
Your Honor, one time he had stated that he went and applied for food stamps to try to financially help because he don't want to work. And I'm the one that brings in all the money. I pay all the bills. So I told him at least apply for food stamps. He lied and said, well, I don't know how to apply. And so I tried to help him. Well, he lied about applying for food stamps. He lied about going and getting a job because I've applied for the jobs online for him. And I couldn't even get him to call and schedule an interview or check on the job after I applied for him.
Is all that true?
Yes.
Your Honor, he's okay with being a carny, a carnival worker, and I'm not okay with being a carny's wife. I'm not going to. That's the only job that this man wants to do.
If there's a carnival in town, you'll work it? Is that what
No, basically
how it works?
No, basically what it is I've worked for carnivals for 10 years. It's not something that I can just up and quit one day, you know, and not ever go back to it. She wants me to make money, but she wants me to do it her way. So therefore, I've never worked a 9-to-5 job in my life, never. I've worked carnivals for the last 10.5 years.
Do you have to travel with them?
Yes.
From city to city?
Yeah.
And she doesn't want you to do that because she wants you home.
Exactly. But if she wants me to make money, I don't see a problem with it. As long as I'm sending her money at least every day or every week or whatever, I don't see...
When he does work carnivals, does he send you money?
No, Your Honor, he does not.
That's a lie.
And he is also lying because he said he's never worked a 9-to-5 job. When I got with this man, he was working at the Salvation Army in Tulsa, where I was stranded at for a couple weeks. So if he's never worked a 9-to-5 job, how did he work that job? If I would have known then that he was going to be like this, I would have never took him back home with me.
You took him back home with you?
I took him back home with me from Oklahoma.
How long did you know him before you took him back home with you?
Not long, Your Honor.
Give me a ballpark.
Your Honor, probably 3 weeks.
Small ballpark, huh?
Yes.
Oh, my God. Didn't anybody, when you brought him home, say, hey, do you really know this dude?
Yes. My parent did. My father did. He didn't like the idea of me bringing him home anyway, but I thought I was in love, and he couldn't tell me nothing better at the time.
What was on your mind when you left the state with a woman after knowing her 3 weeks?
Honestly, Your Honor, I don't know. I fell in love with her. That's all I can really say.
Well, if this is what love looks like, I'd rather be alone.
Your Honor, this man has a very bad anger problem. When we get in arguments or fights, he is quick to call me a bitch, quick to call me fat and put me down, quick to tell me he doesn't love me no more.
Mr. Curtis? So, Ms. Manning, you say he's verbally abusive. Why don't you tell me about that?
Your Honor, this man has a very bad anger problem. When we get in arguments or fights, he is quick to call me a bitch, quick to call me fat and put me down, quick to tell me he doesn't love me no more.
Has he been like that throughout the relationship, or has this developed over time?
Just started.
Just started how long ago?
Probably 6 months.
Do you know why? Do you know what's changed?
Your Honor, I don't. I know that, like, when I put him out, I'll tell him to go. He's got to get out of my apartment. He'll get so mad, he'll punch holes in my walls. There was a couple nights about a week ago where he knocked my coffee table over. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. The police officers got called. They 86'd him out of there. He ended up leaving. I took him back. We were at my dad's. When we first came to Arkansas, we were at my dad's, and this man ended up getting in an argument with me, calling me fat, telling me I was worthless, putting holes in my dad's walls. So he had to step in, kicked him off the property, told him to leave.
Mr. Curtis, are you shrinking at all over there? You starting to feel smaller and smaller?
Yes, Your Honor,
Yeah,
I am.
I'm glad, because that means that you're conscious. Now, Mr. Curtis, do you admit to being verbally abusive? And if so, how did that develop as a lifestyle for you?
Yes, I do admit to being verbally abusive, but I don't do... When she starts yelling, I get irate. So therefore, I lose my temper very quickly. And yes, I have called her names. I admit that, and I regret that. And no sooner than I say it do I apologize to her for it. I mean, when we fight, we do fight. I've never laid hands on her, but I have broken our stuff and I have put holes in our wall. I'll admit that.
And since you don't work, you don't have the money to replace them, so that puts the burden on her to replace those items you broke, correct?
You're right, it does. And that doesn't give me right to do it. But I have fixed everything that I've put a hole in.
Do you know why she's always yelling at you?
Because I don't do nothing.
There you go. Does it ever occur to you that the appropriate response to her being mad at you about that kind of stuff is to, like, man up as opposed to holler at her?
Yes, it is.
However, you rejected that notion because...
Honestly, I really don't have an answer for that, Your Honor.
This is a before your vows. I have to remind myself of that. Do you want to marry her?
Yes, Your Honor, I do. I love her to death.
How is it that you love her so much but can do nothing for her but hurt her?
Honestly, Your Honor, I don't know. I don't try to hurt her. And that's never been my intention at all.
But you manage it quite a bit. And I want you to try to connect the dots for me. You really, really love her, but this is how you treat her. How does that happen? Ms. Manning, at some point I got to turn to you. This is a before your vows. You've told me he's verbally abusive, that he doesn't work, that he tears up your stuff, that you think he's cheating, brings over the ex when you're at the hospital, all of these things, yet you want to marry him. So I want you to take a hot second there and put your best words together so you can explain to me why it is you want to connect yourself in perpetuity to pain. He is a net negative in your life. He's emotionally harmful. He's tearing down who you are. He's tearing up your house. He's not contributing economically. He lies to you and he cheats on you. What would cause you to throw him out and keep going? So, Ms. Manning, I went through all of his behaviors as you've recited them to me and asked you, why are you here on the before your vows? Because it seems to me that you want to attach yourself to pain. Tell me what I'm missing or where I'm wrong.
Your Honor, I love this man, and I want him to get it together and be a man and respect me. But if he doesn't, I'm not going to stay with him.
You have so far. You keep telling me you've thrown him out, you bring him back. What would cause you to throw him out and keep going?
You know, Your Honor, I think it's just I can't let go of him for some reason. I love this man, and I see the change in him, but he's just not willing to do it.
Mr. Curtis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you willing to change in order to become a man worthy of having her as his wife?
Yes, Your Honor, I am willing to change.
What are you gonna do?
First off, I need to get a job. That's the biggest one. I need to help more around the house. And
you don't do that either?
I do clean the house, but I don't clean it like she wants me to clean it, you know. But I do cook her dinner. I make sure she has dinner ready when she gets off of work.
Every day?
Not every day, at least 3 to 4 times out of the week.
No, you're lying.
Does she go to work every day?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't feed her every day?
It's not that I don't feed her every day. I don't slave over a hot stove every day, no. But at least 3 or 4 times out of the week, I do.
And if the tables were turning, you were working all day, you'd expect your woman to have a meal for you every day. Not 3 or 4 days, but every day.
Honestly, no, Your Honor. I wouldn't expect her to cook every day for me.
Oh, that doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense. Ms. Manning, I'm going to give you an opportunity to give me a 30-second professional, because right now, you know, all I'm wanting to do is buy you a bus ticket and send you somewhere. So I want you to say something to me that would say, this is a union I'd be worth fighting for. Ready, set, go.
I don't even know, Your Honor. I don't feel like I should be fighting for it. I really don't, because I don't see him changing. I don't see anything, working out with us. He don't want to work. We don't have no communication. When I ask him answers, he won't even tell me. He'll just say, I don't know, or the famous cop-out that he always does about the not you, it's me. I don't really see anything coming about it, Your Honor. I don't, and I've tried. I've tried. I've cried to him, I've begged him, and I've talked to him like a woman, and he still refuses today to do anything.
Mr. Curtis, you have 30 seconds to convince her that she shouldn't bounce you, as I'm going to recommend.
I mean, like she said, we don't have any communication, and she's right, we don't. And when she does ask me questions, I can't give her an answer, but I do love her and I do care about her, and I'll do anything and everything it takes to keep her.
That's it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Got it. Now I'm gonna talk to you. Well, I'm gonna talk to you too. You may not have any fun, but I will. I fully anticipate that you're gonna leave here and be with him. He's done nothing for you. He is a net negative in your life. He's emotionally harmful. He's physically harmful, just tearing up your stuff. He doesn't put hands on you, but he's tearing down who you are. He's tearing up your house. He's not contributing economically. He lies to you and he cheats on you. I don't know what's going to make you go. And he does it because he can. That's it. And he does it because he can. The side of you, whatever love he professes to have for you, does not stop him. It doesn't say, hold up. It doesn't make him, dag, she's working that hard. Let me at least make her a meal. It doesn't do anything. He does as much as he can, when he can, how he can, whatever he can, because he knows you'll take it. I hope you know you're better than that. I hope you believe that you can step on and step forward, either with or without him, whether you have a man, don't matter. It's better than being beat over the head with what you're not and how not good you are, and he's cheating on you. He could bring home some disease. You don't know what he's doing. He lies to you. You know, if somebody verbally abuses you long enough, you become that little piece of nothing that they tell you that you are. Bit by bit, day by day, they make you smaller and smaller and less, and one day you'll look up and can't get out because you're so small, because he's convinced you of that. I don't know what's wrong with you, Mr. Curtis, but let me tell you what. You are going to get in life the whole lot of nothing that you give her. You got nothing to recommend you. You have no kindness. You have no love. You have no conscience. And you just, yeah, I did it. Yeah, I did it. You don't even believe that you're not a bad guy. You're just a nothing guy that gives her nothing, expects everything, and don't want to do anything about it. I hope I'm wrong about you. I hope you're not this black hole of negativity that I see. But that's what you are. And I don't know how you can look in the mirror every day, say you love a woman, and live off a woman, and tear a woman down, and still feel like a man in the morning. Can't see it. Don't know how it happens. Don't know how you live with yourself. I couldn't treat somebody who I didn't love with that amount of disregard. Have somebody I didn't love, but he's taking care of me and paying my bills, and I'm going to talk nasty about him. Please. What does that say about you? Ms. Manning, step on, step forward, move past this. This is an ugly you do not have to bear. And I don't want you to believe that you're better off just because you have a dude. See this little marriage license? See, if I had a lighter, we would take it out in flames and we dance around it in a bonfire about freedom for you, but you have the right to feel good about yourself. Don't hook up with a guy that doesn't make you feel good. You with me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Step on, step forward. This matter is adjourned.
Misty, I'm sorry for everything that's happened in our relationship, and I don't want it to end like this. That's never how I wanted it to end, and I do love and care about you, and I do want to work this out.
I did everything for Chris, but he threw it away. Like, he didn't appreciate it. And like the judge said, he thought I was going to stay, and I'm not.
Today on Divorce Court.
Him watching porn has been an issue.
She feels I've chosen porn over her numerous times.
I cheated on him because I wanted to feel like I was enough, and he made me feel like I wasn't enough.
She has tried to make me feel like it's my fault that she cheated.
As far as the cheating goes, I take full responsibility that it was my choice, that I chose to do it, but he definitely pushed me to want to do it because of the way he's treated me over the years.
A lot of times I feel like she expects me to be an absolute mind reader.
At this point, I'm not sure if I can see myself spending the rest of my life with him. There's definitely a lot of work that has to be done.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Ashley Stevenson and Jason Stevenson. Mr. and Mrs. Stevenson, you have been together for 9 years, married for 7. You have 5 children. Get this, 1, 3, 5, 6, and 7. Wow. So you get an award just for being upright. You two are having some difficulties, and you've come here today to ask my advice. So, Mrs. Stevenson, I'm going to get right with it and start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here today in divorce court?
I'm here today to get some advice, and he's been watching porn for 9 years, and it's been a major problem. It makes me feel insecure and unwanted, like I'm not enough.
How much porn does he watch?
I don't really know how often or how much, but I know it's been going on periodically over our entire relationship.
Is it so much so that instead of engaging with you, he's engaging with that? Or is it just something that you have an idea that, yeah, I know he does it, but I never see him do it, or he's never not around because he's doing it?
At times I feel like he has ignored me because of it.
Right. Mr. Stevenson, she's accused you of watching a lot of porn. What say you?
As far as a lot of porn, I wouldn't say that.
But you do watch porn?
I did, yes.
You did? No longer?
I no longer, yes.
Since?
About a month ago.
A 30-day reprieve, huh? There you go. This is like
I don't remember
how long ago it was.
When the last exact
Let me
time.
ask you this. Have you guys argued about your use of porn?
Yes.
And what do you see as her position, and why do you think it was wrong?
As far as my position today, I feel a little bit differently now because she left and I had to open my eyes. And I have a daughter, so I feel a little bit differently over the last, month and a half since I stopped.
Right.
But as far as when we were in the relationship and I was doing it, it was sometimes you have to take care of yourself.
Yeah, okay. Did you think it was something she had a right to be upset about, or you were like, look, this is a normal thing. What is your problem?
Yes, that was my stance, yes.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you this. If it was a reasonable amount and it didn't interrupt your life in any other way, why be upset about it? Not that I'm a proponent. I'm not, I'm Switzerland in this. But I'm just saying, if it's not, because I have people come in here talking about they do porn 4 or 5 hours a day.
I don't know how long or how often he did it for, but I just know that it made me feel insecure. Like, why, if I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do, then why do you need to watch that?
Here's my point of view, and I'm just going to say it, and then we can just leave it alone and go somewhere else.
Okay.
I don't see anything wrong with it. It's not interrupting anything. You're doing it 4 or 5 hours a day.
She was still getting it every day.
You do it. You know what I mean? You getting plenty of sex, and he needs a little extra, and he wants to take care of it all. I don't care. I mean, to me, as a practical matter, because sex sometimes is a practical matter to a guy.
So we're going to stay here?
No. We're going to move on. What do you think is another problem in your relationship?
Not communicating properly.
What do you mean by that?
Sometimes I feel like she wants me to read her mind and what she wants, and there are little whispers and hints, but I'm not reading between the lines properly.
You're not getting a direct statement.
Exactly.
Ms. Stevenson, do you believe you two have a problem with communication?
Oh, yeah.
Can you tell me what it looks like from your side of the equation?
Sometimes I do say things and he don't listen. And, I'll tell him exactly what I want or what I'm thinking, but he's preoccupied. Well, before it would be with video games or whatever, and he wouldn't really be listening to what I was saying.
Right. Do you think he's preoccupied with small screens? I don't care what's on them, but I mean, the video games, I see a lot in here, people getting involved with the small screen more than their real life. Is that part of what you're accusing him of?
He used to, yeah.
But he's better now. Can you tell me an example of a situation where he's asked you, where you've asked him for something and simply didn't get a response? Simply he's not listening.
For instance, if I'm like, all right, it's time to get the kids ready for bed, but he's playing the game, so he doesn't respond right away.
Mr. Stevenson, are you completely available when you're at home? Sometimes you can be home and not really be there.
There have been times where I have been preoccupied with other things, but the things that I was preoccupied with, I was available in between those times to tell the kids not to do something or, you know, listening.
So you pop your head up every once in a while, say, cut it out, little Johnny, and then back down to what you were doing. Is that what you're telling me?
Sort of, yes.
Is that what you were saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's why she was mad, because you weren't fully available. You know, popping your head up every once in a while doesn't relieve us of the ongoing duty of constant care of the whole situation. You just popping your head in, so you go to work. You don't work outside the home, do you?
No.
Oh my God, how could you? You know what I mean? But popping it, you know, you just being there and popping up every once in a while, she's still carrying the full load, and it feels like you're not listening or hearing her or not caring what she needs to get done because you're just popping your head up every once in a while. You're not coming in and taking care of something. You with me on that one?
Yes.
Okay. So, we're going to talk about cheating.
Last summer, he called me an attention whore for trying to get his attention. And so I got attention from other places, and
With
they
one
made
of
me
his
feel good.
co-workers, though, right? That's a very specific target that you hit. Was there a reason for it? Now, Mrs. Stevenson, you admit to cheating on him, but you say you got a good reason, right? Tell me what it is. Tell me what you did and what was your reason.
Last summer, he called me an attention whore for trying to get his attention. And I was like, okay, I had started working out and trying to make myself look good for him. I had no interest in anybody else. And he told me I was too needy and that, you know, like I said, he called me an attention whore. And so I got attention from other places, and
With
they
one
made
of
me
his
feel good.
co-workers, though, right? That's a very specific target that you hit. Was there a reason for it?
No, his coworker contacted me.
And you said, I might as well?
I declined at first. I had been going out and hanging out with one of my friends, and he was going to work and telling people, oh, she's not coming home till this hour, blah, 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 blah. And so his coworker was like, oh.
Here's an opportunity. Mr. Stevenson, how did you find out about it and what happened when you did?
She told me about it, and I freaked out.
What happened?
I started screaming and ranting and raving and going absolutely ballistic. Just running through everything that...
Did you leave? Did you stay? Did you put her out? What happened?
I stayed. And still kept going absolutely ballistic.
How long was the house rocking and rolling like that before it calmed back down?
As far as the house rocking and rolling, it was rocking and rolling that night. And I guess our relationship continued to rock and roll for a little bit with that.
I can't imagine how hurt you were. I mean, that is such a tremendous betrayal. Was she ever apologetic about it? I don't know if she's frozen here because of the lights, because that happens to people sometimes. But she seems just unmoved, unemotional. Yeah, I did it.
For the first one, there was a little bit of remorse.
For the first one?
There was a little bit of remorse. You know, there was a time where I was calling her names.
In front of the children.
A whore. Like I said, our relationship was rocking and rolling for a little bit after that.
It wasn't right for him to call you names in front of the children, but you set that table that he sat at. So don't come in here with all of that righteous indignation about he called names in front of the children. You went and slept with his co-worker. You stabbed him in the heart, twisted the knife, ran it around a bit, pulled it back out, and put it back in. So don't go come in righteous indignation with the kitty thing. You know what I mean? You brought that into your household.
But he knows that's how I felt about the porn.
Very different thing. Cheating and porn, very different thing. I know it bothers you, and I get that, but they're two very, very different things. You with me? Mm-hmm. Okay, now we're gonna talk about the second cheat. I don't think you're a bad person, Mrs. Stevenson. I think you're very, very rageful. I think you're angry, and I think you're hurt, and I want to know why. So, other than the porn, what issues of control or other anger going on in the house led you to do the things that you did? Tell me how you found out about the second cheat.
I had accused her of being with multiple people in between the first cheat and our arguments, and to dispute that, she basically told me in an honest confession she hadn't been with multiple people. So then I deducted that, well, if you're saying you hadn't been with multiple
people,
then that doesn't rule out the single. And that's when it finally came out that, yeah, there was another one.
Is that an accurate recitation of what occurred?
Yep.
Okay. You both claim that the other is controlling. In your paperwork, that's what you say. Why don't you tell... I don't think you're a bad person, Mrs. Stevenson. I think you're very, very rageful. I think you're angry, and I think you're hurt, and I want to know why. So, and I know the porn was a problem, and you feel like it was a personal rejection, insecurity. And the fact that it doesn't bother me, and I'm going to cop to this, doesn't mean it didn't bother you. And you feel how you feel, and you have the right to feel that way. But other than the porn, what issues of control or other anger going on in the house led you to do the things that you did?
Him putting me down, telling me that I'm, can't handle this, and that he'll tell me that I don't appreciate the kids because I want to go to work, things like that. Telling me he's not going to appease and coddle me over the porn issue because he said my feelings are my feelings and I have to deal with it. He makes it seem like it's, because it's something men like to do, that it's okay.
So you just need to get over it.
Right.
No matter how you feel about it.
And he told me my feelings are my feelings, and I need to deal with it.
You said that he said that you didn't appreciate your children because you wanted to go to work. Is that it? Did I get that right?
Objection.
Do you, hang on. Let me ask you this. Do you feel like he's like this with you?
All the time.
That he's picking at you?
All the time.
That he's pointing at you? Yep. That you're not good enough, you're not good enough, you're not good enough? And then you throw the porn on top of that, and you get, I'm rageful and angry because I feel
And there's
insecure.
a lot of resentment.
A lot of resentment. Am I there? Because I couldn't get with you. I didn't know where you were, but I think I found you. Okay. Did you hear what I just said to her?
I heard it, yes.
Okay. Do you agree? And if not, tell me how you believe things go with the control issue at your house.
As far as rebuttaling what she said and the being at her and the telling her that, she can't handle it, that wasn't something that happened constantly. It wasn't something that happened all the time. But yes, I did say certain things when I was angry, and I did run my mouth and say things I didn't mean when I got angry. When I would receive phone calls in the middle of my job about how, she doesn't know what to do to handle my oldest, or, I would call her on my lunch break, every single one of my lunch breaks, and she would rant and rave about how the kids aren't listening, about how they're not doing this, they're not doing that, they're treating me like this, and I hear that, they're not eating lunch at a specific time, or,
So you feel she was raining on you from the house while you were out there trying to work. She couldn't, get it together at home, and she kept bringing that to you, so you had to do that work and deal with that pressure as well. Is that what you're saying?
To a certain extent, yes.
Yeah. You also say that she's very controlling, and that's what I want to talk about now. You say she's controlling and needy. Can you, briefly and concisely, tell me why you feel that way?
I would be required to call her when I'm on my way home from work. I would be required to call her on every one of my lunch breaks. She created my Facebook. She controlled my Facebook. She had my Facebook on her phone along with my email. Every time I would go to my cousin's house and hang out for maybe half hour, 45 minutes, and it wasn't short enough time, she would ring my phone off the hook, ring my phone off the hook, ring my phone off the hook till I would answer. Then I would answer, and I would spend 20 minutes on the phone with her, and I'd have to leave, or, she'd promise me that I'd get to go and spend time with my cousin.
Got it. Know what's happening. Know what's happening. I'm going to say a little something. Hopefully I can redirect this train that's just way off the rails. We have a vicious cycle here of needs not getting met, and then people reacting about their needs not getting met, which further makes their needs unmet. What you're doing is you're insecure, you got a million kids at home, you are tired, you are cranky, you are sick of it. All you hear from him, whether or not he's criticizing and complimenting, I don't know. All that really sticks to you is the criticism. And the weird thing about being home with the children is you get nothing but complaints and never an attaboy. At work, you get a promotion, you get a paycheck. Paycheck is a huge attaboy. You get to talk to people, you get a sense of accomplishment when you do something at home, you get none of that. And I think she is overwhelmed by the enormity of what she's dealing with there. And then she's become insecure and needy and wanty, and you're just and you want him to be closer, and you're pushing him away by all this want, feed me, I don't feel good about myself, I need, and you just smacking him with I need, and then when it gets to the point where he doesn't give you what you need, you take it out somewhere else to relieve yourself of it, just like he was relieving himself outside of the home. You need to get yourself together within yourself.
And that's why I'm doing therapy.
Yeah, you need to do therapy, and you need to support her in it. First of all, kudos to you for staying after she did what she did, because I don't know if a whole lot of guys would have done that. I'm not sure I would have done that. So kudos for you. Kudos for you putting down the porn, because those kids were more important to you than that porn was. You
Not
got
for 9
to,
years, though.
if you keep harping on what he's done wrong and do not accept and compliment him for what he does well, he has no motivation to continue to do better.
And what about him doing the same?
Yeah. You got to do what you got to do. He's got to do what he's got to do. I'm telling you what you've got to do. So don't keep bubbling up with what was bad in the past when I'm telling you he's trying to do better. You did him way ugly wrong. Way ugly wrong. So you got to accept that and live with it and appreciate the fact that he's still with you. But you understand the nature of her week, right? She's at home with those kids. She never gets applause. She doesn't feel good about herself. You're the main cat to bring that to her. That's your gig. It's not just the money. It's the care and the love and the esteem. And 5 minutes a day of what she's done well and honoring her and wanting to be home, as opposed to just, I'll pop my head up when Johnny gets on my nerves. That'll give her more what she needs. And we're cheap dates. It's easier than you think. You just have to make the time to do it. Do you understand what I'm telling you both? Mm-hmm. This matter is adjourned.
I, at the very least, have to appreciate her more and try and be more positive about the things that she does do good and be less negative about the things that I see that she doesn't.
I did what I did because at the end of it all, I just gave up. After he called me an attention whore, I just felt like, what's the point of even trying anymore to keep his attention? For 8 years, I was all about him. And I wasn't getting what I needed for that entire time.
Today on Divorce Court.
I need help saving my marriage.
I don't feel like he shows me enough respect.
She needs to listen to me more.
I want to know that my husband's in it to win it.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Brittany Jones and Quentin Garrett. The two of you have been together for 4 years, married for 2. Mr. Garrett, you're 32. Ms. Jones, you're 28. Ms. Jones, you have 4 children from previous relationships, none with Mr. Garrett.
Correct.
I want you to tell me why we're here in divorce court today. You're looking for assistance to save this marriage. Tell me why it's in so much trouble.
Well, he sent mixed signals from the start. He knew I had 4 kids when we got married. He knew I couldn't have any more children. He knew that I didn't want any more children. I told him if he wanted more children, I'm not the woman for him. This is way before we got married. He said I was the one for him, and that wasn't a problem. And after we got married, it was like it went downhill from there. About a month after we got married.
What happened?
He abandoned me and the children while we were staying in motels. We lost our place. and we were staying in motels.
So who moved in with who? Once you got married, did you have your own place and he moved in?
He moved in, yes.
Okay, what happened that put you in a financial situation that you lost your place?
I lost my place not because of finances, but because a new owner bought the apartment complex we lived in, and they just were making changes.
Changes, circumstance, and you couldn't keep up with it.
Yes.
Is she accurate so far, Mr. Garrett?
So far, yes, ma'am.
Okay. He abandoned you 1 month in. Tell me how that occurred.
Okay, me and the children had to go move into a shelter. He was welcome to come with us because we were married. He chose not to. He then, shortly after that, he came up there once, and then he stopped visiting. He stopped taking my phone calls. He stopped talking to me. He just was incognito.
Once your wife went into the shelter with all those children, did you just cut her off?
Not exactly, Your Honor.
What happened?
There were situations with myself that I felt like I didn't want to go through it again. Prior to our relationship, I had already been in that similar situation as far as being in a homeless shelter for 3 years.
Right.
And I vowed to myself I didn't want to go back to that situation. I wouldn't relive that situation. So I told her, upon entering into the homeless shelter, that I would come, I would stay for the first 2 days, make sure everything was okay, and after that,
you were out.
I was not gonna remain there.
Okay. I can't co-sign on that, but I can understand it. My question to you is, once you left them there and you didn't have to stay there, why did you stop contact with them? You can take calls, you can bring them money, you can see them. Why didn't that happen?
It was more or less out of sight, out of mind, so to speak, and I was employed in another city, so I was trying to maintain my job in the next city, so it was hard transportation-wise.
You don't need a transportation for a phone call or a text.
It was just hard. I couldn't deal with it.
You couldn't deal with it? So you made her deal with it alone?
Not intentionally. It was just a mistake that I made at that particular time.
I can take that. Ms. Jones, then what happened after you were abandoned in the shelter?
I just focused on the kids and getting a place. I got on my feet, and he ended up coming to my place, and actually had a couple friends over, and we were having drinks and stuff, and then he said he was going to take a shower, and that's when my friends left, and I went upstairs, and his phone was on the bed, which I've never went through his phone before, but all the things that were taking place, I picked up the phone, I looked in it, and that's when I seen messages saying, "I love you," and "When are you coming home?" And
when are you coming home?
Yeah.
So, Mr. Garrett, is the truth actually that not only did you abandon him in the shelter, the reason you lost contact with him is that you found shelter with another woman?
Partially. I can say partially.
Did you stay with that other woman because she had a place?
Yes. There was...
Help me.
I feel like it was more to it than that.
Well, tell me what that was.
As far as, to back it up just a little bit, Your Honor.
Okay.
As far as the kids were concerned, as far as us having conversations about having another child, she knew that from the beginning that I wanted another child. I had a prior situation with the child that I have outside before we were together, and that situation, I'm not as present in my son's life as much as I would like to be. So I wanted another child.
So you're telling me 30 days into a marriage, after you already married a woman you knew who couldn't have children, you abandoned them, left them, and went with another woman because all of a sudden in those 30 days, that not having a child issue became paramount. It was so important to you that you abandoned her. Isn't it the case that you didn't want to stay in the shelter? It was her tough luck. You found another chick to put you up, and that's exactly what you did. Isn't that what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
So what happened when you found out what he was doing while you were in the shelter?
I walked into the bathroom where he was taking a shower, and I said, "So this is how you feel?" And once he got out, he was like, "I love you. I want us to stay together. I want my marriage. I don't want to be with her." Just down on one knee and saying how much he loved me. So I forgave him. But then a week later, or maybe two at the most, I start texting. He won't respond at first. Then when he finally responds, he said, I choose her. LOL.
I choose her, LOL?
I choose, well,
I
the young lady.
honestly don't recall the LOL portion of that text message.
Let's take it off. I choose her. Deal with it. Unsaid, but that's what you were saying.
I felt smothered. I felt like at that time, I needed an outlet. I needed a way out of the marriage.
Well, how long had you been back with her after she got out of the shelter that you decide you were smothered?
I felt this way prior to all of this.
How could you feel smothered when she was in a shelter and you were living with another woman?
Prior to the shelter, prior to us losing the place, the apartment.
But prior to all that, you felt smothered.
I felt smothered.
Okay, we're gonna talk about that because you gotta explain that to me because I don't understand it.
He was in my house texting the girl, telling her how he can't live without her. He loved her, just all kinds of stuff. So it's just like, it didn't end right there.
Okay, I got it. So what I'm gathering from what you've been saying, that you felt smothered all along throughout the entire course of your relationship with Ms. Jones. Is that accurate?
Not entirely.
Tell
I
me
wouldn't
when
say
you
from
started.
the beginning. I wouldn't say I felt smothered from the beginning. From the beginning, I was the perfect gentleman. Wine her, dine her. I wanted to be with her, so I did whatever it was necessary to be with her.
When did you start feeling smothered? That's the question.
Maybe 6 to 8 months into our relationship.
Well, you dated for 4 years, and you felt smothered 6 months in? And now you're telling me that you rode out smothered for two more years, then you got married for 2 more years, and it just so happens you got so smothered at the point where she could no longer give you shelter and some other chick could? This is what you're telling me?
I took on a whole family, not just her. I took on her plus four kids.
What do you have to say about him feeling smothered and overwhelmed by your 4 children?
I can't understand that because he's the one who begged me to get married. I didn't want to get married.
So how did we get here today? He abandoned you once, went with the other woman, came back when you got yourself together, left again, said he picks the other woman. Then what happened?
Just the disrespect. Him, like one time, he wanted to go downtown, which is a place where a lot of this stuff is taking place.
Okay.
Where he's leaving and not coming home and all this. And I told him no because I was getting ready for my mother's birthday party. And I was on my way out the door pretty much. So I was like, no, I'm not gonna take you down there. And not just that, I also said, because that's the place that we got arguments about that is causing problems in our marriage. So he called me all kinds of B's right in front of my cousin, called me all out of my name, got mad, started yelling, screaming, just loud and outraged.
Mr. Garrett, did that occur?
Yes, Your Honor.
What were you so angry about?
Downtown that she speaks on is the downtown portion of the city, but it's a place where I grew up. I went to school. I have friends. Downtown is also where the young lady who I had the affair with, she resides in that portion of the city.
Yeah.
And
So whenever I say I'm going downtown to hang with the fellas, she assumes that at some point
you're gonna see
during that
woman.
time, she feels that I'm going to initiate contact with this young lady or I'm going to see her.
And isn't that pretty much what you've been doing?
And he has.
No.
I mean, she's always willing to take you back when you come back, so there must be some kind of contact with her throughout.
With the young lady who I had the affair with? No.
Well, you left her twice for the lady.
True. But
So
once
what-
the young lady found out that I was married, that relationship was cut off.
Okay.
No,
So you tell me what happened, Ms. Jones.
It was not cut off. He was in my house texting the girl, telling her how he can't live without her. He loved her, just all kinds of stuff. So it's just like it didn't end right there.
Okay, I got it. So, I know what was happening. He had you both. He had you both, and you were both tolerating one another, which you got to own a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you knew she was there, and she knew you were there.
I knew he was
and
still
you were
seeing
just
her.
trying to pull and this and that, and you were playing one against another, and went wherever the circumstances were best. at that particular point in time. So I'm going to move off of that for a minute because we have established that clearly, and I want to talk a little bit about your finances and how that contributes to the instability in your marriage. Since she's handling all the bills and making sure there's a roof over your head and transportation and paying all that, could you answer the mom request? Do you know what I'm saying?
I do that a lot of the time.
Just keep looking at her?
A lot of the time, I do that.
So tell me what your current financial situation looks like.
Okay, right now, I'm not working because I'm a CNA, but I have to wait till I can take my license test, which is scheduled for September 23rd. So at this moment, I'm not.
How do you survive?
And he's not working. I've been doing this job on the weekend, holding signs. My father helps me sometimes.
Flipping signs, like on the corner?
Like, we hold it. We don't flip this particular one. It's so big. It can't be flipped.
Holding it, doing whatever you got to do to put food in your baby's mouth.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
The same.
He was doing it with me. He did come out and do that with me.
Mm-hmm. Are you working now? Are you still with the sign?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he still out there with the sign?
He's still out there.
Do you see any of that money?
Some of it. Some of it.
Are you living in the same household?
Right now, yes, we are residing together at the moment.
Do you still believe him to be in contact with the woman downtown?
To be honest, I'm not sure. He's very secretive with his phone and different things. So sometimes I think he might be the way he reacts to me at times.
You say she plays spades, ignores her kids, and it's just too much for you, and that's why you're overwhelmed. Why don't you explain your perspective to me? Because right now...
At home, Your Honor, I take care of 95% of everything. I do the cooking the majority of the time. I do the cleaning.
Is that true, that he does the cooking and the cleaning?
He does cleaning. He does cook. I cook sometimes, too. Maybe not as much sometimes, because everything else is on me. The bills are on me. Everything else, like to and from, transportation, bills, everything else I have to handle. On top of my own mind, things that I'm going through because of what we're going through.
She's too easy on the kids.
Why do you say she's too easy on the kids?
Your Honor, prime example. We're in the room. I'm watching TV. She's on the bed. She's playing her spades on her phone. One of the children may come in and ask her a question. She totally doesn't say anything. She'll be sitting there playing the game. Mom, 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 I need this. Or Mom, can I do this? Mom, Mom. No response. After a while, I'm like, okay, listen, you're gonna have to say something to them. They keep coming back.
Can I ask you this? Can you pop out there, since she's handling all the bills and making sure there's a roof over your head and transportation and paying all that, could you answer the mom request? Do you know what I'm saying?
I do that a lot of the time.
Just keep looking at her?
A lot of the time I do that. But I'm also the disciplinarian.
Right.
So when the kids come in, a lot of the times when the kids come in to ask whatever question, they don't come to me.
Because all he do is yell.
They'll go to her because 9 times out of 10 they know my
All he does
answer.
is yell and scream at them all day.
Do you yell and scream, or do you discipline? There's a difference.
In my opinion, I feel I do half and half. I give them a lot of both.
Do you want to save this marriage?
I do. Only if the issues can be addressed and worked on.
Do you want to save this marriage?
I do. That's why I'm still here.
I give you my best, the best I got. Don't know if it's enough, but I give you the best I got. You guys are caught in that great morass of deprivation. You don't have money, you don't have backing, and you're borrowing for Peter to pay Paul, and you're living from pillar to post and can't quite make it all the time, and you're all under constant, unrelenting pressure. I want to tell you that I know that, and I feel that. That's why she goes into the game of spades, because she's busy feeding those mouths, and at some point she needs some peace, because she's got a man who's playing one chick against her, going to her house back. So if she's ever homeless again, she knows you're out the door in that other chick's house. That's who you are. That's what you do. She can't count on you. So it's all on herself. So when she can get time for a breather, she gets on that game of spades. And then you over there come in there bigfooting in her house house with her kids screaming and hollering. You just an occupying force. You are not love. You are not support. They say mom, mom, mom because they know they call your name, that you won't answer. Now listen, they're not your kids. I get that, but you married her. They came with her. You should have been ready to take on that responsibility. If you weren't, you should have stayed someplace else. No, it's all me. Now that I've finished my fuss, let me say this. Bless you for having your tubes tied. Never, ever complain to her again about lack of children because you can't tolerate no more. You can't bring no more. It would be a total ego move on your part that will implode this family completely because if you get another kid and you get sick and tired of it, you're going to leave that kid with her and walk off. So you don't deserve any more. That's no. Because it's ego for you now. Because you guys are barely treading water. If you really want to save this marriage, you have to show up for a grown man. I don't think he has it in him. Tell you the truth. I think there's too many opportunities for him to do the wrong thing and that he's going to do that. What I would do if I were you, keep on that CNA track. Don't worry about him. And next time he bounces, you make sure he stays gone. You don't need that kind of drama. You need to be secure in yourself. Be cool as long as he's cool. And make him show up. Never make his romantic life part of your drama. Forget him if he's not going to act right. Make him act right, make him do right, or bounce him to the curb. Do you understand that? Bounce. I'm mad, and this matter is adjourned.
Quentin is a good guy, and he could be that guy, but right now, where we stand, he's not that guy right now. But I see potential for him to be that guy if he could just step it up.
I want my relationship to be better. I know I can be a better man, a better father, a better husband, and I want to be. And I want to make those necessary steps to be that husband that my wife wants me to be, or that she needs me to be.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Dominique Parker and Ron Dixon. The two of you have been together, get this, 7 years. Wow. Still can't decide whether or not they should get married, so they've come to me for my advice. They gave me a copy of their marriage license with permission to tear it up should I find that their union is ill-advised. They've given me a compatibility test, which you took, which alarmed me. So I'm going to talk about that later, but before we get to that, Ms. Parker, I'm going to start with you. I know you love him. You've been with him 7 years. Why are you hesitant to marry him?
Because Ron stays out a lot. He'll come home from work on a Thursday, leave out to go hang out with his friends, won't return home for a couple of days.
A couple of days?
A couple of days, yes. One Thursday, he knew he was going to have a storm. I waited for Ron to come home. He didn't. About 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, during all this rain, and our area was flooded. So in comes Ron, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, drunk as usual. In his mind, he figured I was cheating or whatever reason. He packs all his stuff up, proceeds to go out the door, and like I said, it was flooded. So when he took one big step, his clothes and everything else went with the water. His clothes going one way, Ron went the other way. So after that, Ron came in the house and proceeded to do it again. And my thing is, when Ron stays out, get drunk with his friends and everything else, that really bothers me. That it bothers me a lot. And I tell Ron, this bothers me. But still, Ron...
Were you drunk rolling down the river with your clothes because you walked out in a storm?
Judge, I wouldn't say I was drunk. I had been drinking.
Yeah.
And, you know, I did come home because of the storm. Being that the area was flooded, we have tunnels.
Right.
And through the tunnels, you know, it was a water advisory, so I couldn't make it there at the time.
Right.
However, what I did do was be ill-advised to the advisory and still made it home. Even though it was 3 o'clock in the morning, I still made it there so that I can be with her throughout the storm.
But once you got there, did you leave again while it was still flooding?
No, I couldn't leave because it was flooded.
But she said you were outside riding the tide. Did that happen?
What happened was we had gotten in an argument because I came in at that particular point in time, and rather than sit there and argue with her, I just decided that I would grab a couple of things and I would just leave.
Now, see, that's 9-pound and ridiculous. You've got a life-threatening situation outside the home. You've got a woman inside the home. You're going to risk your life and her safety by going out in a river because you don't want to argue. You see what the problem is?
Yeah,
there?
but why would I sit there and continuously listening to arguing and nagging?
Because it's flooding out. That's why you don't want to drown.
I mean, I feel like I would have been okay. I mean, I was in a vehicle. It wasn't as high as, the vehicle was. So I felt like I could have just got some things. Even if I would have just sat in the car, I could have just camped out in the car for that night.
I get tired of waiting on him.
Yeah. Is this a frequent event?
Yes.
Give me kind of the expanse, what you see about his failure to come home.
Once again, say he's going out hanging with his friends or coworkers, and he would go hang out, but it'd be, okay, Ron, it's, I text Ron, okay, it's such and such time. He'd say, I'm coming, babe, I'm coming. The next thing you know is a day or two later. So it's like, it's always, I'm coming, but you never come home. But I know where he's at. The point is, I don't care if I know where you at or who you with, if you're with your friends or not, you're supposed to be home with me.
When you leave, do you stay for several days?
No, not all the time, Your Honor. There has been
on occasion.
No, there has been instances where I have, but she makes me do these things because of her attitude and her nagging and her complaining. I'm like this. I'm not gonna sit here and argue or fuss and fight with you. I just rather eliminate myself from the situation and let cooler heads prevail.
What does she typically argue and fuss and fight about?
Well, it can be just with me being out with my friends. She know when she met me that I had a close knit circle of friends. We all get together at various times. We go out, we drink, we hang at each other's houses. And sometimes it can be late into the wee hours of the night. It can be late because, that's something that we do. Oh, I've invited her on several occasions. However, she don't indulge like that. She doesn't drink like that. And, a lot of times when we're out late, that's not her thing. She's not one to stay out late a lot of times. So,
Now,
she knows where I'm at.
Let me ask you a question. You get a woman, first of all, you're single, you're running around, you're doing what you want to do. And you find a woman you like, and you bring her home, and you install her in your house. Do you alter your behavior at all as a function of the fact that your domestic situation has changed?
Yes, I have. I've altered my behavior
and tell me
a great
how
deal
you've
of a lot.
altered your behavior. What's different now that you have her?
Well, a lot of things is different. Like I said, a lot of this is in the beginning where I don't stay out like I used to. I communicate with her more. And, a lot of times I'd be willing to spend time with her. However, when I'm there, her thing is she's in the phone. That's my issue with her. Okay. She's either on social media or playing games.
Now, Ms. Parker, now, wait a minute. Now, take a moment. Take a deep breath. Lean back.
Yeah, I'm leaning way back.
When he is home, is it a pleasant place for him to be? Or is there attitude or electronics and nothing else?
It could be attitude in the beginning. My phone, because I'm always with my phone. He's not home.
That's her problem. She's with the phone.
I'm with my phone.
But when he does come home,
comes home and he
put
goes
the
to
phone
sleep.
down?
He said we cannot communicate. I get more communication out of him when he's drunk and sleep. I can ask him any kind of questions, and he will answer them. So therefore, he can't say when he's home, he don't want to be bothered. He's on the same phone I'm in, he's in his phone too. He's on social media talking to this person and that. He just left his friends and still talking to them on social media. So what do I supposed to do?
Yeah, I see what the problem is, but beyond that, I understand that, Ms. Parker, you've got some attitude problems that has to be addressed.
Out of the blue, here she comes, steaming, steps in between me and the female. I'm his lady, why are you in his face? And I'm sitting there trying to explain to her that this is a mutual friend of ours, this and that, and we're talking about a ceremony.
Now, did you do a frontal assault on a woman you didn't know because you were concerned about what was going on? So, Mr. Dixon, I'm going to start with you. You say she has attitude problems, that she's angry and jealous. Give me the best story you have to illustrate that.
Well, Your Honor, one time we were out with some friends. We were at a bar. Now, this was a childhood friend that I've been knowing for a long time. She's also associates with a mutual friend of ours as well. So we're out and we're conversing. She comes to me, she said, hey, Ron, I haven't seen you in a long time. I'm gonna let you know that I'm having a graduation ceremony for my son. I want you to take my number and I'm gonna give you the number to get to the place where, you know, you can come and help us celebrate. Out of the blue, here she comes, steaming, steps in between me and the female.
And what'd she do?
What are you taking his number for? Why are you in his face?
Give me the
I'm
full
his lady.
gesture. Was there anything else going on physically?
I mean, no, it was just her body language, neck rolling, she was in the way. Who are you? I'm his lady. Why are you in his face? Why are you giving him your number? And I'm sitting there trying to explain to her that this is, you know, this is a mutual friend of ours, you know, this and that, and we're talking about a ceremony.
Now, did you do a frontal assault on a woman you didn't know because you were concerned about what was going on?
Yes, because Ron had, he has a lot of female friends, grant that. He can have female friends, but I can't have guy friends. He's one-sided, he's so one-sided. But every time we're at this place, he has females jumping on him, hugging him. But if I would've did the same, like the same place, I have a mutual Facebook friend. How you know these people? So hey Diamond, how you doing? Gave me a hug. And Ron watches from the front door, came in at me. If I see him hugging on you again, we're gonna have problems. But it's okay.
Is that accurate?
No, the difference with her female friends is this. The female friends that I have, we grew up, it's nothing sexual, it's nothing more, it's no other type of attraction. Her guy friends, they're looking for something more.
Now, I want to talk about that for a minute because you have a specific concern with the respect to the way she dances, which gives you ideas about the way she's dealing with the dudes in her life. So why don't you tell me what your concern is?
Well, Your Honor, one time we were in a Mexican bar, and you know, the music is playing and things like that. So her uncle wanted to go. We need to go get some more cash. He was drinking a little bit, so they asked me to drive for him, which is, I say, only about 10 minutes away. So we get in the vehicle, we drive. I tell her, sit here at the table.
And you know it's ratchet because she's smiling already.
Right. We're coming back.
You know.
It would only take 10 minutes. I tell her, watch my drink. We'll be right back. We're going to get the money and come back. So by the time we go get the money, come back to the bar, I goes to the table, I'm looking for her. She's nowhere to be found. So keep in mind, I'm looking around. Everyone is 5'2", 5'3". Here I am, 6'4". So I can see clearly across the dance floor. Right. I'm looking and I'm looking. And all of a sudden, you know, I see a little crowd gathering, and I'm looking, and I see her. She's dancing with the guy. Now, keep in mind, it's Latino music playing.
Right.
But she's up there like she's Beyonce. Gyrating, shaking her butt, and all up on the guy.
Was she dropping it?
Dropping it like it's hot.
Was there any twerking?
She was so close with this guy, she left no room for Jesus.
Story worth it right there. No room for Jesus. Clearly what we have here is two people who simply don't trust each other. So I got to figure out, why is it you two have been together for 7 years but don't trust each other?
For one, you were left alone, so I was hurt. It made me feel like I wanted to be there for you. Also, it hurt me and it put distrust in me because it made me feel like I couldn't trust you because you didn't let me know. So it was a mixed emotion there that it was hard for me to describe, you know, and it hurt me and it pained me.
Let me tell you what jumped out at me. The one just red flag, alarm, 5-alarm fire thing I saw. My understanding is Ms. Parker had an abortion and did not tell you.
Yes, she did.
How did that make you feel when she had that abortion and didn't tell you? Did that change radically your decision whether or not she would be a person with whom you could build a life?
Well, it made me feel...
Tell her.
Well, it made me feel like that, for one, you were left alone, so I was hurt. It made me feel like I wanted to be there for you, to go through what you went through, because I know that wasn't easy. Also, secondly, you know, it hurt me and it put distrust in me because it made me feel like I couldn't trust you because you didn't let me know. So it was a mixed emotion there that it was hard for me to describe, you know, and it hurt me and it pained me. But at the same time, you know, I didn't know what to think and how to look at you, but I did empathize and sympathize with you.
Very well said. Now, Mrs. Parker, I'm gonna give you an opportunity. Tell him why you felt like you had to do it. Tell him.
I had to do it because you wasn't there. How do I know you feel these things? You didn't show it. You was with someone else. So how you think that made me feel? You talking about your hurt and pain, but you not, and don't realize the pain that you caused me. That was painful on me. That was very painful on me.
Did you hear her?
Yes.
Did you hear him?
Yes.
This is how you have a conversation, people. This is how it gets done. This is a before your vows, not a break my heart. So I want you to take 30 seconds, Ms. Parker, 30 seconds, why he's the dude. Despite all this, don't say nothing negative. Give me something to work with. Why might he be the guy for you?
Because he's a driven person. He's a lovable person, and I know he is. I love him because who he can be and who he actually is. I love him for his flaws. I love him for everything he actually is. I don't look at that because there's genuine love there.
That's not too good. I love him for his flaws, but you don't say, you know what I mean? But,
yes.
but you're mad about his flaws and you're angry about his flaws.
Yeah, but I still love him for him.
So what you're telling me is he's really flawed, but I love him anyway.
Yes.
And
C-.
I'm gonna work with that a little bit. He said C-. I'll take that. Mr. Dixon, do better than she did. 30 seconds. Why you love her?
Well, she's a very, very attractive person. She's been there for me. I know that she will be there to have my back. However, I also know that, you know, during the times where we was going through something, she stuck in there. I love her because she's funny, she's witty. She's also a driven person, Your Honor. And, you know, she's always there if I'm feeling down to give me a word up. She's a spiritual person. She always have faith that I don't have somehow, you know, and she just keeps me going. You know, she says things, she encourages me, and she's always uplifting.
Brother got an A.
You got it.
Brother got an A.
And that's what I love about him.
And now, I'm gonna tell you what I think you ought to do about what we got going on right here. As raggedy as your situation appears to be, I'm a fan. And I'm gonna tell you why I'm a fan. You're two mature people. You're making young people mistakes, but I think that you have the capacity to go beyond that, especially because of what you said, Mr. Dixon. I think everything he said about you is absolutely 100% true, that you are down for him, that you're there for him, that you're witty, intelligent, and encourage him. I'm going to tell you what I wrote down when I saw your compatibility test. I said, neither one of them knows what it is to be in a relationship. You two are like LeBron James and Steph Curry. You're supposed to be like Steph and Durant and LeBron and Kyrie. I know they traded him, but that's the only name I know. You're conducting a single life while you're trying to pursue a committed life, and that's not going to work. It's going to be the team Parker-Dixon if it's ever gonna work. Team Parker-Dixon comes first. You come home more often than you go out. And when he does come home, you reward him with your time and your attention and your love. Make him happy that he's there. Work to make sure that, and make her happy that you came home. Don't fight to remain single. Don't fight for your right to gyrate. It's not, that's not what, you know, I used to. But I don't do that around because I got a husband now. And I save all my best stuff for over there. And that's what you have to do. You two are both trying to be successfully single while having the other one installed as a partner. That doesn't work. Do you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
It's a conversation. It's a discussion. It's about how we're going to get to where we're going, not how often can I get out or how mad can I get, how low can I go on the dance floor, or how many women I can see. It's all about how can I make his day better? How can I make her day better? How can I change who I am and what I do to make this a valuable union? You don't know what it is. You're mature people. You're people who have jobs. You work. You should work it out. Now, I'm not going to give you your license back because y'all ain't ready. But I'm going to send you to a counselor who's going to get you in a position to get ready. And that's what I hope you do. This matter is adjourned.
When I heard how Ron felt about me, I feel that we can make it. He can be husband material, that we really can go further in this.
As far as the things that she didn't like about me hanging out as much, so what I'm gonna do is work on that and start to come home more, put a little bit more time into our relationship when I am home so that we can make this thing work.
Today on Divorce Court.
After 20 years of being together, I believe that Clarita and I may have grown apart.
We can't communicate at all. We don't see eye to eye on anything. Chris is an idiot.
The way she calls me names is disgusting and degrading.
The love life is non-existent.
We don't have a sexual relationship at all anymore.
Chris is a beauty queen. I'm literally allergic to Chris.
I just can't take it anymore.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Clarita Simmons and Chris Simmons. The two of you have been together for 19 years, married for 11, and have 6 children together. You have also been to the divorce court before. So we're going to take a look at what happened last time and figure out what happened between last time and this time that has brought you here again.
My sister was murdered, and Chris actually intervened and saved my life at that time. My sister was like my angel. I could go to her for anything when I couldn't go to Chris for it. She was my ride or die chick. We would ride out and catch him cheating. I'm jumping out the car, breaking windows,
She wouldn't catch me cheating.
tires.
She might have caught me somewhere where she thought I was cheating.
No,
She did not per
he
se
would be
see
cheating.
me.
See you actually touching
a woman or even talking to a woman.
He would be cheating.
I risked my life for her and the kids, Your Honor.
Oh, absolutely. And
I can't show no more love than what I did. It's just like she's still not even giving me recognition for that.
I remember you, because you showed up like Superman. Someone was in the house and you came and stood in between the guy with the, oh, yes, I remember you. Indeed, I do. Indeed, I do.
Thank you.
So, Mrs. Simmons, what has happened since then?
Chris has continued to cheat. Since the show, he confessed with having an affair with one of my family members. Chris was deeply in love with this family member, I believe.
Mr. Simmons, were you having an illicit liaison with one of her family members?
No, not at that time, Your Honor. Not at all.
Not at, no, wait a minute.
Not at all.
You done already blown it. When you say not at that time, that meant at some time you did have an illicit relationship with a family member.
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
You did.
I did, Your Honor.
And how long did that last?
It lasted maybe a couple years, Your Honor. I confessed about it, Your Honor. I confessed about it.
Maybe about 4 or 5 years.
Well, you did a lot of cheating while I was going the last few years as well, so we're not going to, let's talk about that. So,
I don't even know what to say. What did I tell you after the first time I saw you?
I should have left Chris.
Right.
I should have
Why
left
did
him.
you stay?
I stayed for my kids, Your Honor. It's been really tough on my kids, and because I come from a broken home, I've always given more of myself to everybody else than to me. So in this process of me trying to make things work for the kids, I was the one who was losing more and more pieces of myself.
Right, right. You say she's the one cheating, though. So why
Yes,
don't you tell me why you believe that?
I believe she's cheating now since she has her job now. She goes out on business outings. I'm not allowed to go. This one
Why
time.
would she take you to her job?
Not at work. They're going out like to go shoot pool. They're going out to eat. She doesn't allow me to come. So
you think she's cheating?
No. One instance, she was at work and she made a post on Facebook saying that she was hot on her bus. She's a bus driver. So one of her co-workers commented, "Oh, are you hot and ready? Are you hot and ready?" Well,
Your Honor, he was talking about a hot coach.
no. My daughter comes to me and say, "Dad, we all know what hot and ready mean."
You didn't show it to your daughter, did you?
No, it was on social media. It was on Facebook. I didn't have to show her.
Please, people, please be careful about what you post. Your children are watching. She can't control what other people post on her social media. You do understand that,
Yeah,
right?
I understand that.
She can delete them, but she can't stop it in the beginning.
She deleted me. They still friends on Facebook.
Did you delete him?
I deleted him because every post that I put on Facebook, Your Honor, he has a problem with it. I've dealt with insecurity for so many years because of him cheating and then stemming from my childhood. So I take pictures now to capture my moments when I'm feeling great about myself. He don't like me taking pictures. He don't like me smiling.
That's not true, Your Honor.
Hang on, let her finish.
He don't really want me working, but that's what pays majority of the bills. I just want to reclaim my life. I know my sister's looking down on me, and she wants me to be happy. I can't be happy with Chris. He show up to my job, causing problems.
What did he do when he showed up to your job? What happened?
Anymore. He accused me of, I work with like hundreds of men. He accused me of the men there. He yells. It's embarrassing.
So he just came up and started hooping and hollering?
Mm-hmm. He approached one coworker and asked her if I had been seeing two other guys at my job.
What do you say happened?
Okay, well, yes, I did approach her. That this coworker knows her family members.
Mm-hmm.
So her family member tell me, well, it's two guys that she know that she's messing with at work. She started messing with the new guy because she was mad at the old guy. I say, oh, wow.
True.
So
Ms. Simmons, is that accurate?
That's not true.
So it's just coincidental that the day that the family member called and told me this, I saw her while I was dropping Clarice off at work.
Mm-hmm.
Coincidental.
My family's his best friend.
No, we're not best friends.
But did you go up on the job and start some stuff? Did that happen?
I just questioned the person that was that. I didn't start any problems. No trouble at all.
But you went up to the job, though.
Yes, I went up to the job. I had to drop her off. So in the process of me dropping her off, I saw that person.
I got you.
He turned around, did a 360 and came back.
Yes, I sure did. I sure did, Your Honor. I sure did.
Now, Mrs. Simmons, you also say that your trust and jealousy has also been implicated because of some things you found, one of which being the fact that he paid for another woman's abortion. So I want you to tell me how you found out about that and what you believe that means.
Me and him, we literally have no love life. I am like allergic to this man. If he touched me, my skin, it literally crawls.
I
turn into a ninja automatically. I get to flipping and flopping and, I get out of that bed quickly.
So, Mrs. Simmons, tell me how you found out about Mr. Simmons paying for another woman's abortion, and what do you think that meant?
He left his phone home, and I picked the phone up and began to text another family member, and I acted as if I was him. I said, why don't you call old girl for me? Shoot me the number, because you know I don't have it in this phone. So they sent me the number, and I talked to the girl, and she told me that she didn't know he was married, that she'd been pregnant. He paid for an abortion after she found out that he was married. She didn't want to keep the kid.
That is not true, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Simmons, what do you say happened?
Well, the young lady did know I was married, and at that time, yes, I did. I truly admit that I did cheat with the young lady because my wife was not being a wife at the time. So.
Do you understand why she wasn't being a wife at the time?
No,
Do you get that?
No, because that happened before the family member.
So you're saying you were put in a position where there was no love in the house, so you had to go elsewhere.
Yes, that's it.
Why don't you explain to me what the household was like that prompted you to become a serial philanderer?
Okay, Your Honor. Like, when we was on the show last time, that she's not affectionate. She shows me no affection. She always complaining, saying that I'm more feminine than her. She verbally abused me, calling me
Because
bees
you
and
lay
things.
around like a mermaid.
Stop. Go ahead.
No, I help contribute to the bills. I still pay 40% of the bill, so I don't understand where she's saying that I'm a snob and I'm not trying to help her. We have one incident that she come home from an outing, whereas she usually changes her clothes in the bedroom, but this specific day she changes in the laundry room, Your Honor. So I'm trying to figure out, well, why are you changing in the laundry room? You usually change in the bedroom. What, maybe you have some cologne or something that you didn't want to smell. So when I question her about it, she tells me that she's grown. She don't have to explain anything to me.
Do you recall that incident, Ms. Simmons?
I do recall that incident. He knows how finicky I am about outside clothes. So I want to get those clothes in the washer right away.
But you usually change in the bedroom. That was just out of the blue.
He's
you don't
just
do
looking
that.
and picking.
No.
He looking for any excuse because me and him, we literally have no love life. I am like allergic to this man. Like,
Yeah,
I break out in hives.
Explain the allergy, please.
If he touched me, my skin, it literally crawls.
She
I turn into a ninja automatically. I get the flipping and flopping, and I mean, I get out of that bed quickly.
Mr. Simmons, what did you want to say?
I say after 20 years, how can you say if I touch you or try? First you tell me I'm not trying to be affectionate or passionate. So when I do, you tell me that's creepy. After 20 years, Your Honor, how can that be creepy? 20 years and 6 kids? There's no way possible I can see that being creepy.
I can tell you how it's creepy. It's creepy because you have been elsewhere. No. It's creepy because you've been elsewhere more than once, on a number of occasions, on an ongoing basis. So she doesn't know where you've been, what you've been doing. If you believe you gotten this girl pregnant, that means you're not using protection. So you can bring anything home. That's why it's creepy. I'm just telling you, that's why it's creepy.
It was one incident to where they claim I was cheating with this woman. So Clarita reached out to the woman, and they had a verbal argument on social media. She gets mad at me because I said, I'm too old to be condoning that. I'm not about to engage in no argument on social media.
Are you discussing what's happening in your house on Facebook? So tell me about the consternation you have with her family and social media.
Oh, the social media, they would say one thing and then it goes from just being in the family to worldwide. I can't stand the worldwide social media business. That's one thing I do not engage.
What do they post on Facebook? Do they post comments? What are they doing?
Yeah, they post a lot of comments. It's really mainly Clarita posting the comments. Like, it was one incident to where they claim I was cheating with this woman. I just know of her. We never cheated. So Clarita reached out to the woman, and they had a verbal argument on social media. She gets mad at me because I said I'm too old to be condoning that. I'm not about to engage in no argument on social media about my life. I'm not going to do that.
Right.
It's not the world's business to know what's going on in my household, so I'm not going to do that.
Are you discussing what's happening in your house on Facebook?
No. I used to be really bad
That was
at
a
it.
yes.
No. All I wanted Chris to do was at least address the issue. If you said that you're not with this woman and this woman is on Facebook saying that it is so, you won't even go on there and tell her that it's not true. Like, you're making me look crazy out here. Like, I'm going to bat and defending you. What am I defending? Something that died a long time ago. This marriage has been...
You say that you cheated in response to her being distant and unloving. What do you think prompted that from her?
I don't know, Your Honor. I do not know. I do not know.
Have you ever inquired? Have you ever talked about it? Have you ever discussed the
communication level is zero. She do not want to have. She don't listen to me at all. It's nothing.
But do you listen to her?
Yes, all the time. Yes, I do.
And she didn't tell you, because women will tell you.
No, she didn't say.
Did you tell him?
I tell him when
Tell him
we
now.
do talk. I tell him
what
all
caused
the time.
this. Tell him.
He talked to my entire family. He talked to them more than I do. And it caused a big rip between us because they secret keepers. They keep his secrets and he keeps theirs.
Your family keeps his secret?
My family keeps his secret.
Let's-
But let me do one thing. They'll be blowing him up. Oh, Chris, she did this, she did this. When you two were split up, she went on a date. Yes, she did. Because
Right,
she
so let's talk
wants to
about what
walk
you
into her
did.
own destiny. She wants to be happy. I'm tired of going through this with Chris. Like, I'm wasting a lot of good years. I'm almost half 100, Your Honor. It's time to get this ball rolling.
I don't know where the sad is coming from. I don't know where the empty is. I don't know what it is you're not. I mean, I know some of the things that are the problem, that are obvious and glaring and shining and, you know, going off like firecrackers. But there's a deep sadness in you and a lack of fulfillment. And I'm going to try to address that and address him and address what I see as the most viable future for the both of you. As I said, I believe there's a deep sadness in you and you are tremendously and deeply unfulfilled. I think he is a lot of the problem. I'm not quite sure how it happened, but I do know that a lot of times in relationships, women become smaller and smaller and smaller, trying to feed the relationship in the other person. And if that other person is worried about himself, he's having sex with other people, having sex with your own family member, that shows a deep disregard for your person. And usually that's not isolated. Usually that deep disregard speaks in all manner of forms, and in not hearing you when you need things, and not understanding you, and not feeling you. So I believe that occurred. I'm not sure if it did or not. I don't think you were able to articulate it, but I believe you're in that hole of a whittled away woman who has a guy to whom she does not matter. And that is the sole rubric by which you measure yourself, and now you feel like you're zero. Mr. Simmons, you did that too. I know, you know, I know you say, well, she's distant from me. She's distant for a reason. And I think a lot of people in a relationship, as long as their needs are satisfied, they don't pursue the needs of the other person. They don't look. If they're told, they're not really listening. And I think you were told, but you weren't really listening. It might be that you didn't say it.
I've said it, Your Honor.
But I don't know. But a deeply unhappy woman, I mean, you can read that from Missouri. You can, and I don't think you cared, and I don't think you did anything about it. So she turned away, and then you turned to other women, and then it was over. If you two co-parent correctly, if you two find it, put a period on this romance thing and who was wrong and who did what to whom, and decide that you two are going to join hands and parent these 6 children as a team, that's the most important thing in your life, and that he's going to go on and do what he does and she's going to go on and do what she does. You can't get mad about it. You can't do anything about it because her romantic life is no longer relevant to you and his is not relevant to you. But to co-parent those children meaningfully, they can survive a divorce well if you behave yourselves well. So, Mr. Simmons, you wanted $3,000 in transitional support. Tell me how much you make, how much she makes, and why you believe you are entitled to $3,000.
Okay, well, I make about $1,200 a month, so she makes double the amount I make or more.
You make about $2,400 a month?
Yes.
Where are the kids living, or will be living?
They'll live with me, Your Honor.
Are you going to take the kids?
Yeah, well, I can take the kids too, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but you guys aren't separated yet.
No.
No. This matter it's not ready yet. You know, it's too soon to ask for support when you're both in the same household. I got to know where the kids are. I got to know where everybody's gone in order to say, I need to transfer money from this person to that person. Because one thing I know I'm not going to do is take food out of those babies' bellies. So once you determine who's going to take who and who's doing what to whom, then you can revisit this issue. But it is not now ripe, and I cannot address it. So there will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
After 20 years and 6 kids, I'm ready to move on from this marriage. I wish Chris nothing but the best. If I could help him find a woman, I would. I just want to take off running.
As far as co-parenting, I hope that we can co-parent and still be parents to the kids without disruption.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here today because my dog has come between me and my girlfriend.
I gave PJ the ultimatum, or the dog or me.
I chose the dog.
I was so upset that she chose the dog over me.
LaWanda has a bad temper. You can't say anything to her without her ready to fight.
She said, when you threaten me, I'm gonna tase you.
I would like to continue our relationship.
I don't never want to see that dog again.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Peggy P.J. Jackson and LaWanda Jackson. You two have been together for 5 years, but you do not want to be together anymore. There has been an interloper in your union. Ms. Jackson, I'm going to call you, since you're both Ms. Jackson, I'm going to call you P.J. and you LaWanda. You okay with that?
Yes, ma'am.
P.J., why don't you tell me what happened?
Well, it started with my dog, Duffy.
What kind of dog is Duffy?
Duffy is a 24-pound West Highland White Terrier.
Oh!
Yeah, that's
I'm a
Duffy.
dog person. That ain't cute. Very, very cute.
Okay, so we weren't living together, but I was living in Augusta. She was living in Atlanta. I decided to move from Augusta to Atlanta to be with her. And I told her before I moved that I wanted to get a dog. And she said, okay, you can have one dog. So about 6 months into, after we moved in together, 6 months in, I got Duffy. And ever since I brought him into the house, her whole attitude changed toward me. Every time the dog would move, like would get on the couch, she would throw things at the dog to make him get off the couch.
You throwing stuff at Duffy?
No, I didn't. PJ loved the dog more than she loved herself, you know. And she just went to the extreme with the dog. You know, the dog done start eating out of the plate that we eat out of. You washing the dog in the sink that I wash dishes out of. And it was just too much. She just went to the extreme with the dog.
But it was just your attitude, your whole attitude.
Tell me, what was her attitude towards the dog?
She's saying that I could get the dog, but when I brought the dog in, it was like, why did you bring this dog here? Well, that's what we agreed on. Okay, but she said, no, I didn't agree to that. You didn't tell me that you were going to get the dog then, because I didn't tell her that that day that I was going to get the dog. We were sleeping in the same room, but because of Duffy likes to get into bed, she doesn't want him to get into bed. Well,
sleep in the bed. That's right. Sleep in the bed.
So I moved out of the room to go.
He's not a human being. He's an animal.
Hold up, PJ. You mean to tell me you got a dog, didn't quite tell her about it, and let the dog sleep in the bed, and she says, I don't want the dog in the bed. I mean, I talk about
there's too much going on. That's just too much.
You know what I mean? You know, if she don't want her in her personal space, you actually moved out to sleep with the dog as opposed to her.
And she know how I feel about the dog.
And don't you think that's a little deep?
It's a little deep, but it's just
she loved the dog. Just be honest. Tell the truth. You love the dog. Say it.
Yeah,
I love the dog.
Okay, but her attitude is what makes me not want to sleep in the same bed with her. How she treated me.
Yeah, because you want
give me an
put
example.
The dog in the middle.
Give me an example of what she's done. She's already said you wash the dog in the kitchen sink. She said that already. What else do you do?
If I go to work and I call her and I say, okay, can you just let the dog out for me? She's like, that's your dog, that's your responsibility. We're supposed to be partners in a relationship. But another thing with her is she has her things that she likes to do. She likes to go out, she likes to party, she likes to spend time with her friends and stuff.
Yes, I do.
And my dog is my comfort. So her friends are her comfort, my dog is my comfort. So I enjoy being, and I don't see why you want me to give up the dog.
Not like animals? Is that it?
I don't like animals, but I don't mistreat them. You know, I go along with it. Just like when she's at work, she call and say, "You gonna take my dog out?" I said, "Yeah, PJ, I take the dog." I goes in the room and open the door. I said, "Come on, Duffy, you want something to eat to go out?" Duffy look at me like, I said, "Guess what? You wait on PJ to get home, cause I'm not gonna do it." So when she come home, she said,
well, kind of like a dog doesn't understand if you say, hey, do you want to do this? You can say, come, and they'll do that. You don't tell the dog to come? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. But this dog ain't like, he got normal sense. When I goes in there and I try to be nice. I say, hey, Duffy, you want to go out there? I said, you want to go out to use it?
He's scared of you. You keep throwing things at him. If you keep throwing things at him, will you
do
come
you
to
throw
someone?
things at
Yes,
Duffy?
I throw my keys at him because I come home from work and he's on my couch in the window. And look like when I walk up, they open the door, look like the dog will jump down and take out run. He just laying like that, this PJ couch. And I say, and I throw something at him.
I think you're inferring a whole lot of attitude that the dog really doesn't have. I mean, like, dogs don't, I'm on this couch like it's my, a cat maybe. Cat will give you attitude, but not, dogs don't like that.
Not only that, he brought a cat in the house. Tried to make me think I'm crazy. My blood pressure went up sky high.
So what happened when the dog brought the cat in the house?
No, the cat was in my bed. When I walked in the room and turned the light on, the cat was in my bed. I went to screaming and hollering, ran to PJ, a cat in the house, cat in the house. PJ looked at me, oh, ain't no cat in here, like I'm crazy. I know I saw a cat. I know what I saw. I saw that stray cat outside that be in everybody's yard.
In your bed.
We got into the argument about me feeding the cat out of the plate. I mean, the dog out of the plate. Right. And she she had a frying pan. She was going to hit me with a frying pan.
When I pull up.
But we had it was a friend of ours in the house that took the frying pan from her, so she couldn't get
Well, tell about the taser.
LaWanda, did you threaten her with a frying pan because the dog was eating out of the plate?
Yeah, I threatened her with the frying pan because she had a taser. Every time we get into it, she walk around with the taser and say, I'm going to tase you.
You got a taser?
Yeah, tell the truth. Tell her about the taser.
Threatening to tase people?
Well, okay, that's to keep her off of me. They call her Bull. Her nickname is Bull. Now, why do you think she has that nickname?
I do not know.
Because she likes to fight and raise hell. So when she gets mad...
Oh, like the Raging Bull, the movie.
Yeah, like a bull.
I like to race with you.
But where's all that anger coming from? So one
Did you buy a taser specifically to get her off you?
I did.
So I told you, what I tell you, if you tase me and I go down, you better pray I don't get up.
Now, LaWanda, let's take a minute. Now, I think I understand what the problem is with the dog. I think we got a little anger issue over here.
Okay.
The taser, I do not think was a good resolution, but we'll skip that for right now. I understand, PJ, that LaWanda goes out a lot, she's partying, and you feel like that's happening too much. So I want to talk about that.
Why didn't you tell me all this before I moved from Augusta to Atlanta to be with you?
You loved me.
Okay, I love you.
You still love me?
Do you love me?
Do you love me?
But
look at me right now. Look at me right now. Look at me in my eyes and tell me you don't love me.
I'm talking to the judge right now.
No.
So, PJ, I understand that you say you made the ultimate sacrifice by going to move with her, but she's not affectionate and she's always partying with her friends. Why don't you tell me about that?
Okay. I'm the romantic type. Mm-hmm. I like to give back rubs. Don't even look like that.
LaWanda, hang on. Go ahead, PJ.
Give me a back rub. PJ, massage my feet. PJ this, PJ that. I try to accommodate her. On special occasions, I buy her gifts, jewelry, birthdays, Christmas. I'm over the top.
What does she do?
I might get a I love you every now and then. She's not affectionate at all. I don't feel that deep bond or affection that I feel like should be in our relationship. Mm-hmm. When I make special plans sometimes to go out, she forgets all about me. She goes out with her friends. Her friends, I don't believe, really care for me because we are in a gay relationship, and they feel like LaWanda. They ask. I know one particular person asked her, "Is that really what you want? Are you sure that's what you want?" And I think she's confused. Really, when we were together, was that really what you wanted? Was that really what she wanted?
LaWanda, you heard what she just said about the lack of affection, and she's concerned if this is really the kind of relationship you want to be in. What do you have to say about that?
I don't want to be in a relationship. No.
You what?
I want to come and go as I please. I'm getting up here in the clock just like you.
Well, why didn't you tell me that?
PJ, let her finish. LaWanda, go ahead. Tell me.
I'm hitting the clock just like you. You're not taking care of me. You might be looking out for me, but you're not taking care of me because I'm getting up hitting the clock just like you. I'm paying bills just like you. PJ want me all to herself. Just me. Nobody but me. And her relationship is boring. She likes to read. She likes to be on the computer, all in people's business. That's just not me. I don't care what they do.
So she's on social media, on Facebook.
Exactly.
I'm on social media.
Baby.
Oh no! Don't you even go there, because
I don't love nothing but Facebook.
That's
and
all
you know
say
it.
on
A selfie here, a selfie there.
We could go out to eat here on Facebook.
Hang on. You say she's very controlling. She's always tracking you and tracing you. Give me some examples that would show me how controlling she really is.
Okay, a prime example. A tracker device on my phone.
She put one on there?
Yes, she put one on my phone.
How did you find out?
I went to Metro PCS, and they told me and showed it to me.
Did you put a tracking device on her phone, PJ?
I did.
Why did you do that?
Like I said, we have a, what I thought was a relationship. And she's staying out past 2 a.m. in the morning.
I'm grown.
Okay, but if we're in a relationship, where are you at after 2 a.m. in the morning?
Party.
3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. That's my point. That's exactly my point. So why?
Hey.
Why didn't you tell me all this before I moved from Augusta to Atlanta to be with you?
You loved me.
Okay, I love you.
You still love me?
Do you love me?
Do you love me?
But
look at me right now. Look at me right now. Look at me in my eyes and tell me you don't love me.
I'm talking to the judge right now.
Nah. The judge wants you to look at me. No.
I usually don't let that go on, but I enjoyed that one. PJ, I want to move on to the next topic, which you say you believe LaWanda has a drinking problem, and I want you to tell me how you believe that has impacted your relationship.
That they were at a red light, and they had been drinking, having a good time, and LaWanda insisted on driving home and fell asleep at the red light.
LaWanda, do you drink a little too much? Why do you think LaWanda has a drinking problem?
Okay, LaWanda would never admit this, but LaWanda has a drinking problem because I feel like when she goes out and she parties and she drinks excessively, and then she drives. Her aunt told me one time that they were at a red light, and they had been drinking, having a good time, and LaWanda insisted on driving home and fell asleep at the red light.
LaWanda, do you drink a little too much?
You know, it all depends on what it is, but I love margaritas. I wanted a margarita when we got off the plane. It didn't like I gotta have another one.
We're not talking about what you did last night. We're talking about throughout the entire.
Yes, I like to drink and I like to party.
And you prioritize that over everything. Because I have a plan. I'm sorry. I have planned special occasions.
If I have a drinking problem, I need to drink 24/7.
I can't find her.
Well, no, that's not really true.
Back to the GPS tracker.
You don't have to be drunk 24/7 to have a drinking problem.
But some days I don't even drink, especially when I got to go to work. I don't drink. When I'm off, yes, I drink. I drink at home.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Oh. Well, maybe now you do.
LaWanda, why don't you tell me about the time you were out partying and she came and took the car. You didn't have a way home.
Oh, yes. She came and tell it all. It was her car.
Right.
And she had bought another truck. And I asked, can I use her car? She said yes. So I was over my auntie's house and I was washing clothes. And my auntie said, how did you get over here? I said, I drove a PJ car. She said, there's no car here. You came in her yard and drove the car away. Drove the car, you don't know where you was. You drove the car away, and then you walked back to your truck. So I knew
PJ, why did you do that?
Because I wanted to keep my car intact, and I've told her 100 times, don't drive my car and drink. Don't do that.
So you were afraid that since she was with somebody in her family in your car, that she would be drinking in your car, so you went and got your car.
Exactly.
But the thing about it is, you buy me stuff to drink. So how's I'm
at home? Because I want you to stay at home and drink. What do you need to go out, keep going out in the streets for drinking? And why do you keep drinking and driving? And see, that's dangerous. And you ask me why I put the GPS on your phone, so I don't know where you're at.
Now, LaWanda,
I'm not no child.
Drink.
I didn't say you were.
I have judicially obligated. You can't be drinking and have those keys in your hand.
You're so right.
Because what happens is you get in an accident, you kill some woman and her daughter, and you get a hangnail because you're so loose and drunk in the car that nothing ever happens to you. You don't have that right to expose us to that kind of danger. None whatsoever. You understand me?
Yes, ma'am. You're right.
That ain't got nothing to do with controlling. That's illegal, immoral. It's just wrong on every level, and then some.
Okay.
So you guys are done with one another?
Yeah. We're cool.
You cool? Mm-hmm. Well, my understanding is,
friends.
PJ, you want $800 in outstanding bills, but LaWanda, you say she actually owes you $1,200.
Exactly.
So you're going to explain that to me, and I'll tell you how I will resolve that matter. Briefly, PJ, why do you believe that LaWanda owes you $800?
Because when she moved, I came home one day and she was gone.
Right.
Our agreement was I pay the rent,
right,
and she takes care of the utilities.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so when she left me holding the complete bag.
I see you reaching for something. Why don't you give that to Joe? And so you think that she should at least pay the utilities for the first month when she left?
Yeah.
Or was it a month she was there?
Yeah, she was gone for about right at a month.
And didn't pay for that month that she was living
didn't pay.
there?
Yeah, she hadn't.
And you stayed in the house.
You were already behind in the utilities, LaWanda,
Okay,
when you
LaWanda,
left.
why don't you tell me why you believe she owes her $1,200, but you don't owe her anything?
First of all, the $1,200, she was living in Augusta. When I went and got her from Augusta and brought her to Atlanta, her car was messing up. Her transmission in her truck was going out. She knew that. So she kept telling me she'd been on Craigslist and she seen a car that she wanted. So I said, well, how much the car is? She said $1,200. She said, but I want to go check it out. We went over to the man's house and she test drove the car. She said, well, I like the car. I said, you sure? She told the man she wanted the car. So the man had my name and her name on the title. Mm-hmm. But when PJ got the car, my name was not on it.
Who paid for the car?
I paid cash money for the car. My mama had passed.
Did she pay cash money for the car?
Yes, I paid.
Yeah, she paid.
Okay, this is what we got, ladies. You know, first of all, I'd never recommend moving to be with somebody. You should live with somebody. You know what I'm saying? It usually doesn't work out. You have a relationship where you've lived together for a while or known each other a while before you get up and move your life, because it's different being in a house with somebody than it is in a long-distance relationship. That's number one. Number two, I love Duffy, and I'm glad Duffy loves you, and you got somebody to love now that LaWanda is gone.
Okay.
Number three, you guys were in it together. It was one household. You were putting in utilities. You were putting in rent. You were putting in utilities. You were putting in the money. So I'm not going to start giving money back and forth across. Let's call it a day. Let's call it even. Let's call it done. And everybody, you know, be glad that you loved one another. Be glad that it's over. You take Duffy and you take your freedom. There will be no recovery for either party, and this matter is adjourned.
I'm done with it. I'm done with the relationship. We friends. I'm concerned about how she doing, because she's up here in Georgia by herself, no family members. So I be concerned about her, how she doing in her health and everything. But that's it.
I think LaWanda and I will be friends. We still have a lot in common. We still enjoy each other's company, but we just can't be lovers anymore.
Today on Divorce Court.
I am here on divorce court today hoping to find some understanding between my fiance and I. Ramel misled me in the past because I thought that I was the only one that he was pursuing, and I wasn't.
The issue between me and Renita is she is controlling and she thinks that it's her way or the highway.
I want Judge Lynn to address in the courtroom with us today on how to communicate better and what expectations of a husband should be.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Renita Mitchell and Ramel Meadows. Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Meadows, you two have been together for 6 years. You have 2 children together, and you're here on a Before the Vows. You want to know whether or not you should marry. You love each other, but there are issues, and we're going to talk about that. You've given me your marriage certificate with permission to tear it up should I believe this union is ill-advised. So, Ms. Mitchell, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about the history of your relationship, how you got together, what attracted you to one another, and we'll go from there.
Okay. First of all, yes, we met 6 years ago. I was referred to him from a mutual friend.
You were referred?
Yes.
Sounds like a temporary employment agency.
Well, I needed my son's haircut, and he was a barber.
Okay.
And so
I thought she was referred romantically.
No.
Go ahead.
He was a barber, and so it took me a while to call him, but when I did call him, he was, you know, I'll come after hours if I have to because I worked really late and everything. And so when I saw him checking me out, I started checking him out, and I thought he was an amazing-looking man.
Mr. Meadows, what was your initial impression of Ms. Mitchell?
Like she said, I was checking her out when she first came into the barbershop. I admired her beauty, and you know, once I got to cutting her son's hair, I had a few difficulties with him, and then interacting with her and learning her personality, I thought maybe I should try to pursue her.
Pursue her, right. Now, you say in your paper specifically that he has swagger, and you instantly liked his hands.
Yes.
And
something I'd never paid attention to before with any other man.
Does he still have swagger?
I think he always will, but he has a different occupation now, and so he cuts yards now. So that's kind of out the window.
Okay. The swagger is out the window. What changed? How did he lose his swagger in your eyes?
Well, he had to take on another job. I did not approve of him cutting hair anymore because I wasn't the only woman he was pursuing at that time. They would bring their sons in for haircuts, and he liked some of them too. So I did not, once we started to move forward in the relationship and some of the women tried to take ownership of him, I was like, you know, if you're going to be with me, I'm not comfortable with you doing this job. So now he cuts yards. So he's covered in grass and dirt.
That's pretty deep. I'm going to talk to you about that in a minute. But you say you felt misled by him.
Yes, I did.
Why did you feel misled?
I felt misled because when I first met him, I just was completely transparent. I told him, you know, I'm broken right now. I am in a marriage, but I'm separated from my husband, and I have trust issues. He made me believe that I could trust him. And so learning later on that there were other women that just really just kind of...
Mr. Meadows, were you clear in the beginning that you were seeing a number of women when you started seeing her? Or did she just assume that?
No, I wasn't. You know,
You weren't what?
I wasn't clear to her that I was through seeing other women. We hadn't got that far, but once I got to know her and, like I said, got to interacting with her, I kind of took her from 5th gear to 2nd gear and gradually slowed down.
Cut that out.
Yeah, the transformation was slow, but...
Yeah. You say that he misled you. And that may or may not be the case, but sometimes what women do is, like if I've dated you 5 times, my son said this to me once. He said, every time I look up, I'm in a relationship, and I don't know how it happens. Because you go out with a woman a certain number of times, and they start making assumptions. Did you make assumptions about exclusivity that he didn't sign off on?
I don't believe that I did. Because I saw him every day. And it's not because I came to see him. He let it be known that he was very into me. And so then, because I feel like I don't date without purpose, I was just very transparent with him. Like, hey, you know.
But did he say the words, it's just you and me?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Did you say the words, it's just you and me?
Yes, I did.
And you didn't mean them? Not in the beginning.
Not in the beginning, no.
Not in the beginning, I got you. She said something interesting to me in the beginning, which I would thought was trippy. Some chick you're dating tells you to change jobs. Why would you?
Well, because I did like her, and I wanted to pursue a relationship with her, and I felt like that maybe me working at the barbershop with all the influences that I have at the barbershop, that it might be a good thing for me to do that. So.
It didn't scare you at all? You didn't think that was presumptuous, that she would walk into your life? You're not married, none of that, and just tell you, I don't want you doing this job anymore because you come into contact with too many women.
Yeah, it did. It scared me. I mean, but that was a sacrifice that I had to make to prove to her that I wanted to be with her.
Didn't you think that was a little presumptuous?
No. No. I would have only thought that if I didn't see the things I saw. I mean, I would get looks from women, because we used to go to the club all the time, okay? I would get looks from women like they owned him. And I'm like, what's going on? Oh, she's nobody. I just cut her son's hair. And I'm like, okay,
well, you know, anywhere he goes, he's going to run into some women.
Right.
He's going to mow the lawn, and I'm going to open the door and write him a check. You know.
I get that, but it wasn't like that. I've seen some women that, hey, bro, yeah, he cuts my son's hair. Hi, I'm so-and-so. Now that I understand, but it wasn't always like that. Like, I mean, I thought I was going to have to fight.
But we do stay.
Scaring me.
We do stay in Oklahoma City. Yeah, we stay in Oklahoma City. It's not very big. I mean, you can circle the whole metro area in 45 minutes. So, I mean.
Well, not only has she asked you to change, you also need her to change. So now I want to talk about the kind of changes you need to see. He used to be a dapper don, good-looking, well-groomed, and now his game has fallen off. Is that truly a concern of yours?
Well, with his appearance, he's not an ugly guy. I think he's gonna look good in whatever. He just doesn't.
You're reading light to me over there, Ms. Mitchell. You really are. So, Mr. Meadows, you say now that you've changed jobs for her, she needs to make some changes. What are they?
Well, I just feel like, you know, I made I call them sacrifices. I guess they weren't really sacrifices.
Yes, they were.
Well, I'm an adult now, so a lot of stuff I was doing, I'm 37 years old, I shouldn't have been doing anyway, so I don't mind making those changes. But I just feel like, as far as around the house, there's things that she could be doing, you know, like cleaning more and tidying up the house a little more. You know, I come home from cutting 10, 15 yards a day. I'm sweaty, hot. I come home and she's in the bed eating caramel popcorn and watching Netflix. I mean,
Ms. Mitchell, your response to that?
Only when I was watching a show, but that show's over. I was doing the things that he said. I was getting off work at 3 o'clock. Jumping home and getting everything taken care of, whatever needed to be washed as far as laundry, whatever needed to be cooked was on, because I had to get the children, my 2 little ones, from daycare by 5:30. So he was used to me just being on it, you know.
Right.
But now since school's out, I get off work at 5.
Right.
And so I'm not able to do as much. Now he's watching a TV show and he's in
I got you. I got you. And that's difficult if you're working and doing that. Here's the question that I have for you. You seem to be concerned, or at least you indicated that you were concerned. He used to be a dapper don, good-looking, well-groomed, and now his game has fallen off. Is that truly a concern of yours?
Well, with his appearance, he's not an ugly guy. I think he's gonna look good in whatever. He looks good to me. He just doesn't. Oh, okay, for instance, on date night, I make date nights for us.
Right.
Because I want to see him the way that I saw him. And, you know, that give us both a good, time to clean up. And, I won't look so stressed from the children. And, he won't look so stressed from his job. And, but he's not into date night, really. I mean, he'll do it, but it's like, well, whatever you decide for us to do. And I'm like, can you just romance me a little bit? Can you do it? Can I see that guy that used to take me out all the time? And, because he would come to my job for lunch looking great. I mean, the employees were like, oh my gosh, like who is, and I'm like,
that's because he was leaving the barber shop where he's inside with the air conditioning and he dresses nicely, and so he's able to do that. Now he's out in the backyard, sweating, pushing something like a beast.
Which I totally respect.
You don't.
I still come to your job dirty, sweaty, and bring you lunch. My appearance just ain't the same because I have a whole different occupation now.
You're reading light to me over there, Ms. Mitchell. You really are needy and wanty, but not too. Do you feel a little of what I'm feeling here? You look like superficial. You told him he had to change his job, but you liked it. And then he changed his job, but you liked the way he looked on his first job. You know what I mean?
No, I respect his new hustle. I respect what he's doing. I'm cool with that. Just every blue moon, I want a date night. I mean, and so a date night so I can see him looking as good as he's looking right now. I don't need it all the time.
I understand you still have trust issues. So I want to take a moment, talk about what's really going on. Do you think he's cheating on you, and how it is you keep track of him? Do you think he's faithful to you, or do you have concerns in that area?
His phone was on the counter by me, and I saw a text message come through from a lady. When I saw that it was from her, I did look at it, and I questioned him like, you know, okay, you used to talk to her, you know, y'all used to be intimate together.
Right.
Why is she texting you now after all this time?
Do you think he's faithful to you, or do you have concerns in that area?
I do believe that he is faithful to me. I trust him. I just have trust with other people that may be around him.
You don't trust the environment he's in?
Sometimes. Yeah.
What have you seen that has caused you concern?
Well, this is a lot of stuff that we're talking about right now is not an issue at the very, very present moment. But one time, he was getting ready for work, and so was I, and his phone was on the counter by me, and I saw a text message come through from a lady that, you know, when I saw that it was from her, I did look at it, and I questioned him like, you know, okay, you used to talk to her, you know, y'all used to be intimate together.
Right.
Why is she texting you now after all this time? He's like, I don't know. She was calling me all these names in the text message, not expecting me to see it. So I responded to her, and then he called her. And I asked him, so there was a whole big thing from that. And so I asked him, I said, would you have even told me? Or would you have kept that to yourself? He's like, I probably wouldn't have told you. And I guess it's because he wouldn't have wanted to explain.
Start no stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so,
I wouldn't have told you either.
Yeah.
You know, but you have children together. Are you cool on the parenting issues?
I am. She thinks that I am more strict on her oldest son than I am on the rest of the children, which I'm not.
Ms. Mitchell, what is your thoughts on that?
He is his dad now, but it's like he's just not really. He'll cater more to the babies than my 6-year-old.
What are the kind of things that you would like him to do that he's not doing?
I would like for him to embrace my son more, and to, you know, for every time he's doing something with the 2 younger ones, that my son don't have to stand off and watch, you know, in the background.
Bring him into the crowd. Bring him into. You're bringing him into the group.
Yeah.
I do. Yes, I do.
I
don't spank him. I don't do nothing to him. I just, you know, with her feeling the way she feels, it's kind of hard for me to interact with him because she's so judgmental about the way that I am with him. So I just kind of.
How are you with him?
I mean, verbally, I can be.
Are you tough on him?
Yeah, verbally. I don't whoop any of the kids.
I agree with her about the son. It is difficult to be a step parent and come in and do that well and meaningfully. And you're not going to be as attached to them as you are your own children. So you have to actively engage in the process of learning to love them in that sincere, dear way that you automatically love your own children. That's a job. And it doesn't include yelling, because to him, you're just a dude off the street. That's what, you know, that's what that is. Now I want to turn to the compatibility test and show you what I saw there. The most interesting thing I saw in the compatibility test were your answers to what you wanted from a spouse and what you would give a spouse. Because I've never heard a woman say it quite like this before. You said, I want my spouse to be the leader of our family, a good one, and in return, I will give him submission. Now, which, if that's the way you want to roll, that's cool. But right here, I'm not seeing any of that. It seems that you're awfully in charge and dictatorial about what goes on in the home. And my question to you is, if you're looking for leadership, don't you have to back off the demands a bit?
Yeah, you do.
Yet you see no inconsistency between your behavior and what you desire.
Because I would really like to be able to put down the leadership relationship thing and really let him pick it up. But that's why we're here, because I want to understand him. But I also want him to understand too that, you know, I would like to take care of business side first and then, you know, romance each other and, you know, do things like that. But I feel like I have to cue him on, like, hey, this is what's going on. He's like, yep. And I'm like, okay, well, this is what you do.
Well, I usually ask for a profession of love at this point. Just 15 seconds. What do you love about him?
In 15 seconds, what I love about him, I love that he makes me laugh. I love that he comes home every night. I love that he keeps our Sunday traditions of going to church together as a family. I love that about him. Like, that's good. 15 seconds, right?
That was horrifying.
Oh my God.
I got 15 seconds. I love how my husband cares for me. He's always looking out for me. He worries about me. He does, you know, you talk about he comes home. He does go
That used to be an
he
issue.
goes to church. It's like, you know, it's nothing about his person that you love. Like, he's very endearing or entertaining. He's got a good heart. None of that. It's just he meets some of these checklist duties that you have for him. Isn't that what you heard?
Yes.
Well,
I don't have much time. So I'm gonna do what's on my heart. If I were your mother, I would tell you to step up and stand up. I would tell you, don't worry about pleasing her. I would tell you, worrying about what you do and what you think is the right thing to do. Because she is running you. And she doesn't even like the fact that she is running you. But she can't seem to stop herself, so you need to stop her. Do you know what I'm saying? You know, step up, man up. She's just running you and telling you what to do. I don't know how you take it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't disagree with some of the stuff that she says. It's just the consistency of it.
It's the way she says it.
Yeah.
Maybe
Hop to.
Yeah.
You know, if you want love, if you want romance, if you want to be treated softly and well, you got to be a little soft. You got to be a little romantic. You can't be a drill sergeant and wonder why he's not kissing you on the neck. Nobody wants to kiss a drill sergeant on the neck. That would be my recommendations to you. I think you should get married. I'll give you your marriage license. I think you should get married, but you both need to work on yourselves in the manner I so designated. This matter is adjourned.
We got some great advice from the judge, and I think that I'm going to have to slow it down some and allow him to take the lead.
And I will do my best to be a little bit more considerate to her feelings and be a better father towards my stepson and work on my finances.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm his first girlfriend. He's never been in a committed relationship, so I don't think he understands how to be.
We argue about me and my band.
When Joe drinks when he's at his gigs, it makes me feel very disrespected.
I come second to her phone every time.
He is on his phone just as much, and he's on dating apps.
I love her to death. I'm not cheating on her. I've been trying to get things straight with her.
I want to be with Joe, and if he can tell me the truth, then we'll start new and we'll be okay.
We need to start working things out as a couple, because if not, it is the last straw. I'm tired of it.
I need for him to be honest with me about whether or not he wants to be with me or everyone else.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Erin Malloy and Joe Edwards. Ms. Malloy, you're 20. Mr. Edwards, you are 22. You are here on the Before the Vows. You have filled out my compatibility test, and I have your license with permission to tear it up should I think your union is ill-advised. But you want my second set of eyes looking at your relationship to determine whether or not you should actually make it down the aisle. So, Ms. Malloy, I'm going to start with you. I know you love him, but what's concerning you at this juncture?
Well, I feel like there's things that I don't know, and I feel like, you know, I just have this gut feeling that there's stuff that's not come to light yet, and I'd like to get to the bottom of it.
Now, that's very vague, Ms. Malloy. When you think, what things do you think need to come to light?
I feel like Joe's cheated on me, and I feel like there's other girls in the picture.
I take it she's expressed this to you on occasion.
A little bit.
Okay. Now, Mr. Edwards,
Yes, ma'am.
Now's the time. Has there ever been any infidelity during the course of your relationship?
No, ma'am.
Nothing.
No, ma'am.
Not a little bit.
No, ma'am.
What makes you believe that he has cheated?
Well, I have this, and this is from his email. It's messages from a dating website. He claims that it's not active, but if it's not active, why are you still getting emails?
Oh, okay, I got you. Emails and date, July, you know. What's this about?
I've had that since 2013, Your Honor. That's been way before I met Aaron. I just have never had the time to delete it.
Never had time to delete it.
Right.
Ms. Malloy, you also say, though, that you have an issue with how much he drinks and the fact that you used to have issues and you don't think he respects your sobriety. Why don't you tell me how that's impacting your relationship?
Well, Your Honor, in October of 2016, I had to go to rehab. One of my ex-boyfriends, we kind of delved into a lifestyle that was not good. Mm-hmm. And I've gotten clean.
Good for you. Good for you.
And me and Joe, we've made an agreement that neither one of us would do anything.
Right.
And I've let it go, and I've let it go, and I've let it go. And he still does it.
And when you say it, what is he doing?
We've agreed that neither one of us should drink or do any type of drugs. And while he doesn't do any type of drugs, he still drinks.
How much does he drink and how often?
I mean, it's not a lot and it's not very often, but like he's a musician.
Mm-hmm.
He goes to shows. And I understand, you know, you want to have a drink to loosen you up before you perform live. But whenever you drink so much that I'm waiting for you outside the bar and you're telling me that I can wait while you talk to another girl because you're so drunk, and then you're accusing me of like sleeping with people to get drugs and all kinds of stuff and just like calling me all kinds of names, it's too far.
Is that something he does when he's drunk, is calls you names and accuses you of cheating? Now, Mr. Edwards, I'm gonna start fresh over here. Do you drink alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
It's perfectly legal.
Yes, ma'am.
How often do you drink?
I'd say within a case every 2 weeks.
A case of beer every 2 weeks?
Yeah, between that, just a beer here and there.
Do you drink to the point where you're intoxicated, or are you just a little tipsy?
Pretty intoxicated, Your
Pretty
Honor.
intoxicated.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you deny being somewhat unpleasant when you are inebriated?
No, ma'am. Honestly, I do. I kind of, honestly, you know, taste of alcohol tastes pretty good to me, and sometimes one's too many and one more's never enough.
Do you not deny that you agreed with her that as a part of her ongoing sobriety, that neither one of you would indulge in any kind of intoxicants of any variety?
Honestly, Your Honor.
You don't remember that conversation?
I don't remember that conversation.
Okay. Do you understand her point of view?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Do you care?
Yes, until I start drinking.
Does that ever prevent you from drinking? The fact that you know when you get drunk you can be ugly and a bit belligerent?
Yes, ma'am. It's helped me cut back a lot.
It's helped you cut back?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think is the main stumbling block to marriage? She thinks a lot of it is, one, that you're cheating, and two, that you don't respect her sobriety. What do you think the problem is?
My problem is it's about communication. And on my part, honestly, communication just doesn't work between us. It's all about social media. She cannot get away from that cell phone for not even 10 minutes, maybe 5 if you're lucky.
You're just as bad as me.
Do it just to show you what it feels like.
Now, when you say social media, is she just on it all day? Do you think she's talking to other guys, or she's just preoccupied with it?
A little bit of both, because it's like I go to work and I leave for work at 3:30 in the morning, and I'm going all day, and sometimes I work 13, 14-hour shifts. And when I come home, you know, she's still on the cell phone. And honestly, I look at it like, you know, why are you still on your phone? I'm home from work. Don't you want to spend time with me? But honestly, I feel like she might be talking to other guys, but it's just...
It's just too much.
Right.
Now, when he comes home, do you give him the time of day, or are you all involved in that electronic life?
Whenever he's not playing his video games, as soon as he walks in the door, yeah, I'm giving him the time of day. He wants to say that because he'll come home and he says, I want to decompress. I want to, you know, play my game, play my guitar, whatever. And then, whenever I'm sitting there on my phone, I'll be watching him do whatever he's gonna do, and then I'll get on my phone because why am I just gonna sit here and watch what you're doing? Like,
right.
Then it's a problem because I'm not watching him, but you're either sleeping, playing your guitar, or playing your video games. Like, there is no reason.
When I'm always interested. You come home, you need to decompress. Isn't coming home to your woman and talking to her and touching her and doing all that kind of stuff, isn't that a form of decompression?
Well, yes, ma'am, and I try to. And see, from her part, that's one thing. She's on their phone. So, okay, well, you're on your phone. Well, you don't want to talk. I understand. I'm actually going to decompress, play my games a little bit.
So we got the chicken and the egg. You know, who started what first?
Right, so she'll be on her phone. I'll go play my game. And then 5 minutes later, she wants to give me attention. It wants to be all over Joe, you know. Well, where was that when I go out in the door? Hey, honey, you know, how was your day? None of that.
My understanding is, Ms. Malloy, you believe that he has humiliated you in public. And I want to get down to the issue, what happened, why it happened, and then get Mr. Edwards' point of view on it. Do you think she's overly jealous?
A little bit. This female I walked up to the bartender was like, oh, who's that guy on the guitar? And she was on the verge of actually going after that girl and like getting ready to light into her. And that was...
That girl came up to you after the show and was like all over you, and you said not one word about it, so I don't want to hear nothing.
So, Ms. Malloy, how did he humiliate you in public?
Basically, like I said, Joe plays music, and he has fans, but there's fans, and then there's groupies. Mm-hmm. There's, you know, the girls that are like, you know, I really liked your music, you know, like you did really good on that set. And then there's the girls that are like, I like you and your music. Mm-hmm. Let's talk all night long. Mm-hmm. And then
does he entertain that second set of girls? That's the question. Because anybody in public life is going to have fans and groupies, and you can't stop that because that's just part of being a public figure. The question is the extent to which he entertains that. Does he entertain it?
Not usually, but there was one instance that I was picking him up from a set one night because I don't go to the bars because I don't want temptation.
Right.
And he's outside talking to this girl.
Yeah.
And I honk the horn because I'm not trying to get out. I'm not trying to be around those that
life,
people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he's like, well, you can wait. And he is talking to this girl and like laughing with her, and she's like touching him on the arm and stuff. And I'm
so
like,
it looked flirtatious right in front of you.
Yes. And granted, he was very, very intoxicated, but still. I mean, that bothered anybody.
Do you deny that occurred?
In my defense, Your Honor, there was actually a guy there too, and we were talking about certain songs we played, you know, and how well, you know, I put them off on us as if it was, you know, the original band. And that female happened to have been there too, but it was nothing directed toward me as far as like, oh, you know, you're just, I could just eat you up, I want to go home with you,
It wasn't like that. It wasn't that deep.
Musician's entertainer. You like to entertain. You like people to hear what you do.
Yeah. Do you think she's overly jealous?
A little bit.
What are some of the most outrageous things she's done?
Well, this is kind of understandable, but then again, it's like, really? Because I played a show one night, and she happened to have been standing there beside the bar, and this female had walked up to the bartender and was like, oh, who's that guy on the guitar? And she was on the verge of actually going after that girl and like getting ready to light into her. And that was... Yeah.
That girl came up to you after the show and was like all over you, and you said not one word about it, so I don't want to hear nothing.
I wasn't hugging on her or nothing.
Was he just ignoring her, or was he enjoying it? What was happening?
Like, she's over here touching on him and is like, you know, you do really good. She's like, and I'm like, she's like complimenting his clothes and all kinds of stuff, and I'm sitting back watching this. I'm like, are you serious right now?
What would have been the response you would have liked?
A handshake. And, you know, thanks for being a fan, like, this is where we're playing next, that kind of thing. Not like, okay, let me go ahead and, like, hug you back. Like, you're not that big, you're a local star. Like, you're not, like, I just don't think that it's okay.
Yeah, you and I gonna have to have a talk about the life of a person in some kind of spotlight and the difference between just, you know, riding out a fan and engaging in illicit conduct. But my understanding is that the real concern that you have is about someone closer to home that might be an issue with him. And I do have some information that you might want to see regarding this particular individual? And that's what we're going to do next.
Honestly, Your Honor, I mean, it's nobody's fault but my own. I mean, I drank too much that night, and I apologize for that. But if we did, I don't remember it.
Really?
Other than what you've told me about, do you have concerns about a particular woman that he might be seeing?
I have a girl who, I mean, depending on how this is gonna go, I thought she was my best friend. And Easter weekend of this year, Joe was nowhere to be found. And then about a week later, we were having, I don't even remember what me and Joe were talking about, but he was like, oh yeah, that's whenever Desiree was in town. And I was like, what? Like, my best friend didn't tell me she was in town? Whoa. And why do you know that? And and it's like she won't really talk to me, and it's...
Well, she does want to talk to you. She couldn't get off work today, but she did send us a tape. I haven't seen it, so this is what she wants to tell you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Desiree. I am 21 years old, and Aaron is my best friend. Aaron, I have something that I needed to tell you, and I felt awful about it since it happened, and I really hope me and you can move past it. But when I was home for Easter, me and Joe slept together.
Are you kidding me?
It didn't mean anything.
Mr. Edwards, is Desiree telling the truth?
And I want you and Joe to be able to move past it. Call me if you have the chance.
If we did, I don't remember it.
Seriously?
Life of a rock star, Your Honor.
Is your drinking habit so take you to places that are, I mean, do you black out that you could actually have had sex with someone and didn't remember?
Sometimes. I didn't think it would happen like that, but, just alcohol changes a man. Life of a rock
But it's
star,
not
Your Honor.
outside of the realm of possibility, is what you're telling me.
Right.
Is there something you want to say or do at this particular juncture? I'll be quiet.
Well, I can actually get help, quit drinking for good. I'm willing to do that. But I mean, honestly, in this case, I mean, you're so caught up in social media, and you don't give enough attention or want to be communicative enough. So I mean, it's.
So instead of saying anything,
I tried. You want to argue?
You go and sleep with my best friend.
I tried, and you want to argue. That's all you want to do.
Mr. Edwards, that's not at all what I had in mind. You love this woman, do you not?
Yes, ma'am.
You're here on the before the vows, are you not?
Yes, ma'am.
You're trying to make a determination as to whether or not you guys should spend the rest of your life together. You get caught messing with her best friend, and you go over there and complain about social media. I'm gonna give you one more time not to look like a jerk. Turn around and say something.
I apologize. I'm sorry, like dearly.
You really think it's her fault, though, don't you?
Honestly, Your Honor, I mean, it's nobody's fault but my own. I mean, I drank too much that night, and I apologize for that. But like I said, in this case, it's man. Sometimes a man has needs, and a man that wants more than just sex, and he wants to be communicative with.
You
his
want
woman.
more than just sex, so you go and sleep with my best friend.
Well, you
Do
stay
you
on your phone.
realize how dumb that sounds?
Okay, well, I get up and go to work at 3:30 in the morning, but I wake up and you're still on your phone at 2:45 in the morning, and you tell me you're Googling how to turn an outside cat into an inside cat? Really?
You want to check
How are you
the
going to Google that
history?
at 2:45 in the morning when you should be asleep? Why are you,
Normally, at this time, I would ask for a professional love, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to look at the compatibility test. I'm going to talk to you, and then I'm going to talk to you. And then I want everybody to hear exactly what I got to say. I've got this word in my head. It starts with an R, it ends with an N, and it has you in the middle. Run. He does not support your sobriety. He is drunk. He had sex with your best friend. He can't even keep it together enough to do his illicit activities outside of a place that would tear your heart apart because it's the one person above all whom you are close to. Now, you need to revisit that friendship as well, but you need to run. He blames you for him sleeping with your best friend. He can't see far enough past his own wants and needs to say, man, it was a horrible thing to do. I broke her heart, made her lose a friendship. He stood in this courtroom and talked about you on a telephone after hearing damning information about an inconceivable act of infidelity that he has inflicted upon you. I said it before and I'm gonna say it again, run. You need to be a better person. You're over there, you ain't got no communication, you don't have anything to say. This is the life of a rock star. You're not Mick Jagger. You're this guy, 22-year-old guy, drinks too much, sleeps with his woman's friend, and doesn't have enough dignity or sense to honor what this woman has been through, to honor the promise you made to her, because I believe you made it that you were going to enter into sobriety with her, and then you do the ultimate betrayal, and the best thing you got to say is, she's on her phone too much. She's on her phone because she ain't got anybody to talk to. She's on her phone because there's less of a man standing next to her. She's on her phone to do something other than bother with some guy who's drunk and flirting and carrying on and doesn't have the dignity or the class not to touch one of her friends. That's why she's on her phone. Stay on the phone until you find a real man, and when you find a real man, put the phone down and deal with him. This matter is adjourned.
What happened today is horrible. I just found out the person that I'm in love with doesn't care. He doesn't want to be with me. But at least I know, maybe we could move forward, but I don't know.
Today on Divorce Court.
After 15 years of dedicating my life to my husband, Sean, I'm just done with it. I just can't trust him, and he just can't hold down a full-time job.
She cheated in the past, and she hides stuff from me.
It's just been so many years of just not knowing who he is anymore, and I just feel like we've both grown apart. Sean's goals were to be a professional athlete, and I feel like a family and a wife weren't included in that vision. I feel like a person who loves you and cares about you will not cause you to become somebody that you dislike.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Erica Jefferson and Sean Jefferson. Joe, the two of them have been together for 15 years, married for 11. Ms. Jefferson, you're only 28. Mr. Jefferson, you are 32. You don't want to be married anymore. You have 4 children together. I'm going to start with you, Mrs. Jefferson. Why don't you tell me a little bit about how you got together and why we're here today?
Okay, Your Honor. Sean and I met in our neighborhood when I was 12. And when I first met him, I just knew that he was going to be my husband. I knew right away. And we ended up having our first child. And we got married when I was 17 with my parents' blessing.
Uh-huh.
And then just after that, things just kind of went downhill.
Okay. Mr. Jefferson, is that an accurate story about how you two got together?
Yes, it's the truth.
Was it love at first sight for you as well? Or did she have to work on you a little bit?
Work on me.
Yeah, okay. And how long did she work on you till you decided she was the one? Did you know before the baby?
Yes.
You knew before the first baby? Okay. When you say things just went downhill, what do you mean?
Well, I just thought that it was going to be our happily ever after, Your Honor. So I thought that we were going to be together forever, basically. Mm-hmm. And then I found out that I couldn't trust him. And he just wasn't the person.
When and how did you find out you couldn't trust him?
Over the years, there was just things that weren't adding up. I lost a lot of friends during the course of our relationship because I thought that they were pursuing him, but I found out that he was actually pursuing them. It started with a phone that he had. He had a secret phone. And also just on the tablet, he was really sloppy with hiding evidence, Your Honor. He just left emails open.
emails that indicated, let's get together.
Yes, Your
hey,
Honor.
sexy.
Yes, hey, sex, like, yup, like, how are you? Oh, I just got out the shower type of stuff. Like, let's meet up, go to a hotel.
How deep into the marriage were you before you started to see that kind of thing?
It was small stuff, so I just kind of let it go because I just believed everything that he told me. So when he told me it wasn't nothing, I believed him like it was the Bible. Like, I just followed what he said.
Mr. Jefferson, do you care to respond to that? Did those things happen?
Well, for the cell phone, we were separated at the time when I had a cell phone. Because at the time, my parents, her parents bought us a cell phone and then cut me off the line. So I wanted to make sure I had a cell phone for getting jobs and everything. So,
So you were on a break.
We was on a break. Yeah, when I had a cell phone, we was on a break.
Why did you go on a break? What was happening before the break that made the break necessary?
I believe that we got the argument, and then she was like back and forth. And then,
Do you know why?
No, nope.
You don't have any clue. Were you arguing all the time?
Yeah, we was arguing. Yeah, arguing.
What were you arguing about? Was it about trust? Was it about dinner? Was it about money?
It was about trust. It was about trust.
On your part?
Yeah, on my part, yeah.
So when you say all that happened while I was on a break, there was some infidelity going on before the break that caused the break.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't make me work so hard. Do you know what I mean? Just go ahead and say, when were you first unfaithful to her?
Probably 2 years into the relationship.
2 years into the relationship. Was this an ongoing situation that you had, that multiple women, one woman that kept cropping up in your relationship, or did you have several missteps with different women?
No, it was just one.
Just one?
Your Honor, no.
Ms. Jefferson, why don't you tell me the truth?
Please, thank you. Your Honor, it was several women. Like, it was one instance where he was doing the thing on social media and he met up with these women, and one of them actually had the nerve to contact me when I was trying to find out where he was, because he disappeared for a couple of days, didn't contact anybody and let us know if he was safe or where he was. She contacted me with the nerve to tell me that, you know,
he's with me?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Mr. Jefferson, did all that occur?
It's true. But at the time, we were separated because she was seeing somebody, a neighbor, and talking to them.
Were you seeing the neighbor?
Yes, I was. And but Your Honor, that was after years of him lying to me and already cheating on me, and I felt like enough was enough. And yes, we were separated at that time.
So you were separated in such a way that you felt that you had the right to see other people, right?
Yes, Your Honor. At one of the times that we were separated during my lowest moments, I did step out, and then at that time, it made me dislike myself as a person even more. And then that's when I started feeling like, well, maybe we're not meant to be together.
Mr. Jefferson, why do you think you ended up getting separated? Is it that you don't know, or you just don't want to cop to it? Because I'm feeling like you just don't want to cop to it.
No, it's the truth. Stuff happens. It's my fault. I mean, I apologize. It's my fault. You know what I'm saying?
I guess the question then becomes, do you want to let it go now? You're in here on a divorce proceeding. Do you want this to be the end of it?
No, I don't want to let it go. She wanted to let it go. We got 4 kids, so I'm not trying to let it go.
You're not trying to let it go?
Nope.
What are you trying to do?
Trying to work on it.
What do you think needs to happen in order for it to work out?
Building our trust.
Building on your trust.
Yes.
And who needs to work on that part the most?
Me.
Okay. I know you got married young, so I want to talk about what you expected as far as the roles were concerned and if your expectations were realistic.
The jobs I had, man, she'll stress me out to the point that I have to leave because she'd be like, call me every 5 minutes when I was a merchandiser.
Are you one of those people?
When he was working and he was bringing home his paycheck, it was fine. But he was cheating, and then the money was being spent on these other women.
Oh, my. You said something in your paperwork that just broke my heart, and I want to read it to you. You said, after Sean came back from school, he was a completely different person. He wasn't as awesome as I pictured him to be. Tell me about who he was when he came back.
Well, when we had our first son, he was in college, and he was playing on the basketball team at the school he was going to. And it didn't work out there with his roommates and with school, so he had to come back home.
Okay.
And when he came back home, I feel like He showed a lot of resentment towards me and our child.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like he just didn't value us, and he was just hung up on his own inner issues that he wasn't prioritizing our
or
family.
taking care of or honoring or loving the family. Mr. Jefferson, do you understand what she just said?
She got that story all wrong.
You tell me how it really went.
All right, so I left school because my son was being born. I decided, hey, school wasn't for me. So I decided to go and get a job and start working.
Okay.
And I always put my family first. I try to do everything I can, cleaning up, helping out with the kids, doing chores, doing everything I can.
So she just misread you?
Yeah. Because when I decided to come back home, I decided that was my fault. It was my job.
What was your fault?
Not my fault. It was my job to take care of the kids.
So did you leave school to take care of your responsibilities?
Yes.
But for those responsibilities, would you have remained in school?
Probably so.
What was he failing to do that made you believe that he became a priority and that you and your family were secondary in his existence?
Your Honor, he signed up for a gym membership, which is great, but he didn't consult me first. He signed a contract, and we weren't financially stable to be able to pay for that and to also pay for our rent and to do other things for our children.
Did you sign up for a gym membership and financially you weren't cool?
Nah, I was good with it. I was working at the time. I was working full time. And I put her on a gym membership too. She could use it too.
Yeah, but when you say working, how deep was your paycheck?
I was working. We was living at our parents' house at the time.
Yeah, but how deep was your paycheck?
I mean, it wasn't deep, but I had enough money over for a gym membership.
Just because you can manage to pay for something doesn't mean you can't afford it. And here's what she was saying. That was a very self-centered thing to do. Because if you're living in somebody's parents' house, you don't have your own home. You're not providing a roof. She wanted her own home. She wanted a roof. She wanted to have a couple extra dollars in the bank if somebody needed braces or if somebody needed, something, and you're taking care of a gym membership. The Pampers all taken care of, the clothes. You don't have anything extra in the bank. You don't have a deposit for your own apartment, but you're looking good. Do you see how she feels about that?
I understand what you're saying. Yes, ma'am.
That wasn't a fatherly, husbandly decision. That was a young man decision.
Yeah, I mean, at the time, I didn't think about it, but now I do. I understand.
So could you go one step further with me and thinking, since I thought that was rational and reasonable at the time, that maybe my entire thought process was such that she felt abandoned and secondary because I wasn't thinking my priorities weren't straight. Can you walk with me that far?
I understand, yes, ma'am. I understand.
You with me?
Yes.
Because that's what happened.
I understand.
Whether you believe it or not.
Yeah.
That's what happened. You say he doesn't have much of a work ethic. I want you to tell me about that. Because that, to me, is something a person can cure. I know this is an unusual circumstance. It's an odd place to be. Nobody wants to beg publicly. But if I was about to lose my wife, who's going to walk off with the 4 kids, I would be a little more sprightly in my responses and a little more, give me something. There's so much I would like to talk about. I want you to first talk about why you believe he doesn't have a good work ethic. I'm going to let you respond to that. Then I want to talk to you about your point of view with respect to your children. Go ahead.
Well, Your Honor, as far as his work ethic goes, he has all the energy in the world when it comes to working out and going to the gym, and he can prioritize that time. But when it comes to just holding down a steady job, he doesn't either want to go or he doesn't want to show up, and he just doesn't want to stick to something regular. He wanted to try to be a truck driver, and that would have been fine if he didn't previously get in an automobile accident with our vehicle before, and he wasn't the same after that.
Okay. Mr. Jefferson, what do you say with respect to her contention that you don't have a good work ethic?
I do have a good work ethic. I mean, I tried to get a job this year, and she told me I couldn't be a truck driver and told me she would leave me if I become a truck driver because she heard stories about truck drivers cheating.
Oh, okay. And your response to that was what?
I just went on, kept looking for another job.
Did you get another job?
Not yet.
How long have you been unemployed?
For about 2 years.
No, ma'am. It's been longer than 2 years.
I mean, you can get a fast food job.
Jobs I had, man, she'll stress me out to the point that I have to leave because she'd be like, calling me every 5 minutes when I was a merchandiser.
Are you one of those people?
Your Honor, the only time I was calling him is when he was cheating on me with the girls he was working with. That's the only time, Your Honor. Other than that, when he was working and he was bringing home his paycheck, it was fine. But he was cheating, and then the money was being spent on these other women.
Oh, my. You know, if you really want to get your family back, you got to get a job. You know, you got to show that you're willing to, because you're saying, well, she's going to mess it up, so I'm not going to go get a job. She's going to call me too much, so I'm not going to get it. She's leaving you. She's divorcing you. Get a job. And if she starts to dial you dynamically, as you contend she does, deal with that later. But you got to do your part. You can't say, I'm not going to try hard and do my part because she may mess up her part. Do you see what I'm with? That's grown man business. That's not, you know, oh, I'm not going to put myself out there because there might be a problem on the back end. Do you know what I'm saying?
I understand.
Oh, Mr. Jefferson, I'm trying to gather myself and find energy to enable you and to prompt you because you want to stay, but you don't even. You're one note. And I know this is an unusual circumstance. It's an odd place to be. Nobody wants to beg publicly, but if I was about to lose my wife, who's going to walk off with the 4 kids, I would be a little more sprightly in my responses and a little more, give me something.
But unfortunately, she's not going to walk with the kids. I had the house.
It's his father's house, Your Honor.
I
so
live there, so the kids going to stay with me.
The response to that is so jacked up.
And I'm going to take care of my kids.
That was the most jacked up response you could have given. So I got the logistics wrong. That's not the point. You told me you wanted to save this marriage. You told me you wanted to give your children a 2-parent household. You told me you wanted this thing to work out. You told me you would do it whatever's necessary. When I'm telling you, you got to at first look like you wanna, and you correct me on some logistics. The kids are gonna stay with me. What the heck? Why would she want to stay? Do you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Jefferson?
I understand what you're saying.
Wow. Mrs. Jefferson, the remainder of my time, I want to speak with you. Mrs. Jefferson, you want $285 for the cost of a 3-night stay in a hotel. Why don't you explain that to me?
Your Honor.
It doesn't seem much to want after 15 years, but let me figure out why she wants it.
Your Honor, my favorite place in the whole wide world is the beach. And one of the times where he decided to leave and disappear, he took another woman on a trip to the beach. And he spent that money on her, and they stayed at a hotel room. And I had the pleasure of seeing the photos of them together.
And you say he spent that money?
On the
$285 on the other woman?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the number 285 from?
It's just the estimate that I
Mr. Jefferson, were you off on a dalliance with another woman in a hotel that you used family funds for?
No, it wasn't family funds, but it's true.
What do you mean it wasn't family funds?
This was extra money I had.
You ain't got no extra money when you're married with 4 kids.
I know.
Ain't no such thing.
It was bonus money. It was a gift.
It was a gift?
Yeah.
Now you just making stuff up. You know what I'm saying? Now you're just making stuff up. It just sounds silly. There's this concept in the law. I mean, sometimes the law can be a beast and an ugly thing. And typically, there's no fault divorce, and everybody splits it down the middle. But some states, seeing how wrong that was, imposed a notion known as marital misconduct. In other words, like, if you guys got $1 million between the two of you and you spend half of it gambling, they're not going to let you split the other half when you're divorced. She gets the whole other half because you shoot away that money doing things that are maritally inappropriate. So you shouldn't be able to spend that money and then take half of what she's got left. So it's an idea that you can't spend money doing bad things and take that away from the marital assets. You ain't got no assets, but you will get the $285. I'm going to tell you that much. Just on the whatever. Having said I will say this. Mrs. Jefferson, I was going to fuss at you early on about there is no such thing as happily ever after. There is no such thing as did I get the right guy. You know, you get a good guy, you get a decent guy, and then you have to work at the marriage. There's no magic. But it's too late for that. You got 4 kids, you beautiful as all get out. What you need to do is make sure that you are focused on your educational and employment situation, so you and your children can be fine. Always make sure he pays his child support, because you're going to go upward and onward and forward. He's not not to be trusted. He doesn't have the character that is necessary to be a good husband. He just doesn't. He does what he wants, when he wants, and he doesn't, even in the throes of a divorce that he says he doesn't want, he doesn't come in here and come clean and come correct and come hard and come willingly. He's over there, you know, hemming and hawing and not telling the truth, and we were on a break and can't say, hey, I was a bad dude, but I'm better now. So you're better off. $285 isn't much to get started with, but child support, child support, child support. Get a gig, get a gig, get a gig. Always allow him to see his children.
Yes,
Always
ma'am.
encourage
Always.
that relationship between him, and you need to be a better person. This matter is adjourned. $285 in favor of Mrs. Johnson.
I just really wanted it to work. But I've invested so much time and effort into it, and then nothing's gotten better. Nothing's changed. I hate the person that I've become over time, and I'm working on trying to rebuild myself. And I'm working on just helping him too. I'm always motivate him. I'm always going to be in his corner. I'm always going to be there for him. And I just hope that he'll be there for me too.
Today on Divorce Court.
I feel that Javon wants me to be the perfect wife and mother.
What husband don't want his wife to be a superwoman? I know it ain't finna happen. I just want you to do your best.
Javon wants me to dress sexy, have sex with him 2 or 4 times a day.
It's 2 things a wife should not do. Not let her husband go out hungry, and she should not let her husband go out horny. That's how problems get started.
Javon, I want you to stop being so high maintenance.
I feel like we can be a good team, but we're always fighting because she don't want to do her part.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Rashonda Brown and Jovan Brown. The two of you have been together for 13 years, married for 11. Your marriage is in trouble. That's why you're here. Mrs. Brown, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me about your relationship and why we're here today?
Your Honor, I am here today because I love my husband. But, Your Honor, my husband wants me to be a perfect wife and a perfect mother. He wants me to dress sexy all of the time, Your Honor. He wants me to cook and clean, and he wants me to have sex 2, 3, 4 times a day, Your Honor. And I'm just overwhelmed by it, and I don't know what
Now,
to
we
do.
need to establish some parameters out the gate. You work outside of the home. Is that accurate?
I do.
Yeah. How many hours a week do you work?
Your Honor, I put in at least 40 to 50 hours a week.
40 to 50 hours a week. Do you disagree with that?
Yes, I do.
How much work do you say she does outside of the home?
I would say she worked probably 24 hours a day. That means all she talk about and do is at her business that she's in.
Oh, okay. So she does spend a lot of time doing that.
She don't make time for nothing else.
Yeah. So that's your complaint, is that she's not doing her wife stuff because she's so busy doing the business stuff.
Right.
Tell me what she's not doing in terms of being a good wife.
Okay, so me personally, I feel like she want me to do everything. She'll wash the clothes, but the clothes will be in the basket for days before she put them up.
Well, I washed them. He need to put them up.
But what she not telling you is, before I put a washing machine and dryer in the house, I used to take the clothes to the laundromat, and I'll wash them,
and
clean
I'll put them up.
and I'll put them up.
You lying.
And I'll put them up.
But now we got a washing machine. Now we got a washing machine. She washes, but she doesn't put them up.
No, I don't feel like I should have to get off of work and then and put the clothes up too. Exactly, and that's what I mean by her.
Do you want her to
hours.
work less outside the home? Do you think that she spends too much time making money as opposed to making a home?
She definitely ain't spending too much time making money, but she's spending too much time not making a home.
Well, if I can...
She's out, but she's not making any money.
Well,
You're not making any money, Mrs. Brown?
Your Honor, I am a real estate agent, and I just got my license. So in order for me to build up my clientele, I have to be out there hustling. I do Uber, I do Lyft, and I, go out and try to prospect for clients. I have one client that, thank you. I just got my license in May. I already have a listing, and I'm working on it. And if he would just give me a chance. Your Honor, when I go into the office to work, he blows up my phone, calling me, asking me, where you at? Where you at? Come up to the barbershop and help me out at the barbershop. I drop everything and I go up there to be a supportive wife. When I get up there, because he say it's so busy up there, I go up there, Your Honor, ain't nothing happening up there. He just want me up there.
Mr. Brown, then let me ask you, your wife has got her hustle on. She's trying to get out there and make some money, make things easier, Don't you respect the hustle?
I absolutely respect the hustle. I'm a hustler myself, so I respect the game. I want to see some results, though. And I don't want it to be at the expense of our future. Like, you know, if we not together as husband and wife, then that's going to be messing up with the children. The children grow up, and they're going to think like family ain't that important. Like a career is more important. If I'm going out here making money is more important. And this is what I try to explain to her. I said, listen, baby, get up when you get up in the morning, you get the kids off to school and stuff like that. Set a certain time out for your business. If somebody calling at 10 o'clock at night, wait till the next day. Tell them you're gonna get back to them doing your business hours. Make it organized. That way you will have time to handle the cooking and the kids with their homework.
See, I think, Mr. Brown, I like you. I mean, I do, and I think you want good things. But what you want a full-time wife who also makes money.
Exactly.
There are sacrifices that have to be made, and she's not going to make a lot of money in the beginning because she's getting started. But once she starts selling a few homes, you're going to see a lot of money. So you can't be.
That's why I'm misunderstood. And I don't know why. Like, if I'm conveying that, because she thinks the same thing that I'm talking about money. No, I feel like I do enough to provide for the family. I know I can be doing better, but I will do better if I feel better. If I have a wife and she just all over the place, I can't sit her down and we can't communicate. We can't have a conversation and come to some common ground.
His common ground is me doing whatever he tell me to do. That's common ground for him. He just want it done his way or no way at all.
This woman is not.
Let me ask you this. Let me give Mr. Brown some love over here. Do you make time for the marriage, though? And I'm not talking about cooking and cleaning, because but do you make time to make sure that that your husband feels like he's in a relationship and not just a drive-by?
I do, Your Honor. Every single day, I'm there with him in the morning. After me and him both take the kids to school together, we come home together. I make us smoothies, you know. I even go to work with him some days and sit at the front desk and greet customers and make sure they sign in and just be that support system there. And I do this at least 3 times a week.
Does she do that?
She come to the job, and I admit, she's very professional. She's a beautiful woman, so when the cousins come in, they make them feel good, like, oh, yeah, this is a nice...
But she does do that.
Yeah, she does it sometimes. She talking about a smoothie. Ask her the last time she made me a smoothie. And when was the last time before that? She probably did it once. When the last time you made a smoothie? Made me a meal or anything? And then, okay, she...
Okay, all right. I think we need to get together on who's doing what for whom and why it's that person's job.
After I had my last child, Javon was not supportive of me at all. Javon was not there for me. He was out partying while I was at home changing diapers. I suffered from postpartum depression, which led to me being an angry drunk. I was drinking 2 bottles of wine per night, Your Honor.
My understanding, Mrs. Brown, is that not only do you think that his demands for household duties are excessive, but he has demands on you personally with respect to how you dress and all of that you think are excessive. Why don't you speak to that?
Well, Your Honor, he wants me to dress sexy all of the time. For example, he picked out this dress. When we go shopping, he wants to pick out my clothes. If I like something and he may like something else, you know, I always end up getting what he wants me to wear.
Mr. Brown, is that accurate or is something else going on?
This is the thing. I can't tell her nothing. She her own woman, and I ain't the boss of her, and she ain't gonna let me be the boss of her. If she wears something, it's because she wanna wear it. I tell her, matter of fact, I tell her don't wear certain things if I'm not around because I don't want, I don't want her safety in jeopardy.
So you tell her what to wear when?
Not when, not like that, dog. I just say if you're gonna dress something like that, come on, look at her. If she wearing something like that, probably not that flamboyant, but if she wearing like some leggings or something like that,
don't want
and she
her
go
to,
not when she doing
when
Uber,
she's not with you.
Huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, when she no.
Let me ask you. We're talking here about the support that you provide for him or failing to provide. Do you feel he's supportive of you?
No, Your Honor, not all of the time in ways that I would like for him to be. I would like, when I go out to do Uber, I want to do it without him constantly calling me all the time.
Right.
Wanting me to stop. And
then
then he gets mad at me when I don't have any money. How can I make money if he won't let me go out and make the money? Either you want me to be a stay-at-home mom or you want me to work. Like, you can't have it both ways.
You know what I want you to be, so don't even try that.
He wants me to be a stay-at-home mom.
I want her to, before I was like, if I hold down the family financially and stuff like that, then it'd be beneficial for her to raise the kids, give them principles, advice that we want, teach them, help them with their homework and stuff like that. But I don't want to make her my prisoner. I understand she got her own dreams that she had, and she want to be successful individually like that, and I support her in that. And I encourage, matter of fact, I'm the one who put her through real estate school, and I paid for the final test, and she did good. She got a 96 on it, and I'm proud of her on that.
Mr. Brown, I get to lean and not to like you, and then you say something make me want to like you, and I'm getting dizzy. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Go ahead.
When I was pregnant, well, actually, after I had my last child, Javon was not supportive of me at all. Your Honor, I have 5 children, 3 from a previous marriage, and I have 2 with Javon. When I had the last two babies, Javon was not there for me. He was out partying while I was at home changing diapers, doing midnight feedings, and, the babies are crying. Your Honor, I suffer from postpartum depression that led to me having an alcohol problem, which led to me being an angry drunk. I was drinking 2 bottles of wine per night, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown,
I made a mistake. I wish I would have been more supportive of her.
But can you tell me why? What was happening?
What happened was I come home from work, and I ain't know nothing about post-traumatic distress and all that.
Postpartum depression. I got it. Postpartum depression.
Right. I ain't know nothing about that. And then she'd be in there. And we had a big household. Listen, this girl, we had newborns, new babies or whatever, small babies, and she wanted to go full time to school, full time to work, and then put the babies in daycare. I'm like, wait, let them be able to start talking first.
We needed money.
She always talking about money. Do she look like she needs some money?
And who?
No, she don't. No.
That's because she's working, but okay. Let's calm down.
Okay.
Relax. Take a breath and see what we can do. Because I think you're good people who love one another and are talking past each other.
Javon drinks at least 4 times a week. And then the next day, he's usually hungover and cannot go open up the barbershop until I nurse him back to health. And I can't work, he can't work, and that's why we're behind, because of his drinking problem.
Mrs. Brown, you say Mr. Brown has a drinking problem. Why do you say that?
Your Honor, Javon drinks at least 4 times a week. And when he drinks, he stays up late at night. And then the next day, he's usually hungover and cannot go open up the barbershop. And he does not want me to leave the home until I nurse him back to health, which is usually about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I can't work, he can't work, and that's why we're behind, because of his drinking problem.
Do you think you drink too much?
What man don't get off of work and have a beer? She had like
all night.
No, how many beers
Mr.
can
Brown,
I drink?
Mr. Brown, talk to me. How many beers do you have on any given evening?
On every evening, I have at least 2 or 3 beers. That's a lot. No, that ain't.
If someone would say, look, this week ain't no beer in the whole city, would you be stressed?
No.
Or would it be,
Look at his face.
No, I just figure out something else to do. It's just something that I wind out. I take the edge off after the day. Like, I'll be on my feet all day. I'll be working. I'll be having the stress of running the shop. I'm robbing Peter to pay Paul. You know, I got a lot of pressure on me. So when I get home, I want to relax.
What do you think she ought to do to de-stress and get the pressure off of her? She's got kids. She's working.
The girl not stressed. That's the problem. She ain't stressed. All the stress falling on me.
You stress me out. What you mean I'm not stressed?
Right. So now, if I stress her out, the woman set the tone of the house. It must be something she doing wrong.
You say, Your Honor, everything my fault.
Right,
no, everything my fault.
I got it.
Your Honor, 3 years ago, I went through, like I was telling you, that I used to be a drinker, an alcoholic. Your Honor, I was very overweight as well. I used to weigh 200 pounds. I just was not a happy person. I went on a spiritual journey where I just cut off all of my hair, did this big chop. I started working out. I stopped drinking. I joined AA and just started figuring out.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Look at that. That's fabulous, isn't it, Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I'm proud of
Mr.
him.
Brown, why don't you tell me about that period in her life? How do you feel about what was going on?
I'm proud of her, and that's one of the main reasons why I love her. When she make her mind up about something, she does it, and that's why it's so frustrating and hurtful. It's like you don't take me serious, you don't take our marriage serious, because I know you capable.
Life serious,
Who don't take? And then
why do you think she doesn't take your marriage seriously? I really want to know that.
You know what? I think because of that time we were just talking about where she felt like I wasn't supportive of her and she was going through her postpartum depression. I didn't know. I should have been there more. Now, if I could have went back in hindsight when I look at it, I feel like I could have been more supportive. I think our marriage took a big hit then, and we still recovering.
I think you hit the nail on the head, and I'm going to tell you what to do about it. Mr. Brown, most people come in here and never get anywhere near pinpointing the source of their difficulties. I think you did that. I think you came in. When she went through that postpartum depression, it made you angry. She wasn't doing what she needed to do, and you didn't commiserate with her at all. You didn't understand it at all, because if you can't see it, you don't really believe it, and if you can't experience it, it can't really be real. She must just be sloughing off. And then you got stuck on, she's not doing enough. You got stuck on that, and now that's the thesis sentence in the paragraph of your marriage. She's not doing right. Those are the things that you remember, the things that she's not doing right, and you're not giving her credit for the things that she's doing. Your Uber, Lyft, real estate, because you were telling me all the pressure is on me with robbing Peter to pay Paul. She's out there trying to make money, but you disrespect that because that doesn't allow her to be sexy when he's with you, but not when she's not with you. Doesn't allow her to cook and to clean. You want her to give you 100% of everything all of the time, and to the extent she doesn't, she's failed. In return, you have absolutely no clue what it is to support her.
Thank you.
Emotionally. A lot of people have their needs, and they understand their needs. And to the extent somebody needs things that you don't need, you don't understand them at all. And I think that's where you are. And I think if you stepped off of what am I getting, what am I getting, what am I getting, and think, what have I got? What have I got? What have I got? You'll find out that you've got an awful lot. She's not going to be able to do it all. She's willing to do a whole lot. Enjoy what she's doing and stop focusing on what she's not. Don't blow it looking for everything when you got most of the things. You with me? You're a good dude. Ease off the pedal a little bit. You driving her crazy? And by extension, me. This matter is adjourned.
In order for me to continue in this marriage, Javon would need to stop drinking, stop demanding sex from me all of the time, and stop preventing me from going to work. And if he doesn't, I want a divorce.
My wife thinks I make a lot of demands. I don't think I make any other demands that another husband would want.
Today on Divorce Court.
Ariel's real sneaky because she likes to hide things. She want to keep stuff to herself.
Every time Robert brings up my past, we just argue and argue and argue.
She likes to keep her phone to herself, keep a passcode on it. For me, we're in a relationship, so I feel as though we should be open and honest about everything.
I love my husband. The only issue is now I have to hide my new phone from him because he keeps going through my stuff.
I'm hoping that we can use divorce court to help us get back on track, but if not, I'm willing to let it go.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Ariel Horton and Robert Garant. The two of you have been together for 9 years, married for 1, but are calling it a day. Ms. Horton, you want to be reimbursed for a certain amount of money, and I will talk about that momentarily. But Mrs. Horton, I'm going to start with you. Why are you getting a divorce now after only a year?
Well, Your Honor, I would like a divorce because Robert, he doesn't understand. We had an issue where he is like, he's jealous, he's overbearing. He went through an old phone and he is accusing me of all types of stuff. He's accusing me of like things from my past. He just like won't let it go.
Well, how long ago did he find this old phone?
About a year ago.
A year ago. What was in the phone?
Some racy pictures that I had taken, text messages, like some old contacts, things from before we got married.
How racy
Everything
is racy?
she lied to me about, basically.
How racy is racy?
Bra panties.
That was
Yeah,
it.
productive
That was it.
poses.
Yes,
Mr. Garant, what do you say?
Well, everything, like she had me thinking she was a good girl, like
That's
all
not
she do is go to
Stop.
church and she don't go hang out, she don't do nothing. But when I seen everything in the phone, it was a totally different story. She was taking trips, she was taking pictures, sending them, having conversations and everything.
But you were together for 9 years.
Off and on.
Off and on for 9 years.
And as she likes to say, that was only during the off periods.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
you know.
Was there any indication that anything that she did that was on that phone, she did it while she was with you?
Basically, I never knew when we were together and when we weren't together.
How so?
So,
how?
yeah.
Tell
Because
me
that's
how.
the type, like,
Please tell me how you didn't never know when we were or when we weren't. Each
'Cause
and
she
every
likes
time
to
that we
play
weren't
games.
together, I told you, we're not together. We can be friends, but we are
No,
not in a
no,
relationship.
no,
Each and every
no,
time I
no.
explained
When
this
you
to
do
him.
relationship things, do you
Okay,
do a
every
relationship?
time. Hang on. So is the issue is that you think she did it while you were with her? Is that, or the fact that she did it at all?
The fact that she did it at all. Like, I can forgive anything she did before we met, but everything up until now, we were building to get to this point.
Yeah,
and everything she did
keeps saying before
affects
we
and
met,
changes
though.
things.
The part that he forgets to tell people about him being upset about the stuff that he found in the phone, about the guys and the pictures, is that he also was dating people during this point when we were not together. And he also withheld that same information from me until I found it in his phone.
No.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Garant.
Yes, ma'am.
When you weren't together, did you date other people?
Yeah, but the reason, but the reason I'm not with those people is because I was trying to be with her. She basically,
That's
if
not
she
my
wouldn't,
fault.
if she wouldn't have lied to me, I wouldn't
That's
have,
not my fault.
broke off my relationships with these other people.
You were dipping with other folk because you were off. She dipped with other folks, she was off. So now you're on. Why is she held accountable for that behavior?
Because
but
I
you're
didn't
not?
lie about it. I didn't lie about it.
You did lie.
One thing, I didn't lie about it. Like, she likes to say she don't want to ask questions about stuff she don't want to know. So she didn't ask certain questions. The difference
we're
is
not together, it's not none of my business.
But I
what
asked,
you do.
But I asked every question.
Well, what
I asked all
questions
those
did you
questions.
ask?
I
What
just
questions did you
asked, was
ask?
she dating anybody? Was she doing all types of things? And she would just tell me, no, all I do is work, all I do is go to church. Everything other than I'm out here doing this, that, and this.
So you think you've gotten misled? You thought she was a good girl, and she's not a good girl.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think. I know I got misled.
Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Okay, so if him and I aren't together, am I not allowed to do whatever it is that I want to do?
Right.
I'm allowed to do whatever I want to do if we're not together. But I didn't give him any indications at the time when him and I weren't dating that we were together. I made specific that we were friends. I even have text messages from him telling him, okay, no, he asked could he come down for my birthday. I told him, he said, if you and your friend are not going to be together, can I come down for your birthday?
Judge, can I?
So he already knew. He already knew that I was dating
somebody else was in the picture.
Absolutely. He just makes it seem like he was just so in the blind about everything, or like as though he didn't know nothing, and he just tells the story like it's not even true.
See how she explained that, but she don't go into. When me and her had this talk, it was, oh no, I'm not at that point in life where I want to be in a relationship. I'm talking to somebody, but that's all I'm doing. Come to find out, back to the phone thing, her and boy was supposed to be engaged.
Had he not went through my phone, he would not know anything.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Your Honor,
that's what I mean with being misled.
Your Honor, he went through a phone. He went through a phone that I hadn't used out for 2 years, and now he just keeps going on and on and on about the past, about the things that was in that phone. And all of that stuff was prior to us deciding that we were going to be in a committed relationship, and prior to us deciding that we were even going to get married.
Right, right.
And then once we got married, I'm under the assumption that, okay, now that we're married, you know, all that past stuff is out the window. I don't care about your past, so I need you not to care about mine. Yeah. But instead, it always ends up in us in an argument. And then he wants to bring up stuff like, okay, let me tell you, one time, our daughter was about to get christened. He decides, while we're at the store buying the outfit, that he want to ask me how many sexual partners that I have during the periods when we weren't together. And because I chose not to answer that question, he refused to come to our daughter's christening.
Now that's a lie. I don't know where she made that story.
Did you come to the christening of
that story? Let him tell it.
I was at work. I was at work during the baby's christening. We did have the argument, but I was at work.
Why didn't you take off for the baby's christening? That's kind of like a big deal.
In all truth and honesty, I just couldn't get off. I was new at the job at the time.
Okay.
So it's one of those situations where if you don't come, you don't work. So.
Well, I want to know just exactly what kind of questions he keeps asking you, and why is it still so important?
I go through his laptop. I find pictures of her. I find pictures of their text messages that he done screenshot. Oh, I love you. I made it home safely. Thank you. I had such a good night.
Wow.
I done found the
While
receipts.
you were married.
I found the receipts.
What does he keep asking you about?
He keeps asking me about who these guys are, what I did with them, and everything like that. He keeps asking me like just different stuff about these particular people, and oh, well, you could do this for him, why couldn't you do this for me? You could do this with this person, why couldn't you do this for me? He thinks I'm sleeping with everybody.
No, what I think is that you lie. You lie a whole lot.
Oh, just like I guess I was lying about the coworker too, huh?
No. Is there anything that she's done since you've been married that leads you to believe she's not being honest with you?
She calls everybody brother. And all of these male friends she supposedly have, they're all supposed to be her brother. When we have a conversation, it's, oh no, I grew up in the house with him. No, it's this, that, and this, and blah, blah, blah. But as soon as I sit back and I go through messages again, dude is up in her inbox trying to see what's up.
No.
So it's like, okay, all right, if I'm your husband and you're not doing nothing, you have no reason to lie to me about who this dude is. You have no reason to even want to keep having contact with this guy.
Are you telling them you're not in contact with guys and are inboxing and messaging people?
I am not inboxing anybody. The message that
I didn't say you did, but you letting them inbox you like it's cool.
So I can control who inboxes me. Absolutely not.
Okay, why do you still want to be friends with somebody that's inappropriate?
You should see some of the things they inbox me.
No, but you don't. But you don't. All right.
And this is the thing.
That's totally that's totally different. You're not going home telling your husband, oh, that's my brother.
He jumps all over it.
I got it. Well,
you know what I'm saying?
You're mad about all of these misdirects. I'm going to call them.
Yeah.
But you directly cheated, did you not?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Yeah, I did.
He was in a dark place.
Why don't you tell me?
A dark place, Your Honor.
Tell me about her.
Now, what about her? We were laying in the room watching TV. Oh, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, so I guess this was their usual time of talking, Your Honor. And I was supposed to be at work because I work night shift. Well, this particular night, my job canceled me. Oh, the girl calls. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. He looks at the phone, turns it back over. But as he's looking at it, I noticed that this particular person has a whole contact picture. She posed up real cute. So I said, oh, okay, well, who's that? Can we just finish watching the movie? Can we just finish watching the movie? Can we just finish watching the movie? I said, fine, we can finish watching the movie because it was a good movie, Your Honor. It was a good movie. So we finished watching the movie. I said, okay, fine. After the movie, I said, so you want to tell me who that was? My stomach hurt bad. I got to go to the bathroom. Okay, you got me. I'm waiting for him to come out the bathroom. It take him about 30, 45 minutes. I guess he was thinking up his story. We get in the room. I said, so you got something you want to tell me? Oh, yeah, you know, she just my friend. We just talked this, that, and the third. Then I goes through his laptop. I finds pictures of her. I finds pictures of their text messages that he done screenshot. Oh, I love you. I made it home safely. Thank you. I had such a good night.
Wow.
I done found the
While
receipts.
you were married,
I found the receipts from him taking this girl out when he's telling me he can only give me $275 a pay towards bills, but he's taking her out, Your Honor.
I don't make as much as I used to.
He's taking her out to midday matinees. They watching movies.
We're gonna stop right here. We're gonna get Mr. Garant's version of that story, and then we're gonna find out why he says he needs some sexual attention from other folk.
I was angry from everything that I found.
And in response, you actually have an affair on her.
Yeah, I was angry. She was my confidant. Like, I was talking to her. We were getting to know each other.
Next thing
you know,
and now they love each other. They sending I love yous back and forth while you married.
You still with her? So do you admit that you did, in fact, have an indiscretion with this woman while you were married to your wife?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. And can you tell me why?
I was angry from everything that I found. Like, it wasn't right to me what she did.
Got married.
Like,
and in response, you actually have an affair on her.
Yeah, I was angry. She was my confidant. Like, I was talking to her. We were getting to know each other.
Next thing
you know,
and now they love each other. They sending I love yous back and forth while you married.
You still with her?
No, even when the girl called me and her wasn't,
let her know she need to come and get him and stuff since they love each other.
This was months later. This was months later when the girl called. She not even talking about, she got her own timeline in her head.
Mr. Garant, you tell her that Ms. Horton isn't creating enough in bed. Is that in part a reason why
that's
you philander?
It all go back to the phone. It was all good. She talked about having threesomes in her phone. They setting up threesomes through Facebook Messenger.
Boy, here he
She's
goes.
sitting back talking about sending pictures of her feet to people, this, that, and this.
You seem obsessed with she's not a good girl, as if once a woman does anything sexual, now you can do it rampantly.
Nah.
You can do it during the marriage, and everybody's got to understand, but even if she had a little wild side while you weren't with her, somehow that's gotten to your head that she's not good enough for me now because she had some wildness with another dude.
No, it's not that.
He knew I was wild. We was at a party.
It's the fact that when she was telling me no to all of these things, I would sit back and I would go to church with her. I was sitting back and I was doing everything I could to treat this woman how she was telling me she was acting. Now, if she was sitting back and she was being honest and truthful about everything, I would have treated her differently. But she led me to believe certain. She led me to believe certain things. So I'm sitting back. I'm up in church praying with her. I'm sitting back. She felt like she told me I had a sexual demon.
Do you think she was celibate while?
That's all you talked about.
During those 9 years when you weren't together?
No, it wasn't about that. It was the volume in which, like, if it was like one person, all right, I was messing with this person, blase, blah. It was multiple people. And
so
you sitting back and you complain to me about messing with me, but you sitting back and you carrying on multiple relationships.
I see what you're saying. You believe that she was of the community, and every dude you look at, you wonder. Has she done it with him? Has she done it with him?
It's that type of situation because of how much lying she does.
Because that's how you feel.
Yes, I do have to question because she'll lie to me. She'll sit back and she'll have somebody in my face and say, oh, no, I've never done this. I've never done that. I don't even know why you would say that. Then I'll see something and it'll be like, oh, yeah, back in the day. Oh, that was months ago. Oh, we just talked for a minute. Then the more I see, the more it comes out.
Mr. Garant, I understand both sides completely. I get it. Mrs. Horton, you say you want $500 from Mr. Garant. Why is that?
Yes, Your Honor, because he lets his anger control this marriage. Whenever he's angry, like we got into an issue about him and this girl because he lied again for the third time containing the same issue with him, with this girl that I found out he was having sex with. So he got upset and decided that because the car that he had that was in my name, legally registered to me, I moved it because I told him, I said, if you want to go see her when you get out, because I told him he had to leave.
Don't use my car.
You can't take my car to go see her. You better tell her you need a ride. Well,
okay, that's not exactly how that went down, though.
He decides.
That's not how that went down, though.
He decides, oh, he's gonna go outside and bust the windows out my car. Because I moved the other car. So he busted the window out of my car, he broke my mirrors off, he ripped my door handles off, and he broke the gas tank door off. All because he was pissed off because I moved the other car that was legally registered to me.
Mr. Garant, what do you have to say about that?
She ain't put no money to that car, so it was mine.
It was legally registered
It was
to me,
only
doesn't
in her
matter.
name, but as always, she forgets to tell everybody's side, not just her side. But that day, I did. It's my car. I just had it in her name because I wasn't legally a resident yet. So we having this argument, this blowout argument. She tells me to leave.
I ain't gonna lie.
So I sit back and I go get my stuff. But while I'm going to go get my stuff, so I don't put my hands on women. So when I go get my stuff to leave, I come outside and my car's gone.
It was my car.
I see her. She's walking back up while I got my stuff outside. I'm like, all right, look, I'm not trying to fight no more. I'm not getting locked up here. Can I have my car so I can go? She keeps telling me no. She keeps trying to fight.
Until he talked to me, I was
keeps
not
trying
giving
to
him
fight,
that
and
car.
she's chasing me around her car. And then she said something to take me off.
Those are two separate incidents,
she said
Your Honor.
something,
Those
and
are
so
two
that I
separate
wouldn't.
incidents.
And I just snapped out. And instead of putting my hands on her, I put my hands on the car.
Those were two separate incidents, Your Honor. The second time I chased him around the car after I went to his job.
Did you pay a deductible to get it fixed?
Absolutely. I have my receipt right here.
Did she pay to get it fixed?
Yeah, she did. But she ain't never gave me no money back for nothing she ever broke of mine.
What did I break of yours?
How much?
So
What about my Jeep?
it was $2,900 to get it fixed, but you had to pay a $500 deductible. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Okay, good enough. Let me tell you something. I'm so
Yes,
glad
ma'am.
y'all separating. And Miss Horton, I'm gonna tell this to you because you the weak link. He's not gonna get over it. And I think some of it is true that you're not telling him pretty much what was going on. And every time he turns around, it's finding this little bit out and that little bit. And men can't take it. But whether or not it's true, it doesn't matter. It is emblazoned in his mind, it is burned in his soul, and he will forever feel like he can cheat on you because his ego is gonna pop up and he's gonna have to become powerful again, and he's gonna get with another woman, or he's gonna tear up. You can't win this one. Do you know what I'm saying? No matter what did or did not happen, you can't win this one. But let me tell you what you did win, that $500 you paid to fix that car you broke. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, your payment.
You said you gonna get it, but you're not. If she would have been honest and open with me from the beginning, I could have made every decision how I think about it now, and we might still be together. But because she lied, she took that decision away from me, and that wasn't right.
I just really hope that we can move on from here and that he can let the past go and stop thinking that I'm a liar, because I'm not a liar. I didn't lie to him, and I didn't feel like withholding these things from him was a form of lying, as he seems to think that they are.
Today on Divorce Court.
I feel she don't want to marry me, maybe because she's scared.
I feel like I shouldn't just be shacked up in the house just doing nothing. Before I met Tyron, I gave up everything. I had goals and aspirations and all those things too.
I feel things in our relationship has reversed because now I'm the house husband. I'm doing all the cooking and the cleaning.
All I see in my future is me and my career, me making my money.
Communication in our relationship is very one-sided. She does a lot of communicating. I really don't.
It's hard talking to him. It's like I'm talking to a brick wall. Everything has to go his way.
I think the judge needs to tell Tawanda to make her choice whether she wants to marry me or not.
he has a good woman, and if he care about me the way he's trying to cuff me, he might want to slow down and just follow my lead this time around.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Tyron Rivers and Tywanda Fouché. The two of you have been together for 13 years. You were married in 2007, you were divorced in 2008, and you came here to see me to do it. And now you're back again. We're going to start out by figuring out what I told you last time, and then once we see what I told you last time, I'm going to find out what you actually did. Why in the world are you people considering getting remarried?
The time we were apart, which is about maybe 2.5, 3 years, and us reuniting, she's not the same person. So hopefully in the future, she keep progressing to where we can say I do again. So she has progressed better.
Say something nice about her.
She's beautiful.
Say something nice about who she is.
She's caring.
And Judge, I ask him that all the time. I never could get an answer.
Yes.
I would get you a good mother to our kids. And I'm like, well, that's not saying nothing about me. Why do you want to be with me? I need to know.
I actually genuinely believe we were put on this earth for each other. I actually think we were meant for each other.
Now, Mr. Rivers, do you understand what I was trying to get you to do?
Yes, I do. Yes,
what was I trying to get you to do?
You were trying to get me to appreciate her for who she is and not just find the bad, but actually appreciate my woman more.
Yeah, for who she is as a person.
Yes.
Ms. Fouché, did I tell you to run?
You did.
But you didn't. And here we are again.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. No one's ever apologized before. That's the first. Mr. Rivers, why don't you tell me why you two are making yet another run at it?
Well, I want to let you know I did listen to and adhere to what you told me the last time.
Okay.
And I made changes. And with those changes, I had a conversation with my family, and everything has been good, except now she doesn't want to marry me. So I would love to know exactly why is it now that she doesn't want to marry me after all of the changes that I have made.
Well, tell me what some of those changes are.
Now, I compliment her at all costs, not just physically, but who she is. I do all of the cooking. I do all of the cleaning. All of the stuff that she said I didn't do at first, now I do. She held over my head that I didn't do this, so this is why we can't get married. I didn't do that. All of those things, now I do, and she still refuses to marry.
That's because I went on strike from cooking and cleaning, so he had no choice but to cook and clean.
Ms. Fouché, have things really changed? And if not, what problems remain?
Well, things have changed. They really have. Well, like I said, like he said, the biggest problem was the family. Well, I thought that was going to be the biggest problem, but obviously I was wrong. So the family and everything is fine. That's perfect. But now he's controlling. That's because you choose to.
Now I'm a house
But he's so controlling. You know, I can't talk to nobody. He don't like the way I dress. It's just a lot of things. I can't be me. He don't want me to be great, Your Honor. That's what it is. He don't want me to be great. That's what I think it is.
That's not.
So you're a house husband currently?
No, I do both. I do the work part, and I'm the house husband without the husband part. That's the bad part. I'm trying to get the husband part added on.
Okay. So what are your current complaints about him? Be specific.
Okay, well, my passion is music. Music, modeling, acting. That's when he met me. That was my thing. So if I have to record, he don't want me in the studio, or he wants to be with me 24/7. If I take business calls, most of the time, you know, it's male dominant in his business. So if I take a phone call from a male or something, I have to talk like I'm investigating him for murder or something. I can't smile, I can't laugh. If I hang up the phone, he's like, "Oh, you had fun? That's enough for that." And I can't talk. So now I don't take my calls around him. You know, I have to wait time away to take my phone calls, which is crazy. I can't go to the studio. You know, and it's like, how I'm supposed to record a record or do anything if I go, you know, with the studio. My modeling, he have a problem with my pics. I like to be sexy. I like to dress sexy. You know, I don't see nothing wrong with that.
I have no issues with what she's doing. She just doesn't like that. All I ask is, I want to know at least who you're going with. A lot of the time, she'll have a studio session, and it'll be midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. Right. So, yes, my question to her is, who you going with? Right, yeah. That's all I want to know. And when she go to the studio, Your Honor, it's like this. Why?
Because this
Why?
is
She
how I
don't have
dress.
to be sexy all the time. It's okay to just be a
Well, I
reserved
can rock
sexy.
a garbage bag and still look sexy, so I don't know what he's talking about.
So why not wear a garbage bag?
You don't want me to do
Mr.
that.
Rivers, let me ask you this. Do you have a problem with the pictures that she takes?
Yes, I do.
Tell me what your concerns are.
My concerns are some of them could be a little raunchy. And on top of that, she went to take her video shoot. When she came back and showed me the video, and I looked at him, I said, you have a little something extra up top showing. Why didn't you tell me? Oh, well, you didn't ask. Well, I asked you how was the video shoot, but she admitted later on she didn't tell me because she knew that I was going to be upset about it. So all that did was make my problem blow up
I just
even
go
more.
do what I want to do because if I ask him, he gonna tell me no.
What was going on in the photos?
I have.
Well, let me
pictures.
see. So was there something that was out that wasn't supposed to be out?
Yeah.
What you mean? Was it supposed to be out?
Something that I'm supposed to be.
No.
Was it like a Super Bowl moment?
Yes.
No.
Perfect. That's what it was. That's exactly what it was.
He's exaggerating. I turned down a magazine deal for him, which I shouldn't.
Tell me about the magazine deal. You turned down a magazine deal?
Well, it was something I wanted to do. Somebody offered me to be in a magazine. I had to wear a bikini. Now that I told him about it, and he was like, "You're not doing that, this and that and the other." And I was like, "Okay," so my crazy self, turned it down, which I shouldn't have. And this time around, I'm not turning nothing else down. No, I'm doing what I want to do. And he just got to deal with it.
You're a very pretty young lady. You really are. And these photos are absolutely gorgeous. I mean, absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you.
They got a little hooch to them, little hoochie. But then again, there's an economic reality behind hoochiness.
Yes.
That you have to understand. I mean, if you are within the entertainment field, that's the current milieu. She can't go around looking like a school teacher and expect to get a gig. I mean, it's not like she's posing for Playboy.
She would if they came. Because
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about this right here.
But, Your Honor, I feel this is the start. I feel if she would do this, it's only a matter of time.
But he met me like this. He met me.
Yeah, that's your fear talking. That's your fear talking. We're going to get past your fear, and we're going to figure out what it is we need to do next.
Foreplay to me is 15 minutes.
Well, you said 30 on paper, but okay.
Yeah, sometimes I even go 30. But for this one,
no,
still not enough. She'll ask for 30 minutes. If I give her 30 minutes, then she'll ask for an hour.
No, that's the problem. He's ready to work. Ain't no foreplay. I don't know what he's talking about.
Mr. Rivers, you say that you're a romantic fella?
Yes.
That provides plenty of foreplay, but it ain't never enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, what?
Explain that.
Yes, it's plenty to me.
Explain that to me.
Foreplay to me is 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes.
Well, you said 30 on paper, but okay.
Yeah, sometimes I even go 30. But for this one,
no,
still not enough. She'll ask for 30 minutes. If I give her 30 minutes, then she'll ask for an hour.
There's no time.
Exactly. By the time I'm ready to work.
No, that's the problem. He's ready to work. Ain't no foreplay. I don't know what he's talking about.
So what you say that your sex life isn't about foreplay, it's just too much straight to the business?
That's it. I don't know where he gets the romantic foreplay and all that. No, that's not him at all. He's lying.
She is lying.
No, he like to go in, bang, bang, finish doing what he doing, go lay down and act like he really did something. That's
not true. That's not true at all.
That's what that is.
You say that he doesn't take you out on dates anymore.
No,
Why
we
don't
don't.
you tell me about that?
We don't go out. Well, I told him he's boring. I'm the turn up. I like to party. We get there and it's
I'm reserved, not boring. Everything don't have to be hoopla and screaming and loud and big. I'm just reserved.
Well,
like
if we go out to eat, there's nothing to talk about. There was the time we went to the movies, he fell asleep in the movies. And that was years ago. We don't go out.
Because we went to the movies after I got off 16 hours overnight that day.
No, ain't no 16 hours.
Oh, yes, it was.
He don't take me out, so he's lying. That's just not his thing. He like to stay home and play video games all day.
Ms. Boucher, you've been with this dude forever. You keep dragging him in and out of divorce court, but you're still with him. What you trying to get done here?
No, well...
Really, what are you trying to get done here?
Well, I believe in second chances, so this was his second chance. I don't believe in that 3 times the charm type thing. This is it.
Well, what is it you want him to do that he's not currently doing? I can't see. Listen, I love my husband to death. But if you said list 10 things that he does that it gets on your nerves, I got it right there. Boom, boom, boom. He can do the same with me. You guys are just talking past one another. Tell me what the problem is.
I have a list of stuff.
Well, pull a list out then.
A list?
I do. I didn't want to leave nothing out, really. I forgot. So. Let me see. So, all right, well, he's a procrastinator. So I need to stop procrastinating. He needs to get down to business. We have a Christmas tree in the back of his truck from last year. A Christmas tree.
Is the Christmas tree still in the back of the truck?
If you want.
Yes, it is. But wait. But the battery on the truck is dead.
That don't have
That's
nothing to
why
do
it's
with your
there.
hands getting the Christmas tree. And the battery wasn't dead last year around Christmas time when, you should have threw the Christmas tree out when the people was coming around picking the tree up. That's still there. It's little things like that. I'm like, just do what you're supposed to do, and I wouldn't have to get nobody else to do it.
Okay.
That's the second time.
I'm going to take a moment, give you an opportunity to look at your list again, and you better come out with something better than the Christmas tree in the back of the truck. That's all I got to say.
I think she's kind of embarrassed of me. If you look at all her social media sites, if you go down all of the pictures, you'll see everybody on there but me. Everybody.
You don't like that she's flashy. Are you insecure? Do you believe that she might go elsewhere if she flashes too much in the wrong direction? You say the family does not come first with her. Explain to me what you mean by that.
I mean, her brand. Her brand is what comes first to her. Anything that goes on around her is okay long as her brand is getting enhanced.
My brand is the equivalent of you with your video games. We can't go, if we have plans to go somewhere, everybody have to wait. We all dressed up sitting on the bed waiting because he's still in the first quarter, second quarter. We gotta wait till he's done to do anything.
That's not true. But sometimes
is true. You're lying.
I can be relaxing all day. We don't have nothing to do. All of a sudden, I get on the game. Soon as I get on the game, the first time I get on it, all of a sudden, I'm about to go run to the store. We all going.
How do you guys make money? Who's working?
I am.
You're working?
Yes.
What do you do?
I work for probation and parole for the state.
Oh, okay, so you're a probation officer.
Yes.
And what are you doing? Are you pulling in money, or are you just working on getting ready to pull in money? Which is legit, though. I mean, because you got to work up to it. Is that what you're doing?
Well, I pull in money when I do my shows when he lets me, but, not no more because I'm doing what I want to do. But, yeah, so I'm in the entertainment industry, and I'm also in school for teaching, which that's what he supports to the fullest. He wants me to be a teacher.
I support her to the fullest.
No, you
Everything she does, including with the business, with school, I'm the one who does it.
As long as he's there 24/7 to watch me.
No,
That's what he
wants. Again, she doesn't ignore. I think she's kind of embarrassed of me. If you look at all her social media sites, if you go down all of the pictures, you'll see everybody on there but me. Everybody.
Because my social media is for my brand, my business.
We went ring shopping, and guess what? I bought a wedding ring for myself. When I asked her to get one for her, no. We went ring shopping, and I said, hey, why don't we go to the store and get you a ring? She said, okay, I want a custom ring. I said, okay, no problem. We go to the store, and then I thought about it. I said, okay, so you also wanted a new car. So this is what I'll do. And it was kind of a test. I said, do you want a car? I said, do you want a car first, or do you want to get the ring first? I mean, because we're not going to get both of them.
Can't do both.
Right. She chose the car. And I didn't say anything. And I stayed true to my word, and I bought the car. But subconsciously, I still think she chose the car over marrying me.
Not the first time around.
The first time
around I married, you had your chance. You messed up. That's not my fault. That's
so you're
your
still
fault.
holding me to 5 years ago?
But you had me as a wife. Yeah. You had me. That's why you got to appreciate things when you have it.
You don't like that she's flashy. That's what I'm coming up with.
He's a hater.
You don't like that she's flashy. Are you insecure? Do you believe that she might go elsewhere if she flashes too much in the wrong direction?
No.
Yes,
No, I don't think that. I want her to be held to the same standard she holds me. I go out with my cousin for his party. He turned up with me for my birthday, so I said, okay, I'm gonna return the favor. Told her, I said, okay, I'm going out with my cousin to enjoy a party, have a party.
That's not even
so we go. She sends a text. Are you at a club?
Let me tell you, this is what happened.
Let him finish.
I said, are you at a club? Yes, why? Because you didn't tell me you was going to a club. You told me you was going here. So obviously one of her friends saw me in the club and so I immediately left. But yet she's going to Atlanta. When she's in Atlanta, I have a gig to do in Atlanta I'm in this club. So that's fine, but when I go somewhere, it's a problem.
It's a problem.
Right.
Ms. Boucher, what do you have to say about that?
Well, that incident right there, he told me he was going one place. So, of course, when I look on social media, he's somewhere else. So, yeah, I'm going to check him on it. So I asked him. I was like, I thought you said you were going here. He was like, oh, well, yeah, but now we're here. And I said, okay, cool. That's fine. I left that alone.
My exact words, I'm going to turn up with my cousin. That was my exact, I didn't tell her no place I was going.
No, his exact words was he was going to a certain place, taco place, where you get tacos and drinks. That's where they were going. That's what he said.
And he ended up someplace else.
At a club.
At a club.
Yeah, and that's what happened. So, yeah, I checked him on it.
I'm going to take all this in, but at the end of the day, what you want me to do is get her to marry you.
Or tell me why she don't want to marry me.
Or tell you why she doesn't want to marry.
Rather than chasing the stars all around.
Well, let's find out about that together. I do not know what you children are talking about. You're out here, I asked for a list of things that are wrong. All I get, he's got the Christmas tree in the back of the car, and he's trying to block your shine. That's about it. That's all I heard.
That's the moral.
You're trying to tell me you want to marry her. Do you have any children together?
Yes, 3.
3 children. You need to go on and marry the boy. This is crazy. The ship is set. He's acting right, isn't he? I mean, if that is the whole list of things that are wrong with him, you need to go on and marry him, because it don't get any better than that.
Well,
it's never perfect.
Can you tell him, let me be great, then? He don't want me to be great. He's blocking everything. He don't want me to work.
Miss Boucher, he ain't doing nothing to you.
Yes,
he ain't blocking your shine. He ain't stopping your life. He is not standing in your way. He's not keeping you from doing anything. He might be a convenient excuse for the reason why you haven't blown up like you believe you should have, but that is it, and that is all. This brother loves you. He's working. You got 3 kids with him. You're living with him. I told you to run from him last time. He didn't do it. I don't care. Listen. If I were you, I'd go on and marry him, because you're not going to leave him anyway. Complain to him, bother him, upset him, make him mad, keep him occupied, whatever you need to do. But don't y'all come back here no more, because I don't want to see you. This matter's adjourned.
After all these years, I know it's been a long time, but really I'm just trying to put my career first. That's the only thing that's on my mind. Marriage is not on my mind at all right now. Like I gave up everything in the beginning. Now it's all about me.
I'm going to give her the next 4 years, by the time I'm 35, for her to say yes to marry me, or I'm leaving.
Today on Divorce Court, cancer can be a very difficult diagnosis, and not just for the person who has it, but to the entire family as well. It is an emotional bombshell that has ripples throughout everyone who knows them. In fact, in marriages in which one partner has been diagnosed with cancer, 1 out of 5 fail. Today on Divorce Court, we have a couple dealing with this very issue.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Tawanda Cunningham and Quincy Johnson. Been together for 13 years, engaged for 6, and coming here trying to decide whether or not they should marry. That's what we're doing today. So we have gotten, I had them take my compatibility test, which we will discuss later on. I also have a copy of their marriage license, which I have permission to tear up should I think the union is ill-advised. Ms. Cunningham, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're not so sure after all these years whether or not you should jump the broom?
Well, sometimes I question the loyalty between me and Quincy.
Why is that?
After we first moved in together, we was both working at a job, same chicken joint together. I was working day shift, he was working night shift. And got into an altercation with a girl, coworker there, because heard some rumors that they were I don't know, maybe sleeping together or whatnot. So I approached her, asked her, about her and Quincy. She denied any, she was messing with Quincy, told me to ask Quincy about it. So me and her got into this physical altercation or argument, and, still I question his loyalty about it because I later on found out that he was taking her home, at nighttime when I didn't know about it.
Was something going on, Mr. Johnson?
No, ma'am.
Nothing going on at all. She had it all wrong.
I carpool. I take everybody home, especially for some money. I take you home.
Does he carpool?
Well, as someone, I found out that he was carpooling, but a lot of nights he was carpooling just her.
A few nights, but not
But not on the regular?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Not on the regular.
What other reasons make you feel like he doesn't put you first?
Another thing is that this past New Year's, we went out together, and he had a friend of his come out also with us. My thing is that he is putting me in positions with his friends, knowing that they doesn't like me, putting me in uncomfortable situations for him to make remarks about our relationship. So I'm in the club with him, and he's over with Quincy talking about other girls in the club that's checking Quincy out while I'm in the club with them.
Did you bring a guy that doesn't like your woman out to the club with you and your woman?
No, ma'am. I feel that she already always had a problem with him. He was just a going out friend.
And this is my clear example of no loyalty.
Right.
Yeah,
but
Mr. Johnson, let's say there was a chick that you could not stand. And you guys were going out, and she brings this chick along. Wouldn't you feel like why would you bring her? You're ruining my night.
Right, but it's New Year's. It ain't like it's her birthday, my birthday. You know what I mean? It's New Year's.
Well, you brought him to my birthday also.
If you don't like somebody on your birthday, you still don't like them on New Year's.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
But anyway, go ahead.
Okay, I mean, she overheard him say something like that. It's nothing. Brush it off. I'm checking out you only. And it's really no one I ever want to be with. I'm there with you. I'm just having fun.
So what's your problem? Why don't you be cool? You say that she tries to control too much of what you do and got you on a short leash.
Yes, ma'am.
Give me a couple of examples of that.
I recently, say if I go out or want to go out, man, it's always something. I let her go out with her friends, and I don't. And I let her go out with friends, don't hear nothing. But when I want to go out, and maybe sometimes I go out in the wrong times. I go out. I'm a night owl, and I go out to after-hour spots. So it ain't. You don't really get there.
Just
till
imagine
12.
him getting dressed at 2 in the morning to go out.
Well, what does she do when you go out or do something that she doesn't like?
Attitude.
Attitude. Give me an example.
Yeah, she breaking things, our end table, center table, she throwing things. Your Honor, we have really less no money, so we can't afford to be breaking things and going to replace things. So,
Ms. Cunningham, are you tearing up the furniture when you get upset?
I believe that he don't did enough damage to my heart that he don't got no more. He don't got no room left.
Okay.
So when you mess with me, instead of me just taking it out physically to him, I try to put my energy towards something else.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Emotions over here, money over here. If you're upset and you need to blow off some steam, run around the block. But don't tear up your stuff.
Right.
That's paying the stupid tax. It's the tax on stupid behavior. It will keep you broke.
Right.
So just, run around the block, find something else to do, but don't tear up the furniture. What did she do to your boss?
Oh, well, okay. She don't feel that I stand up for myself all the way or out and going or don't want to fight everybody, So I just started at that time. I was working, and I wasn't on payroll yet. So we had to jot down my hours. When it got time for payday, he was short. And instead of me, she wanted me to, I guess, give it to him, right? Yeah, but he my boss, and I just already quit my other job for this job. So she called him, went crazy on him. The next day he was like, "Why you don't let your wife talk to me like that?"
Did you lose your job?
Did he pay you? He paid me.
Stop,
he paid
Ms.
me.
Cunningham.
You're right. I mean, he paid me, but I could have lost my job then.
Ms. Cunningham, you seem to be a bit of a hothead. You can't seem to control yourself. But let me tell you end up making a lot of problems that you can't resolve. He could have very well lost his job when you came up all cranky at his boss.
Well, he did not tell you.
All I'm trying to tell you is you can respond to negative circumstance with something other than crazy. You can actually respond intellectually and still get the same thing without risking, you know, broken furniture and a dude that could lose his job.
Right, throw
What
my
do you
trophies
need
out
to
there.
say, Mrs. Cunningham?
With the job thing, calling us boss, the man, we have been knowing him for years. You know what I'm saying? We have been knowing him, and he might want to call it crazy, what I call him did. His boss may want to say I talked to him a certain kind of way, but I felt like he knew that Quincy was getting paid under the table, and he did it on purpose. And he thought that Quincy, knowing Quincy's character and been knowing us for years, he knew Quincy would overlook it. But I'm a mom. I have kids. We have things to take care of in my household. You're not going to scamp him out like that when he does so much for this guy.
I got you.
You know, so I felt
I'm
like...
hearing you. It makes a little sense. Not quite enough, but a little. I understand, though, on a more serious side, that you've had some significant health problems.
Yeah.
And that you don't feel that he's been supportive. So I do want to turn the tables and talk about that a little while.
When me and Quincy moved in together, it was like I was the main source of like the responsibility went to in the house. Like I did everything.
Right.
Like, and so once I got sick, I could count on my hands and feet maybe how many times he done been to the hospital with me in 6 years.
Now, Mr. Johnson, were you less than there for her when she really needed you? Ms. Cunningham, tell me about your illness and why you feel Mr. Johnson wasn't supportive during the course of that.
Well, I got diagnosed with a very rare, uncurable cancer in 2011.
Do you know the name
It's
of
called gray zone lymphoma. It's a combination of Hodgkin and non-Hodgkin lymphoma.
Oh, okay, okay.
So it's just like, I mean, when me and Quincy moved in together, it was like I was the main source of like the responsibility went to in the house. Like I did everything.
Right.
Like, and so once I got sick, the roles switched. You know, so now he had to be responsible for things that he normally wasn't responsible for. And it seemed like it took a toll on him to take care of the home and to be a partner to me also, like to be supportive to me while I was in the hospital, while I was going through certain things. So, I mean, I could count on my hands and feet maybe how many times he done been to the hospital with me in 6 years.
How often do you go in the hospital periodically?
Well,
do you have long stays?
Well, now I've been in remission now for about 2.5 years now.
Yes.
So,
yes.
So
I'm so happy for that. I understand you had a bone marrow transplant, which is not an easy thing.
No, it's
They
not.
have to kill everything,
I was basically reborn again.
Yeah, yeah. Now, Mr. Johnson, were you less than there for her when she really needed you?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. My granddaddy had passed from cancer, so I was scared. I was young when we first met. First knew that she had cancer. I'm really not a hospital person, I say that, but I was there, and I got small kids, you know, that don't really show you how they going on with it, and I'm going on with it. So I had to stay there for the home. I had to take my kids to work with me. I had to go to football practice. I had to get them ready for school. And when I come home at night, it's just me when I live in the living room. You know, I used to break down. You know, I never want to lose her and not feel that I'm not there for her.
And I got you, Mr. Johnson, and I understand that you were under a lot of pressure, but this is the time to circle the wagons. You get family and friends to assist you on that end, because she's in there looking like I might die this month.
Right.
And I need that man holding my hand, because I might die right now. See
but
what
you know,
I'm
the
saying?
kids can't come in there. So who's gonna? I really have little.
You have no family, nobody to help
family.
you.
We got family, but little to no help on the babysitting side. So
Quincy makes a lot of excuses.
Yeah,
and that's my problem.
You can
with
find
him.
a way. When somebody knows that somebody's got cancer, you got to be able to find a way to get there.
Well, we did, and we.
No, you didn't. She just said you didn't.
No.
Because it seemed like he could find ways to go do other things that didn't pertain to coming to spend the night at the hospital.
Such as?
Such as maybe if he wanted to step out with his friends. He could. At that time, his mom was able to watch the kids, or he could drop the kids off down there. But if I asked you to come to spend the night at the hospital with me, I don't have nobody to do this. Can't nobody do that. I mean, it seemed like it was more or less of him
picking and choosing.
Exactly.
I could find somebody to take care of the kids if I needed to do something, but not in order to do something for her. Now, hang on. Now, Mr. Johnson, I ain't mad. And I understand what happened to you, but did you hear what she said and what I said? We're not saying you're a bad person, but we're saying this needed to be different because she may have to fight that fight again. Right. And if she does have to fight that fight again, you need to show up in a manner that she'll feel supported. That's all we're trying to get across to you. See what I'm saying? We're just asking you to up your game and telling you how to get it done.
Okay, I will.
We both work. I work in the mornings. He works at night. I shouldn't have to get up at 5, 6, 4 o'clock in the morning, go to work, and come home to a nasty house. Or having to come home and wash the dishes, clean the kitchen, cook dinner, get the kids to bed.
I got you, Mr. Johnson. Did you hear? I had to stop myself for a minute. I forgot we were on before your vows. So let me ask you. You've been together so long, you obviously love the living daylights out of one another. If I could wave my gavel and give you one thing that he could fix, change, or do better, and you gotta be specific, don't just say more supportive or something, what would it be?
Security.
And in what way can he deliver security?
So like, for example, we both work. I work in the mornings, he work at night. If I shouldn't have to get up at 5, 6, 4 o'clock in the morning, go to work and come home to a nasty house, or to, having to come home and wash the dishes, clean the kitchen, cook dinner, get the kids to bed. I mean, you could at least take out some meat, have dinner started for me. I mean, try to make ways to make my life easier.
I got you. Mr. Johnson, did you hear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's like, I love this woman. She's been working all day. What can I do to move the ball along so she doesn't have to come home and start another job altogether? Are you with me, Mr. Johnson?
Yes. I mean, I'm a night owl. I might, when I get off at work, I want to chill. And it is 4, 5 o'clock in the morning quickly when you're getting off at 12, and I play the game.
Yeah.
And,
see, and that what she wants is for you not to chill and play the game first, but to take care of your responsibilities first.
In the morning time.
That's what she wants. And she wants you to, of your own volition, handle something that she's always handling.
Yes.
Like, you shouldn't have to be told to clean, come in, look around, see what needs to get done, and do it.
Yes.
With me?
Yes.
All right. So I did have you fill out the compatibility test. And, nothing jumped out at me that was really weird or really odd. Both of you were fully able to list the faults and problems of the other, but you only had a couple of faults and problems with yourself. So maybe a little more introspection might be called for. But at this juncture, we've talked about a lot of negative things, but you guys have been together for a very long time. So I want you to tell me, Mrs. Cunningham, give me 30 seconds of why Mr. Johnson is the man for you. No negativity, no what if, no but. If he could just tell him why he's the love of your life, whom you would consider marrying. Because
he's my best friend. I mean, we laugh together, we have the same hobbies, we got the same idea. I find myself finishing his sentences, we think alike. I mean, I could find nobody more perfect, just half of me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I mean, he's wonderful. He's very sweet. He can be loving. He can be very affectionate, a hard worker, a great father. I mean, so many things I could say that's so great about you. But, ain't no
beautiful.
But. Ain't no but. I'm stopping right there.
A+ right there. You go, okay,
right
Mr.
there.
Johnson, the bar has been set pretty high.
Yes.
30 seconds. Give me your best shot.
You my soulmate, you my everything. I couldn't really imagine my life without you, Even when you was going through the thing of this losing you was just driving me crazy. Music helped me a lot, You always there for me. You got my back when I feel like I have no family at all, and she always the only family I can count on. She a great mom, and that's everything to me, because I had a mom, I was raised by only a mom. So to see that, this makes me want to be more close and more, to you. And I'm sorry if I don't do things the way you want me to, but my best interest is yours,
Well, y'all killed it. Y'all just killed it. You made my day with that. You made her day with that. That was wonderful. That was wonderful on both your parts. I like you. I mean, I really do. I thought I was gonna be mad at you, was a little hot at you in the beginning. You got all the makings to make it right, but you just gotta tighten this up over here and tuck this in over there and smooth this out around the corners. Mrs. Cunningham, let me say this to you. You guys cannot afford any more temper tantrums. You just can't afford it. You have to be mature enough to be met with negative information, the consequences of circumstances, and not tear stuff up. You just do. Not only are you costing yourself money, you're teaching your children how to feel. Your children will read the script you write for them. And the script you're writing right now is, little Johnny, if you don't get what you want, cause some chaos.
Yeah.
Johnny going to jail. You don't want Johnny to go to jail.
Yes,
You see what I'm saying? So remember, whenever you're conducting business at home, that's writing the script for your children to follow, and you're teaching them how to feel. Teach them how to stay out of jail.
Okay.
Okay? Mr. Johnson, remember, always ask before you ever sit and chill and cool and calm or game. Have I done something to demonstrate I'm an active member of this family? Always. And do one thing before you do it. Do you understand? And it's not just, okay, well, I worked today. She's worked today, too.
See, that's my problem. I work,
Yeah,
you know.
she worked today, too. And then she comes home and cooks and cleans and does the kids' part. That ain't right.
Right.
You know what I mean? I worked today, and now let me look at all the things that she's gonna do, what she needs to do when she gets home. Let me take half of them off her plate, because I'm that dude.
Yes, ma'am.
That's who I want you to be for her.
Yes, ma'am.
So take this marriage certificate, hold hands, walk down that aisle, love one another, do the right thing, and good luck to you. This matter is adjourned.
The best advice I got from Judge was to listen and be there for her a little more, even when it seemed like I am. It's not enough for her. So just to help out and just be more there for her.
What Judge Lynn Toler really taught me was to change my attitude, be a little more patient, be a little more understanding of other people's situations, and not to be so a hothead. So I would try to work on that and see how far we can make it in this relationship.
This show contains language that some viewers may find disturbing or offensive. The views expressed in this episode of Divorce Court do not necessarily represent the views of the producers or me, Judge Lynn Toler. Today on Divorce Court.
When me and Greg first got together, he did respect me, but now the tables have turned and there's no respect whatsoever.
My wife needs to stop nagging me and bringing me down.
My husband, Greg, needs to step up and make me a priority in his life.
I want Kelly to know that I love her, but the clan is my family too.
I feel like I'm running a competition and I'm in second place and the clan is first.
The clan is my family and she don't accept that.
If Greg doesn't leave the clan, then I'm probably gonna leave him.
The clan is my family, and if Kelly don't support that, she's got to go.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Kayla Moore and Greg Barnes. The two of you have been together for 7 years, married for 5. You don't have any children together, but the marriage is on the rocks. Ms. Moore, why don't you tell me why we're here today in Divorce Court?
Yes, Your Honor. My husband, not only is he lazy and selfish, he's only had 2 jobs since we've been together. I've worked 60-hour weeks, and everything has fallen apart due to that. We fight all the time, constantly. I actually totaled my car not too long ago because I fell asleep behind the wheel because I have no sleep. I'm constantly going.
Now, you work 60 hours a week. You don't have any kids, but are there any kids in the house from previous relationships?
No, ma'am.
Does he take care of the household while you're gone? I mean, is dinner ready when you get home? Is everything cooked and cleaned?
I wish it was. It's more of playing video games and me having to come home and pick up his laundry right beside the laundry basket.
Mr. Barnes, is that an accurate reflection of what's going on at your house?
No, ma'am. She's selfish.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Are you unemployed?
No, ma'am, I'm not. I'm working hurricane victims right now.
Oh, okay. So, but that's something that just recently happened. Before the hurricanes, were you working steadily?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I mean, not constant, but I mean, I repossess cars, stuff like that. I always had a little income.
You all got side jobs coming here and
yes,
there.
Yes, ma'am, always.
Always got side jobs. Does he always have a side job?
Honestly, if I push him toward it, yes. If not, then he would sit at home and eat Cheetos butt naked and play a video game.
Well, that's a vision I didn't need. I could have gone all day long without envisioning him butt naked eating Cheetos. Mr. Barnes, let me ask you this. Do you believe that you're carrying your weight around the house? I mean, now, take a minute. You're about to answer. She's working 60 hours a week. Clearly, she's the primary breadwinner. Are you a 50-50 participant? Doesn't mean everything is equal, but do you take responsibility?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I mean, I ain't a perfect man. I mean, I do what I gotta do, and I mean, I try to be a good husband. If she
What do you think you gotta do, though?
I mean, I make sure, you know, I keep providing some way or another, you know. I go out, you know, make sure we got something to eat, you know. I try my best at everything, but I'm not perfect. Ain't no man perfect.
You know, it's interesting. You say, I try. She does. You don't have to do because you can get away with trying because she's taking care of your business. Financially, do you understand that she's stressed and that she feels like she's doing everything and your trying is coming up short for her?
Yes, ma'am, I mean, I understand, but I mean, like I say, ain't nobody perfect.
I got that part, yes, Mr. Barnes, but you're losing your wife.
Yes, ma'am.
And part of the reason that you're losing your wife is she feels like you're just kind of drifting about in the relationship and not carrying your weight. And if you want to keep your wife, you might want to change a few of those things. Can you admit to that?
I mean, I invite her to do everything with me, you know. I mean, I try my best. I mean, ain't nothing, in her eyes, ain't nothing I do good enough. Nothing. Mm-hmm. And I get tired of her nagging.
What does she complain about you don't think she should be complaining about?
Like a few weeks ago, I had a few beers. I was, you know, late. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning. I decided I'm going to go down, do a little fishing with the guys. You know, I'm down there drinking a few beers, and I was getting ready to go home. Before I made it home, before I even come up the bank, she was down there wondering, where you at? I mean, what you doing? I'm fishing. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. You're supposed to be asleep. Because I'm out fishing. I ain't doing no crime.
Okay. Ms. Moore, do you have a different take on that story?
Your Honor, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I worked all day. I want some home time. I want some cuddle time. He's drinking. A couple beers, a 24-pack a case is not a couple beers. He's down there with his buddies fishing, I agree, but he didn't catch no fish. So it was just a waste of time from the get-go. Be at home with me, catch me, don't catch no fish.
Did you hear that? She wants to get caught and she doesn't want to. Do you pay attention to her? Is she more than just a paycheck and a cook to you?
No, ma'am, I didn't say that. I mean, I've been going through some things. I had an aunt that died. You know, I'm going through a change of life. I used to run wild. You know, I'm trying to be a man now. I'm trying my best at everything. And she's just so jealous and selfish. It's just it's unbelievable.
Give me an example of her jealousy or selfishness.
Like if I go out with a friend or something like that, you know, she wants all my time with her, 24/7, 7 days a week. I cannot go outside. I can't have a beer. I can't do nothing. She wants me under her butt 24/7.
Can you give me an example?
Like, for instance, one time I worked out of town. I was in Alabama. I worked, and, you know, I got kids. And that was, look, my friend dated this chick, and she had a 15-year-old little girl. So the little girl was obsessed about something. I mentioned the little girl, you know, trying to be a good example. She needed good advice, and I was trying to do that. Instead, my wife thought I was trying to sleep with a 15-year-old, and to me, that's sick. I don't believe in child molestation like that. Everything I do, she's more worried about that I'm going to cheat on her, or I'm trying to mess with this kid, or I'm trying to mess with another woman.
Has he cheated on you in the past?
Not that I know of. That was the first. That's actually what made me lose my trust for him. That girl, she was well-developed for a 15-year-old. She's not all 15-ish. She's more of 25-ish.
I mean, no trust, there's no love. How can you love somebody you can't trust?
Mm-hmm. Do you feel that maybe she's concerned that she feels responsible for everything, and if you were to step up in a little more vigorous way economically or with respect to the household, she'd be a little lighter on the criticism?
Yeah, I understand that, but there's a lot of things, you know, she gets jealous of. Well, I had a marriage problem. There's things I can't talk to her about. You know, my aunt passed away. You know, she didn't get to go to the funeral. She died of cancer here recently, and I come home, been going through rough times, and she, rather than talking to her all the time about things, she gets mad because I might be over here talking to somebody else about it, and because she thinks I'm putting all my time into them and not giving her no time. And
why wouldn't you talk to her about a family member passing?
Well, because it's not just family member, it's got something to do with her. Then I got she's jealous of me and being in the Klan, too, so.
As in the Ku Klux?
Yes, ma'am, KKK.
Good Lord. Well, we just took a hard left right here. You are in the KKK?
Yes, ma'am, I am. That's my family.
That's your family?
Yes, ma'am. If she can't accept that, then she's got to go.
Your Honor, I just want to say that I'm not a Klan member. I'm no longer in it. I was when I was smaller. My granddaddy, he was very racist, and I was brought up in it. After he passed away, I no longer had to be around it that much. So I just let it all go. And me and my husband met, and he met these so-called Klan members and everything. And I do admit they were close like family. But things happened, and they left him. They weren't there. He says it's their family. It's not. I'm your family. I'm with you 24/7. You can't buy love. And
Well, we're going to talk to Mr. Barnes a little bit about his membership in the club and why he finds it so compelling.
I have no problem with black folks. I love all people. I love all race.
One of your daughters married a black guy. You lose your mind?
That ain't gonna happen there. I disown both of them.
Why not?
Because I don't believe in race mixing.
You don't believe in race mixing?
That's right.
What happens when you race mix?
To me, that's a sin in my book.
Why is it a sin? So, Mr. Barnes, you're a member of the KKK.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. Tell me why.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not racist, for one thing. There's a difference between a black person and we got white and you got black people. Black people get out and bust their backs every day, take care of their family. They're not out here selling dope. You know, they do what a man's supposed to do. Then you got the thugs. You got white thugs and you got black thugs. I don't want to see your pants below your knees. I'm not no homosexual. Pull your pants up. I don't want to see that stuff. I don't see your butt hanging out.
So you're saying that for you, inclusion in the Klan has nothing to do with color. It's
right.
a socio-economic statement of respect and honor. You understand that that's not the KKK's background, right?
Yeah, well, see, the Klan was originally, if you look in your history, the Klan was originated for not just racism. It started out for people, you know, like, say, if this guy don't work over here and he's beating on his kids, we'd come in and handle this man.
That's not true. I do a lot of reading. I don't know how many books you've read on the Klan, but I've read a lot.
I know a lot about the Klan, man.
You know what they've told you?
I know a lot about the Klan.
So you think it was an organization designed to keep advocacy for women and children who aren't being taken care of? That's basically what you're telling me.
It did get out of hand. It really did.
It really did?
Yeah, it did, but, you know, that's my beliefs, you know? Yeah. Like, see, I got bullied when I was a kid by blacks. They run me over, things. I mean, them are thugs. I don't like that. I don't like them at all.
So, since yours is a socially responsible organization, what is your view? Will you let black people in?
Yeah,
if
sure.
I wanted to join the Klan,
yes,
I could come on over and be welcomed by you.
Ma'am,
you smiling because you know that's not true.
I have no problem with black folks. I love all people. I love all race.
Right.
But there's a lot of things that are going on.
But you do understand that the Klan does things other than that are white supremacists, anti-Semitic, all of that. You get all of that. But you're just saying your particular chapter isn't like that.
No, ma'am. This 2017, this is a whole new chapter. What happened in the past don't got nothing to do with me. I'm here to change the world.
Really? And you're going to change it to be a better place in the Klan?
Yes, ma'am.
That's deep. I wish that was true. I find that hard to believe.
I'm not white supremacist.
You're not a white supremacist?
I don't claim myself to be white supremacist. You don't see me out here in the streets running wild, tearing stuff up, you know, beating up this black guy over here or stuff like that. You don't see me doing that.
A black person can move in next door to you. Wouldn't have a problem.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I can sit down and have a conversation with a black man in a heartbeat.
I didn't say sit down and have a conversation. I said move in next door to you.
Ma'am,
Two separate things. No problem.
Yes, ma'am.
One of your daughters married a black guy. You lose your mind?
That ain't gonna happen there. I disown both of them.
Why not?
Because I don't believe in race mixing.
You don't believe in race mixing?
That's right.
What happens when you race mix?
To me, that's a sin in my book.
Why is it a sin?
God made us different for a reason. Give
me Bible, chapter and verse on that.
Well, what does it say in the Bible?
Read that too, you know, by the way.
Yes, ma'am.
What
does it say in the Bible where it says we should all come together?
It doesn't say we can't.
It
doesn't say. There is no prohibition between races intermixing. Just none. It's just not there.
But
you can thump the Bible, but you really ought to read what's in it.
Yes, ma'am.
Before you thump it.
Like I said, God has put us up for a reason. If He wanted us all together, He would have made us all together. When everybody was born, you have a mixed kid all of a sudden, and you have, everybody together. He split us up for a reason.
He might have split us up for a reason, but y'all came and got us and brought us over here. Yes, you did.
No, ma'am. There are slave
you did.
kings in Africa that sold as slaves. Look in your history.
Yeah, but you still bought us.
Yep.
You still bought us.
Ain't my fault.
Yeah, well, now that we're here, you ain't happy.
The Klan was started together against woman beaters. It wasn't about color. It was against woman beaters, protecting your family, loving your wife. It was about being all about family oriented.
And they just accidentally lynched a few black folk along the way.
Your Honor, can I jump in?
You please.
Real fast? Okay, so as soon as we get off the history lesson and back to divorce court, I got something to say. My husband sees the wrong thing about the Klan. I can give you some history that's a little bit more accurate.
So we are back to the history lesson.
Yes. Well, let me just say that the Klan was started together against woman beaters. It wasn't about color. It was against woman beaters, protecting your family, loving your wife. It was about being all about family oriented.
And they just accidentally lynched a few black folk along the way.
It accidentally got the wrong people in it, and they changed it. And since that, I don't agree with that part.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I'm having a problem with the Klan right now with him because he decided, not only have we been evicted 4 times due to all Klan relations, the neighbor made him mad. So he decided to dress up in his Klan robe and knock on her window. He's been drinking a little bit. Before he left that house in that Klan robe, I said, Gregory, do not go outside in that damn robe. He went outside. I went to sleep. I was tired. So I was like, oh, he's not going to go. I woke up the next morning evicted because we had 37 cop cars come over. He decided to dress up, go knock on a window, try to beat up the guy.
Is that what you did, Mr.
Yes,
Barnes?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I did, and I don't show no
Why
pity
couldn't you
for it.
just go out there without a hood on?
Well, I did. He said I was drunk, slammed the door in my face. He was scared. I want to start my own clavering. If she's not going to be with me and support what I do, then she's got to go. I'm sorry.
I got you. I got you. Wish you didn't, but I do.
But that's why we're here now.
I got you, and I'm gonna speak to your issue.
Yes, ma'am.
And I ain't mad, but I want you to see something differently. This is America. America. You can believe whatever you want to believe. You can be in any club you want to be in. And I can't get mad at you for being in the KKK because that's what you want to do, because it is America. And that's what it stands for. It stands for having the right to do whatever you want to do.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, as long as you don't hurt other people. That caveat is very important. But I'm not going to talk about that here. What I'm going to talk about is the KKK in the context of your marriage. Let's not even call it that anymore. Let's call it your little club. What you're doing is you're placing your club above your obligation to your wife. That's what she's upset about. You say if she can't get down with the fact that my club is first, she can go. Now, if your club, as you say, was about protecting women and honoring them and all that kind of stuff, how is it that you aren't being the man in your relationship that honors and cares for and takes care of your wife? You see what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
That even if what you say about what you believe is true, you're not doing that with respect to her.
Well, I mean, it's hard to do that because, it's hard. I serve and protect my neighborhood. I don't want no child molesters in there. You think you're going to send a man to prison for child molestation for 2 years?
Mr. Barnes, you're in the business of groupthink, and you cannot allow groupthink to disassemble your home. Nobody wants child molesters in their neighborhood. That has nothing to do with the manner in which you treat your wife, paying bills, taking care of her, making her feel like somebody. That has nothing to do. One thing has nothing to do with the other. You have to be a grown, strong person on your own and not be part of a hooded harem in order to feel like you're powerful. And what you need to do is turn and be the man in your household first before you do anything else, or you're going to lose your wife. You want to lose your wife? That's up to you. But that's your problem, and that is what should be your goal. I'll let you say something because you're about to lose your mind over there. What do you have to say, Mr. Barnes?
Well, see, that's the thing, I try to do a good man, take care of her. I invite her to everything I do, whether it's throwing flowers out or whatever. Nothing I do is not good enough for this woman. Nothing. I mean, I can't have friends.
I got you. Women don't want flowers. We want security.
Well, this ain't
no. I'm all done now. Women don't want flowers. Well, we do want flowers.
This ain't
That's
no
a lie.
fairy tale.
But we want flowers on top of security. You need to deliver what she needs, not what you think she needs. And then you might keep her. If you don't step forward, you don't have any kids with him. You know, hey,
this ain't no fairy
if a
tale,
sheet's the
Olivia.
best he can do, I would move on. Yeah. This matter is adjourned.
The Klan has been there for me when I didn't have a place to lay my head down and have nothing to eat, and my wife wasn't there. So I'm not going to turn my back on my true family.
I love my husband because he's got a big heart. He does everything that he can for his family, but yet it's not in the right way. It's more of him thinking that buying me a flower once every year is going to make me happy. It's not.
I say it in court and I say it live, and I mean it. If she's not going to support me, she got to go. I'm going to be in the Klan from forever.
I'm very aggravated to hear that my husband is telling me that I have to go. If I have to go, the door swings both ways. Don't let the door hit you or the good Lord split you. That's how I feel.
Today on Divorce Court.
I seen text messages in his phone from another woman. Not only that, but I found a condom in the vehicle that we share.
I did cheat on her once, but the time that she's referring to, I didn't.
When I try to talk to him about certain issues, he yells and screams, and I shut down.
I am used to calling the shots. What I say goes.
I feel like he just treats me like a child, and I'm not his child.
I do see myself growing old with her, and I would love for our relationship to last forever.
I would love to be with Anthony the rest of my life, but if he does not change, there is no us.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I have here Cassandra Jones and Anthony Staffney, and the two of you have been together for 8.5 years. You're not married, but you don't want to be together anymore. Therefore, you've come to me for a dissolution of cohabitation. You want to part ways. I'm going to start with you, Ms. Jones. Why don't you tell me why we're here?
We are here because me and Anthony's family doesn't get along. They don't like me. They feel like I am too young to be with Anthony.
Now, you're 33, correct?
Yes.
And you are 48. Is that right?
Yes. And they feel like I'm just too young to be with him. They feel like he should be with his ex-wife.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that's true, Mr. Staffney? Does your family not like her because they prefer your ex-wife or they think she's too young?
Probably because they think she's too young. But they can't choose for me.
Right, absolutely not, absolutely not. Ms. Jones, what kind of difficulty does his family cause for your relationship?
For instance, Anthony got sick. He was in the hospital. During the time he was in the hospital, his kids wanted to fight me, and I didn't even understand why, because I'm there at his bedside. I didn't leave him. I was there.
Did they come up to the hospital?
Yeah, they came to the hospital. I exchanged words with one of the family members.
About what?
Me not being there for Anthony. And I didn't understand what more I could do. He's laying in the hospital. I'm there every day, but I guess it just wasn't good enough. Yeah, he was in the hospital.
Mr. Staffney, do you understand the nature of the disagreement that she had with your family when you were in the hospital?
I guess one of them wanted to come, you know, I got like 3 or 4 kids' mother. And, you know, one of them wanted to come back there, and she was back there.
Just got messy.
Yeah.
Basically.
It just got messy.
Got out of hand.
And this is actually the second time he was in the hospital. The incident I'm talking about was the first time. The second time he was in the hospital with that picture, he told me to put the picture on Facebook. After I placed the picture on Facebook, I got all types of messages talking about me on Facebook.
Did you tell her to put the picture on Facebook?
Yeah, he told me to put the picture on Facebook. They went to talking about me.
I'm just wondering, I mean, you know, not right, just wondering why.
You know, we live in Mississippi, and we was in Indiana at that time. And I just told her to put it on there, you know. I really was going for a checkup, you know. I wasn't hurt bad, but I just told her to put it on there, and it started a lot of commotion.
What happened was...
Ms. Jones,
what?
Did you write this?
Yes, I was defending myself. Look what they said about me.
Joe, you're not even old enough to read this.
No, Thank you. But, Your Honor...
No. You posted this on Facebook.
Yes, but only after they
to his family.
Yes, to his family. I was defending myself because he asked me to place the picture on Facebook. I placed the picture on Facebook trying to alert the family that he was in a hospital because that's what he wanted to do. Okay, I did not expect for them.
What does that have to do with this man on my page? I do what the F this and I ride that.
Your Honor,
all of that sexual stuff. Why is that necessary?
No, because you have to read the other page. You're reading what I said to them.
There's nothing that supports this.
No.
There's nothing that supports that.
They call me all types of. They call me hoes. They call me bees. You
sound like a hoe. Right here. You talking about all the sexual things you do to him, to his family? That's hoe-like behavior.
Well, that's how they called me a hoe on Facebook.
Stuff I've ever read.
Well, I feel like I was defending myself.
And put it in public. You don't defend yourself.
Well, look what his family said about me.
I don't care.
So it's okay for them to down me on Facebook, talk about me and my family.
You don't let anybody else define your character for you. I'm not going to go, just because somebody else goes low doesn't mean I go low. There's certain things I just don't do.
Okay, what about him?
You're not in charge of them. You're in charge of you. You're in charge of what you do. You can call me all out my name, but I'm never going to say anything like that because I have dignity. And
I got dignity too.
That lacks dignity. In every way, shape, or form. You know, when these kids are going to read it,
you're right.
It lacks dignity.
They read it because they was talking about me, too.
Yeah. And you're going to be ignorant back.
I shouldn't have been, but I was caught up in the moment.
Oh, my God. now I'm just upset.
You went too far.
I don't even know people talk like that.
Ever.
Mr. Stavner, you say they're mutual cheating accusations. Is that accurate?
Ma'am? Cheating accusation?
Because he was the cheater. I've never cheated on him. He is the cheater.
That was in the beginning of the relationship before I knew that we was going to be together so long.
He's lying, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't you tell me what happened, Ms. Jones?
Okay. In the beginning, about after 2 years, he went back to his ex-wife. And he didn't even tell me. I got a phone call from another woman that he was sleeping with. She called me and told me he left me and went back to his ex-wife.
Mr. Stanley, were you running them 3 deep like that?
He was. He was.
Like I said, that was before. That was
after 2 years, we was living together.
Yes, you think she should be over it by now?
Well, I'm not doing it anymore now.
He's not telling the truth.
Well,
Once
will you
again,
tell me the truth?
Second time he go to Mississippi for Mother's Day to visit his family. He come back home. Okay, I go through his phone like I always do. Been doing it forever. I find text messages in his phone from this woman. Him texting her, "Good morning, beautiful. Happy Mother's Day, beautiful." Not only that, go out to the vehicle that me and him share. Look in the glove box. There's condoms. They're not mine. They're not ours.
Mr. Staffney, do you have a reply or a retort to that?
Well,
not really.
Like I told her, it was some
cousins.
Some
and
new condoms had came out where they change color if you have disease.
So what is he doing with them, Your Honor? Okay, so what are you doing with it? Yeah. Yo, what?
Yeah, my cousin gave them to me, and I just put them in the chair.
Okay, yeah.
I can't believe I do this for a living.
Me either. Yeah.
Well, now, we're going to move on past that, and we're going to talk about...
So he get a pass on cheating.
We're going to move on past... I got a lot to do here.
Yeah.
You got a lot of stuff going on here. And we want to talk about why, after all this time, you haven't gotten married to begin with.
Ask him.
Are you still married to another woman?
Yes.
I would think that I'm not, because I haven't.
Your Honor.
He is.
You know, I haven't been with her in 12 years, so.
It just doesn't wear itself out.
Right.
Oh.
You know what I'm
That's what I
saying?
told
It's not
him.
like an engine that runs out of gas. Well, I was going to ask Mr. Staffney, but Ms. Jones, you seem raring to go. So why don't you tell me why you've been together 8.5 years but never got married?
Because he don't want to get he don't want to spend the money to get a divorce.
From his first wife?
Yeah.
Mr. Staffney, are you still married to another woman?
Yes.
I would think that I'm not, because I haven't.
Your Honor.
He is.
You know, I haven't been with her in 12 years, so.
It doesn't just expire like that.
Right.
You got to
That's what
actually
he
do
thinks.
something to end the marriage. So if you two haven't gone to court and gotten a divorce, you are, in fact, still married. It just doesn't wear itself out.
Right.
You know what I'm
That's what I
saying?
told
It's not
him.
like an engine that runs out of gas.
Well, you know.
Tell him to
It's the
spend the
gift
money, Your
that keeps
Honor.
on giving. So you say there's a lot of conflict because of her family. Why don't you give me some examples of some of the conflict they start?
They like to play CPS games, Child Protective Service.
Yeah.
They like to play those type of games.
Oh,
you know.
my.
You know, they like to call Child Protective Service saying that Cassandra's doing something wrong to her kids, and before you know it, if she get to arguing with one of them, first thing I know that you have to do is clean your house and make sure your refrigerator clean, because the next day,
CPS is coming.
knocking on the door.
Right.
And they won't come through, and they've done it so much that they're called and CPS don't even come no more, because they know that it's game.
This is what they do.
This is what they do.
Is that an accurate recitation of what occurs?
It's a state-to-state thing, too,
Yeah.
because, you know, we moved to Indiana,
and they call CPS in every state?
we moved to Indiana, and she get to argue with one of them, that'd be the first threat, you know. That's the first thing you have to look out
Okay, yes,
for.
that has happened. It's happened several times. But since we have moved to Indiana, I haven't had no problems with them calling CPS.
You people scare me. Why don't you tell me about the time you called his phone and his ex answered?
Yeah, that's when he's called himself leaving. It wasn't his ex. It was it was the ex. He was still seeing her and sleeping with her.
So many, she can't keep them straight.
Yeah, but she is the one that called me and told me that he went back to his ex-wife. That's the one. But I forgave him. When he came home and I seen the text messages from the girl, I sat him down and I told him that I forgive him and we're not gonna worry about it because people make mistakes.
That was my cousin.
That was not your cousin. And then he always talk about it's his cousin. But
I told her I would call her. You know, I had text my cousin.
He not being truthful.
And
Your
I said,
Honor.
I'll call her for you. And she just wanted to argue. You know, I was gonna call
He
her
not telling the truth.
and let her talk to her.
I called myself.
I'm going to say this. I got from your papers that you feel that he's very controlling.
He is.
And I do want to talk to you for a moment about how your household runs and how controlling he really is.
Oh, yes. Whew. Thank you. I used $14 one day, and I forgot. And I didn't tell him. The second day we was arguing about it, he sat down on the couch. I'm like, oh, so you're meaning to telling me you don't know the day that you stole my $14? Well, how about I just call the court and let them investigate and send you to jail? That's what he said.
Mr. Staffney, did you
About
argue for 2 days about $14? So, Ms. Jones, based upon what you told me here, I understand, like, he micromanages and he's angry all the time. Tell me the nature of his control issues.
He always wants things his way. If I leave the house, he's timing me. Yes. Not only that, he said I stole $14 from him. I don't even know how I stole $14 from him. We're in a relationship.
That to me.
Explain it to you.
Yeah.
I used $14 one day and I forgot. And I didn't tell him. When he came and asked me about it, I was like, yeah, I spent it Thursday. And he was like, no, you spent it Sunday. I was like, okay, well, whatever, I spent it Sunday. Okay, we argued 2 days. The second day, he
About
said...
$14?
Yes, $14.62.
Could I?
No, okay.
You can.
Listen, Your Honor.
Let her finish.
Yes, let me finish. The second day we was arguing about it, he sat down on the couch. I'm like, oh, so you're meaning to telling me you don't know the day that you stole my $14? Well, how about I just call the card and let them investigate and send you to jail? That's what he said.
Mr. Staffney, did you argue for 2 days about $14?
Judge, we argued about it, but like I told her, I would give her anything I got. But ask for it. I don't take my money. You know, if she asks for it...
Do you think she was really trying to get one past you? Maybe she needed $14 for something, and she took it.
I know she was, because when I asked her, it was a Friday, I asked her, I gave her some money on a Wednesday, and I asked her about it. Well, I found out Friday. The money I gave her was gone, plus $14. So I asked her, I said, did you take my money? She said, no, I took the money you gave me Wednesday. So I told her, I said, let me call the card and let you listen to the people, because they can't be telling me a lie.
He was talking about sending me to jail and everything about $14.
And like I told her,
and I didn't even remember
if it was
spending
1 penny.
And it went inside the household.
You see what I'm saying?
The $14 went inside the household.
But you guys are living in a common household.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You can't account for every dollar when you spend it on the spot.
Yes.
There's room for, this costs $5 more than I thought, this and that.
Thank
you,
Your Honor.
If you make her account for every dime like that, she can't move.
I can't do it.
Well, if you get it and then I ask you,
Your Honor,
and you
I
know
do
you
the
got
laundry.
it, well, I said no.
Huh?
If I ask you, did you take it, did you get it, and you say yeah, conversation's over. If I ask you, did you get it, and you said no, that means I gotta call, I gotta figure out
Your Honor, I told
where
him
it went.
I
budged my money.
He asked me.
No. I'm not going back into the Twilight Zone. I'm done. I'm done with the $14. Okay,
I just got one question.
I'm done with $14.
Did I steal the $14?
So what is your ultimatum to him today? If I can get something done for you, what would it be?
If you could get something done, it would be him to get a divorce. I want him to get a divorce so we could get married. I want to get married.
So you want to sign on for a lifetime with this?
Yeah, I believe he could change.
I'm a good dude.
I really believe he could change.
I didn't say you weren't a good dude, but I said this is a mess. Is it not? Is this not a mess? Your family can't stand her. She can't stand your family. You're cussing. You're carrying on. You're doing all kinds of.
But I don't care if his family don't like me. Just like I tell him, why worry about if my family don't like you?
But you say he's controlling. He yells at you.
He does.
Well, ma'am, I was controlling when she met me.
And with that,
I'm saying well, Your Honor,
no. I'm gonna say one more thing and then I'm running.
Yes, ma'am.
See, I got my papers together here so we can make a fast break. All right?
I'll meet you at the
Make
door.
a fast break. I'm gonna ask Mr. Staffney something. Would you consider getting a divorce?
Yes, ma'am. I want to get a divorce. You know, I've tried.
Like he's stuttering.
I've put in effort to get a divorce one time before. Once before. When I had the money, I put in effort to get it, and I'm gonna get one.
I don't believe you, but that's okay.
Me neither.
You know, you've had 8.5 years. Mr. Staffney, you two are gonna stay together. Number one, because you've been together this long, and if you put up with that much, ain't nobody going nowhere. Number two, you love each other. Number three, I don't want you loose out in the community. where you can mix and mingle with the rest of us, because it's not safe.
Oh, my God.
Stay cool. Don't post your life. Live your life. It's a whole big difference. Everybody can't comment on your business and know your business if you don't write your business on the wall. Just don't do it. And Mr. Staffney, I think you should lighten up a little bit. Let go of the $14. Don't worry about the dishes or whatever the small little things that she didn't get quite right. It's better for your heart. You already got heart trouble, right? Mm-hmm. If you stress every little thing that comes your way, your heart will just get up and just give out one day. You don't want that to happen, do you?
No, ma'am.
Lighten up. Be right. Be good. Be together. Be gone. This man.
I think I'm gonna get a divorce probably in this year sometime. 40 years out, I'll work on it.
I believe Anthony, once he shows me the paperwork, then we can move on from there. Hopefully we can get married.
दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदावे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदावे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी खाक समाए ओढ़क जा बिच खाक समाए आए हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदावे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी ऊंचे लम्हे महल बना दे ऊंचे लम्हे महल बना दे दगा फरेब ते जुल्म कमा दे दगा फरेब ते जुल्म कमा दे हाय कुछ नहीं खड़ते नाल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कुछ नहीं खड़ते नाल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदावे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया देंदी दुख बतेरे दुनिया देंदी दुख बतेरे वीरा कोलू वीर नखेड़े वीरा कोलू वीर नखेड़े आए मावा तू बिछड़े लाल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए मावा तू बिछड़े लाल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदावे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी सुख दे सजना सारे संगी सुख दे सजना सारे संगी नस जांदे जद आवे तंगी नस जांदे जद आवे तंगी हाय कोई नहीं गम दा प्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओह कोई नहीं गम दा प्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हंसना रोना गम लाचारी हंसना रोना गम लाचारी आज मेरी कल तेरी बारी अज मेरी कल तेरी बारी हाय कंजरी दी मिसाल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा बे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओह कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी पुत वे तुड़ा नी मिट्टी दा वीरा पुत तुड़ा नी मिट्टी दा वीरा अपना आप संभाल बशीरा अपना आप संभाल बशीरा हाय मिट्टी मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय मिट्टी मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा दे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी सुल्तान भी आए बड़े बड़े सुल्तान भी आए ओढ़क जा बिच खाक समाए ओढ़क जा बिच खाक समाए हाय हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल